Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what-if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Naruto Uzumaki was Harem Jinchuriki in Rosario? Part 1. What do you mean I'm going to be leaving Konoha? I thought this was the safest place for me right now. Naruto Uzumaki, teenage shinobi of genin status in the hidden leaf and container of the dreaded Kyuubi no Kitsune, gripped the edge of the village leader's desk while said village leader rubbed one of her temples to suppress the encroaching headache. Listen, Naruto, it's not entirely my choice here. With Jiraiya no longer being with us, there's not many others who can bring you out of the village and keep you safe. Originally we would have sent you off with him after the incident with Hidan and Kakuzu. I was debating on whether or not I should let you leave again to find Sasuke. As you already know, things went a bit against our plan, and Sasuke ended up getting away. Tsunade, the current Hokage of Konoha, sighed as she looked to the blonde in front of her. Feeling anything but joyful right now. No more than 4 days ago Jiraiya had been killed by pain, and now she was given this thrown at her as well. So you're just going to send me away while everyone else fights? That's not fair to them. I'm the one Akatsuki's after to start with, why should I have others fight for? Enough, Naruto. You think I enjoy this? Oh, you think I would be dumping all this on you if I had a choice? The council overrode my decision, and the majority of the clan heads voted in favor as well. Since this involves the village security, their votes do count. I don't have power override this. Tsunade leaned back in her chair as Naruto slowly sat down, digesting the information. So, this school. I have to be normal, and not use jutsu, right? You can use taijutsu, sure, but being seen using ninjutsu will have people staring at you like a freak. This land. I'm not even sure what to call it. Well, Jiraiya said alternate dimensional plane or whatever. But the point is that the people there cannot tap into their chakra reserves like we can. Jiraiya left me with this seal to create a transportation bridge between this land and ours. The buxom woman pulled out a thick scroll. As far as I'm aware, this scroll can work both ways, so it makes travel possible. Though, I think there was some kind of thing that you needed to use to travel to the other world. An automobile, or whatever. He said it was big and yellow. Naruto looked at the scroll, already recognizing some of the fine detail work that made the seal so complex. Contrary to the majority belief, Naruto was fairly well versed in basic fuinjutsu. As such, he was able to recognize some basic space and time characters used in sealing. He was not able to do much more than that though. The seal was way beyond his overall understanding. Naruto, you hear me? The blonde Jinchuriki blinked before turning to Tsunade again. Huh. Tsunade gave him an annoyed look. I said, tomorrow we'll have this seal ready outside the front gate. I want you to pack everything you may need for a several-year stay at this school. Several years? Naruto repeated. How long are we talking here? Possibly 3 years, if not more. Silence. Tsunade looked to see the boy before her go absolutely silent, his eyes staring at her disbelievingly. She pursed her lips a bit. Naruto. 3 years, or more. That's crazy. I was already gone for 3 years with Ero Sennin. He started raising his voice. You want me to go to some school in a place hat can only be reached by some super complex teleportation seal that Ero Sennin made, and you can't even tell me where it is on a map. This is crazy. Tsunade stood up straight, and grabbed the blonde by the collar. Naruto Uzumaki. Listen now, and listen well. I am not leaving this up to discussion, do you understand me? Naruto glared at her defiantly. Yes. She dropped her glare. Look. She sighed as she let go of the boy. I'm going to allow visitors to see you twice a year, so it won't be like you're going to be completely cut off from us. I met the person in charge of this Yukai Academy, and they said that they will do what they can to meet your special accommodations. Apparently they had Jiraiya do a favor years back for them, and wished to repay it. Oh, Naruto wasn't really listening after she said that someone could visit. He was still mulling over how he'd have to start over at some weird and parallel world, or so it was called. He remembered hearing of this stuff in fantasy books and the like. But he never thought such places were real. I'm going to give you 12 hours to gather your things, okay? In that time, get your gear packed, say your goodbyes, and get some rest. The bus will be here at 7 in the morning. Naruto gave a nod, and left the office without a word. Tsunade sighed as she rummaged through a drawer in her desk. Pulling out her sake bottle she kept hidden from Shizune. She eyed over the small bottle of alcohol before putting it back in the drawer. No, she couldn't let herself drown in that stuff tonight. She'd have to say goodbye to Naruto first thing in the morning. And having a hangover wouldn't help. So, you're leaving again. Naruto couldn't even look her in the eye as he spoke. Yeah. I didn't want to tell anyone. I figured Ba-chan would just make up a story for me so no one would be worried. Sakura Haruno wasn't happy to hear that her dear friend and teammate was leaving for some world that she wouldn't even be able to go and visit by normal means. Well, if it's for your safety, then I guess I can understand. Yeah, are you going to tell Kakashi-sensei? Naruto shook his head. Chances are that he already knows. He's an elite Junin. After all, he probably was informed before I was on this. He always had a way of finding out these things. True, Sakura replied weakly. 3 or more years. I just hope that you'll be okay. The blonde shrugged. I'll make it. I just need to pretend to be a regular civilian. No trouble, I'll just have to make up some story or something. Ba-chan says this SCH. Ul has a few quirks to it that are weird, even for this alternate world standards. Well, either way, Sakura gripped Naruto's hand lightly as the two sat on the railing of the bridge where they had met so many times before. We'll miss you. All of us. Yeah, I'll miss you guys too. Naruto replied sadly. I don't think I'll be able to make friends with any of the kids at this school. Ra sensed his mood taking a turn for the worse. She smiled a little and attempted to change the subject. Looks like you'll have to study again, haha. Naruto's eyes widened. Oh no. You mean I'm going to be doing math and history? Ah crap. He groaned as he buried his head in his hands. Why me? Sakura giggled as she patted Naruto's shoulders sympathetically. Don't worry. You won't have any ninja stuff to get in the way. Who knows? Maybe you'll be able to teach me a few things when you return. Naruto smiled as he looked up to the rosette. Yeah. Maybe I will. Sakura and Naruto parted after that. The kunoichi gave Naruto a hug while trying her best not to sound too sad. The blonde had wormed his way into her life. Even during his absence with Jiraiya, she had thought about him. To her, Naruto was a beacon of hope for her. He had been the one to go above and beyond the call and try and save Sasuke. He had been the one to comfort her when Team 7 was torn asunder by Sasuke's betrayal. He had been one of the few constants in her life, and a wonderful and true friend. Now he was leaving, and this time no communication methods outside of space and time manipulation would be able to reach him. As she watched the blonde head down the road to his apartment, likely to get the rest of his belongings packed and get some sleep, she couldn't help but wonder how one individual was able to take so much and endure. She wanted to call out to him and comfort him, let him know that no matter what, she'd always be willing to help him. She'd always be willing to be a shoulder for him when he had no one else to console in. She never did though. Why? She wasn't sure. Maybe, she thought, if she didn't, it would be easier for him to leave. The less of a connection he had here, the less it would hurt for him to leave the village. Heading back to her own home, she thought about these things. She'd be up early tomorrow so that she could see him off with Tsunade-sama and anyone else who knew of his departure. After all, even Naruto himself wasn't sure how long he would be gone. Who knew when she would see him next? The following morning came with the first rays of sun for Naruto. He groaned a bit before attempting to turn of his alarm clock. After several attempts, all which resulted in missing the clock completely, he managed to grab a hold of the damned contraption and fling it across his bedroom. Followed by the pleasant sound of it hitting the wall and breaking. He forced himself to a sitting position, and smacked his lips a few times while rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. He stood up, and took a quick survey of his room. It was completely barren. Not that he had much to begin with, but most of it was packed away in several storage scrolls. The apartment was, for the most part, empty. Standing up, he picked up a scroll he left on the floor, and unrolled it. Looking to his bed, he made a few hand seals before it too disappeared into the scroll. He grabbed a towel and a bar of soap, and headed towards the bathroom for a shower. He finished cleaning himself within 5 minutes, and was dressed in the green uniform that Tsunade had given him yesterday, claiming it to be a school uniform. I'm already getting a bad feeling about this place," Naruto commented as he looked at himself through the reflection in his window. Green. Not a spot of orange on it. Horrible fashion sense on the school's part. He tucked away the last of his storage scrolls, and put them in his travel pack. Whatever he didn't need once he got to school would be kept safely inside the rolled pieces of paper. He took one last look at his room before closing the door and locking it. He was at the village gates within 10 minutes' time, and was surprised to see Sakura, Yamato, Sai, and Kakashi waiting there with Tsunade and Shizune. He felt his chest tighten when he saw that both Kakashi and Tsunade had packages wrapped in paper with ribbons. "Hey," Naruto said, giving the group a smile. "I guess it's almost time for me to go." Tsunade gave him a weak smile. "Yes, but we wanted to see you off first. Here." She handed him the package in her arms. "It's got a few things I want you to open later when you're all settled in at the academy. There's also a gift from Shizune and I. Think of it as an early birthday gift from the two of us." Naruto grinned. "You didn't have to do that for me." Tsunade just laughed. "Please, I'm practically your grandmother. Think of it as an obligation of family members, haha." Shizune, who was biting her lip a little, walked towards Naruto. The blonde was surprised when she pulled him into a hug. "You stay safe, Naruto. Promise us that you'll take care of yourself, okay?" Naruto blinked, surprised by the usually timid medic Nin's sudden actions. "Of course. Shizune Nichan." She sniffled a bit before pulling away. "Good." Sakura was tearing up as well, but she was also smiling. "Baka." She pulled him into a hug as well. "I don't think I need to repeat myself for Shizune, so just make sure you don't get into too much trouble. I'll find out if you do." Naruto laughed. "Right, Sakura-chan." He returned her hug and spoke. "Keep getting stronger while I'm gone. Konoha's going to need that freakish strength of yours in the future." "I'll pretend you didn't just call my strength freakish," she laughed. "I'll keep Konoha safe while you're away. I promise." Naruto eventually let go of his teammate, and looked to Kakashi. The silver-haired Junin had a smile on his face, though Naruto could only tell because of the subtle closing of his one visible eye. "All right, Naruto, there's a gift from Sakura and I, and one from Yamato and Sai. You can open it now if you want." Naruto took the parcel from his one-time sensei, and peeled away the wrapping paper. His eyes widened when he saw the contents within the box. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto held in his hands a fairly large book. It was labeled, Advanced Techniques of Konoha, and had the kanji for the 5 elements on the cover. That wasn't what made him tear up though. There was also a framed picture of Team Kakashi taken a day after Naruto had come back from his training with Jiraiya. Sakura and Naruto stood in front of Kakashi while he had a hand resting on either of their shoulders. The three were all smiling like it was going out of style, and it had been taken at Training Ground 7. "Thanks." Naruto spoke, unable to say more. Yamato smiled. "That book is for Chunin to Junin level shinobi, so I think you'll have your homework cut out for you if you want to learn any techniques from it." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "I thought I wasn't allowed to do any training while I'm away aside from taijutsu." Tsunade smirked. "I said you can't be seen using anything other than taijutsu. I never said anything against training in secret." "Oh." Naruto scratched his head, a bit embarrassed for not realizing that sooner. He had been so bummed out with not being able to use chakra outside of hand-to-hand. Naruto looked to the one person who hadn't said anything since he arrived. Sai had a confused look on his face, and wasn't meeting Naruto's eyes. "What's wrong, Sai?" Naruto asked with a grin. "I'm not sure what to do in this kind of situation. I never got to the part in the book that talks about saying goodbye to friends who you won't see for a long time." Naruto just laughed, and extended his hand. Sai looked to the open palm, and then to Naruto before smiling and taking his hand and shaking it. Keep working on your social skills, Sai. Naruto joked, I'll be back someday. I promise. I'll hold you to that, then. Sai replied. The two were interrupted by the sound of a dull hum. They looked to see a large seal light up in front of the road that lead out of the village. The light grew brighter while the humming grew fainter before a sudden flash of light blinded the group temporarily. They're here already? Tsunade asked. She had set the seal outside the gate no more than 10 minutes ago. She hadn't expected Naruto's ride to be here for another 15 minutes or so. The sound of a low rumbling could be heard, and the group turned to see a giant metal thing on wheels heading towards the gate entrance as it rolled through what looked like a portal of white light. It stopped with a hiss, and what appeared to be a door into the massive contraption opened. Is that a train? Naruto asked. He'd seen trains before, even a crane when he was in Wave protecting the bridge. This was different though. He had never seen such a weird-looking machine before. That's a bus, I think. Tsunade spoke. It's earlier than I expected. Naruto looked to the group of friends, and gave a wave goodbye to them. I guess I'll be seeing you all later. Tsunade took a few steps forward, and wrapped her arms around the boy. Bye, Naruto. Maybe when you come back you'll be ready to take over for me. You bet. Naruto chuckled, despite the tears pricking his eyes. I'll miss you, Ba-chan. Not as much I'll miss you. She replied. She held him a bit longer before placing a kiss on his forehead and then brushing away a few tears. Gah, I'm getting too soft. Haha, that's because you're old. The Jinchuriki joked. That earned him a light swat on the head, followed by another hug and a demand for him to promise to be safe. Naruto again promised that he would take care of himself, and that he would do his best. Tsunade didn't seem to be ready to let go though. She held him a little tighter as she spoke. If you ever run into trouble, send a toad to me, okay? I promise I'll do everything I can to help if. Ba-chan, I'll be okay, yeesh. I mean it. Tsunade continued. I'd hate to lose you too. You're the most important man in my life right now, Naruto. She gripped his shirt tightly. I know you said so already, but promise me one more time that you'll take care of yourself. Naruto smiled a bit as he sighed. I promise, Ba-chan. Tsunade smiled a bit. Good. She slowly let go, tears in her eyes. As Naruto headed towards the bus, the 6 shinobi all waved goodbye. The bus drove off with a rumble. A small cloud of gas escaping from the muffler as it turned back into the portal and disappeared with a flash of light. The seal hummed a few times before fading away, the scroll rolling back up in the process. Tsunade picked up the dimensional travel scroll, and held it close to her. We'll miss you, Gaki. Sukune Aono had been a bit confused when the bus driver, whom was already disturbing Na by himself, said they needed to make a quick stop to a nearby town to pick up another new student. The boy was relieved when he heard that he wouldn't be traveling alone to Yukai Academy. When a bright light suddenly shined all around the bus, Sukune was worried that something bad had happened. He recalled that they had driven through a tunnel, but he didn't expect to have his eyes assaulted by a blinding flash. When he finally regained his vision, he found they were in a forested area. A giant wooden gate stood before the bus. It looked to be something from a few centuries ago. He noted a small group of people were standing at the gate's entrance, and that a blonde-haired boy in the same school uniform that he wore was heading towards the bus. As the blonde entered the vehicle, he noticed that the boy was continually looking towards the people that he had been saying goodbye to. He was frowning, and looked anything but happy to be leaving. Must be from a small town. Probably no. Happy with the idea of leaving his family. Sukune thought. When the boy finally looked for a spot to sit on the bus, Sukune waved to him. Naruto seemed to look him over before smiling a little and taking a spot across from him. Hi, I'm Sukune Aono. Naruto gave a nod to the boy, Naruto Uzumaki. He looked at the bus a bit before speaking again. So, any idea where this bus is taking us? No clue. I never heard of Yukai Academy before. Nope. As far as I know, we could be heading towards the northern regions of Kumogakure. Sukune's head tilted to the side. Kumo. Gakure. Naruto laughed. Haha, sorry, it's a small little village north of where I live. Lots of mountains, not much else, he he he. Sukune gave a look of understanding. Oh. Haha, okay. So, how did you get into this place? Naruto wanted to say that it was because he had a demon inside of him and needed a safe haven from a bunch of powerful criminals who were after him, but he recalled the excuse Tsunade told him to use. Oh, well, I heard this place has a good program, and I figured I'd give it a look. It was either that or I go and work as a farmer. My grandma says I need to get out and see the world. I hear you. I flunked the high school exams, but somehow this place let me in. Sukune gave a sigh. I just hope it won't be too awkward getting adjusted to this place. I've never lived on my own before. You get used to it. Naruto said absent-mindedly. You lived on your own. Naruto realized his little slip. Why yeah, well, my grandmother lives in a nursing home, and I'm an orphan. I visit her a lot, though, so it's all good. So, were the rest of those people friends of yours? Naruto nodded. Yeah, a few classmates and old teachers. They're staying home. Sukune grinned. Wow, you sound like you live in a pretty isolated area. You could say that. Naruto laughed a little. This Sukune guy seemed alright. Nothing extraordinary about him as far as first impressions go. Apparently Sukune's parents were set on him going to a high school, and he had no other options but this academy. The trip went by quickly with the two boys keeping each other company. Eventually they drove through a rather long tunnel. After they reached the end of the massive road underneath the large hillside and came to a stop, they looked outside to see. Holy crap, where the hell are we? Naruto asked, looking to the blood-red skies. This looks like something out of one of those horror movies that Ero-Sennin took me to. Sukune was having similar thoughts. Maybe we're just stopping for a rest. Alright, boys, here's your stop. Haha. Better be careful. Yukai Academy is a very scary place. Hehehehe. Quote. The ominous laughter of the bus driver D. Not help the duo feel any better about the place. As the bus drove off, the two boys dropped their bags and took in the dreary scenery. Not a single one of these trees has leaves on them. Naruto noted. What kind of messed up place is this? Sukune didn't seem to have an answer. I think they've made a mistake. We can't possibly be at the right place. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you hear about only in ghost stories and such. Quote. Naruto reached into a pocket of his school uniform, holding tightly to a kunai he had stashed away just in case something bad happened. The rest of his weapons were stored into scrolls that he didn't have immediate access to. Sukune. I think coming through. Naruto instinctively jumped to the side and rolled just in time to see a girl on a bike crash into Sukune. Part of the blonde felt bad for jumping away and not helping Sukune out back there, but, well, sometimes shinobi reflexes just did that to a person. Naruto ran over to the pair. Are you two alright? Sukune rubbed his head where a nasty gash could be seen, a little blood trickling down his forehead. Yeah, but my head is really hurting right now. The girl let out a gasp. Oh, you've been hurt. She reached into a pocket and pulled out a cloth. I'm sorry for not seeing you. I'm anemic, and my eyesight goes fuzzy sometimes. She sniffed around Sukune a bit before letting out a tiny breath. Oh. That smell. Quote. Huh? Sukune asked, his face turning red as the girl leaned in closer to him. Your blood. It smells so wonderful. What are you? I'm sorry, but when I smell blood like this. I can't keep myself under control, the girl continued, drawing even nearer. Naruto, who was watching this whole scene unfold, was unsure whether he should get the girl away from Sukune or give the two some space and leave. He banked on the third option of just watching quietly. You see, the girl went on, nearing his neck, I'm a vampire. The girl, who Naruto noted had beautiful pink hair, not unlike Sakura's, bit down on Sukune's neck and began to suck on the boy's neck. Sukune was freaking out while flailing his arms wildly. Naruto had taken a step back, kunai drawn but just as unsure of what to do as the dark-haired boy was being drained of blood. Eventually, the girl drew away from Sukune, licking her lips in a cute manner while Sukune had managed to get up, rambling on about being bitten by a vampire and monsters and whatnot. Wait. What? Naruto asked, seeing as Sukune was still a bit delirious from just having his blood drained from him. Why you mean you're a vampire? Like, live in a coffin, turn into a bat, and hate garlic and cross as vampire. The girl smiled a little. Yes, I am. Well, I don't like garlic. But it's not like it's harmful or anything. I prefer sleeping in a bed, not a coffin, and I don't hate crosses. I wear a rosary, in fact, she explained, pointing to the rosary on her neck. She then turned to Sukune, who had managed to settle down a bit. Thanks for the wonderful treat. It was really tasty. You're welcome. Sukune managed to say, oh, I'm sorry. The girl apologized. I'm Mocha Akashiya. Sukune Aono. Naruto, who had tucked his kunai away, nodded. Naruto Uzumaki. He looked to see Sukune was staring at the girl with glossy eyes. He couldn't really blame him. The girl was cute. Incredibly cute. A minute or two later, after Sukune got both the bite wound and gash on his head cleaned up and bandaged, the three made their way towards the giant mansion that looked to be straight out of a horror flick. So, you hate my kind, don't you? Sukune and Naruto both looked to Mocha. Vampires, I mean, you hate them, right? Naruto and Sukune both looked to each other before forcing out laughs. Haha, what gave you that idea? Sukune nodded. Why yeah, I mean, vampires are pretty unique, so why would we possibly hate them, hey. Oh, that's great. Mocha beamed, her eyes shining in a way that had the two boys feeling weak at the knees. If it's not a problem, can we be friends then? Naruto grinned. Vampire or not, she seems like a sweet girl. I don't think I'd have the heart to tell her no. Then again, maybe she's just a little nuts in the head and thinks she's a vampire. Probably best if I don't bring it up again. She could have rabies or something. Sukune nodded while laughing nervously. Yeah, of course we can. The three made their way into the school, parting to find their home rooms. Naruto strolled the halls, looking for his designated room. When he managed to find it, he walked in, only to see Sukune seated among the desks. Naruto grinned. Sukune, hey. The dark-haired boy looked up, and waved. Naruto. Looks like we have the same homeroom. Neat. Naruto took an open seat to the boy's left, waiting for the rest of the classroom to fill up. The two chatted about the rather odd school. As far as the two saw it, having graveyards around the campus of a school was quite taboo. Naruto knew some cultures honored their long-deceased ancestors, but there had to be a line being crossed here with burying them out in the front of the school. The room was soon full of chatting students when the teacher walked in. The spectacled blonde woman smiled brightly before speaking. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Yukai Academy. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shizuka Nekonon. Pleased to meet all of you. She seems nice. Maybe this won't be so bad. I mean, if Sukune's here, then at least I'll know a few students here. Naruto thought to himself. Now, even though you all already know this, Yukai Academy is a school for monsters to attend. Nekonon continued. The look on the FACES of Naruto and Sukune would have been perfect for a freeze-frame shot to put on a card later. Naruto's face had become something between a grin and a silent scream while Sukune simply went slack-jawed with his right eye twitching a little. You see, the current situation with Earth is that the humans have gained control of it. As such, we must peacefully coexist with them if we wish to continue to survive. This school will therefore help all of monsters. Naruto looked around the room, fingers over his jacket pocket where he kept a few kunai. So, I'm completely surrounded by monsters. Seriously, what? Monsters? What is she talking about? What does she mean by monsters? Sukune thought as he looked around the classroom. He eyed Naruto, only to see that the blonde wasn't faring much better. He was huddled up a bit, but Sukune could tell that his fellow classmate was just as uninformed about this information. Hey, teacher, why don't we just eat all the months instead of bothering with this coexistence crap? Spoke a tall, rather burly-looking male student in front of the two. Well, maybe with the women we could. He didn't finish his sentence. EAD licking his lips a bit while a few of the other males laughed and the women in the classroom gave disgusted looks. Sick bastard. The large male turned around while glaring daggers at Naruto. You say something, punk. Naruto didn't flinch. Yeah, I didn't stutter, did I? Do you know who you're talking to? I don't think you do, you little twerp. The male student stood up and looked to him. I'm Seizu Komiya. And if you know what's good for you, then you'll shut up and please stop. Let's not have a fight on our first day here. Nekonon spoke out, her face etched with worry. Even if she was the teacher, she didn't really believe she'd have the power to break up a fight between the two boys. The last thing she wanted was someone to get hurt right off the bat. Naruto and Saizo, you both looked forward before Seizu let out a growl and sat back down, still glaring at the blonde the whole time. Right, Nekonon sighed a bit before going on the topic of humans, there are actually no humans on campus. If there were any humans with knowledge of this place, then they would receive death as punishment for discovering this secret and sacred realm. Sukune was feeling a bit faint right now. He was just about ready to try and break up a fight between Naruto and some gigantic guy. Luckily, Nekonon managed to get a hold of things before they escalated. Oh, is this the right classroom? The class turned towards the door, and the majority of the male students all let out gasps, cat calls, whistles, or howls as Mocha Akashiya walked in. She looked around a bit before spotting Sukune and Naruto. Sukune, Naruto. She walked over to the two, and hugged Sukune before taking a seat next to him. She leaned forward to wave to Naruto, who waved back as well, a cheesy grin on his face. Who the hell do those two think they are? She's so beautiful, why do they get to be treated so nicely? The two boys could feel killer intent being aimed towards them as the boys in the room grumbled about not receiving affections from Mocha. When Nekonon dismissed them for the day to get to know the campus better, the trio set about the halls, following Mocha the whole while. The vampire girl was quite joyful. They noted, she seemed so happy just to be with the two. Naruto noted, however, that her arm was continually holding Sukune's. He didn't get jealous though. He could tell that it wasn't his business. He hardly knew the girl, anyway. He was just glad the two were friendly to him. Naruto, what do you think of this place so far? Mocha asked as she was practical. Why dragging Sukune by the hand as the boy struggled to keep up? Huh, Naruto tapped his chin. It's definitely different from what I'm used to. Sukune laughed. Yeah, it's different all right. The two continued down the halls a bit before a figure stepped out in front of them. Naruto looked to see none other than Seizu standing before them, a smug grin on his face. Hey there, Seizu said, his grin directed to Mocha. You must be Mocha Akashiya. I'm Seizu Komiya. Hi, Mocha spoke, waving a little. So, Seizu suddenly picked Sukune up by the collar, glancing at him for a moment before tossing him aside. What's a beautiful girl like you doing hanging out with worthless chumps like these two? He gave Naruto a smirk before looking back to the girl. Well, and Naruto and Sukune-kun aren't worthless. You should be spending time with a guy like me. I'm much more fun to hang out with than these two could ever hope to be. What do you say? Mocha looked to Sukune and Naruto before shaking her head. No thanks, but I'm having fun with them right now. You shouldn't waste time on. Naruto was before Seizu in an instant. The hulking teen blinked before looking down at the blonde. Huh. What do you want? Mocha just told you she'd rather spend time with us. Naruto spoke, looking up to the man, not flinching as Seizu leered at him. Don't start harassing her about it, Seizu. Mocha helped Sukune up, and tugged on Naruto's uniform. Let's go, Naruto. Okay. Naruto nodded. Alright, Mocha. He turned around to follow the Rosette and Sukune. But not before shooting Seizu a look clearly warning him to back off. Seizu growled a bit before looking to Mocha again. His frown soon became a smile though. He chuckled deeply. There was no way he would allow such a lovely young girl to escape his grasp. Not if he could help it. Naruto and Sukune had lunch with Mocha before they left to go to their dorms. Naruto and Sukune found that the theme of tombstones, dead trees, and the ever-present feeling of cliché horror film continued with the students' homes. I'm not sure that it's right to bury your dead in the front of a living hall. Sukune spoke in a hushed tone. You ever hear of this before, Naruto? No, our dead are usually burned or buried in a cemetery in our village. So, Sukune began as he looked down the hall. Think this monster stuff that our teacher was going on about is possibly true? Naruto shook his head. I really don't know. I mean, it makes sense, in a way. Mocha biting you and saying she's a vampire. Well, Sukune looked around a second time. I'm a human. Naruto's eyes widened before he smiled, a look of relief on his face. Seriously. Oh, good. I was worried for a minute that if I was alone. Here. He paused while assuming a confused look. I wonder if Ba-chan knew about this. So, you're human too? Sukune asked tentatively. Naruto gave a quick nod. Yep, just a human being. Not a single bit of vampire or troll or whatever in me. He scratched his head a bit. I still don't understand why she would send me here if she knew the risk I was being put in. My dog. D just said he found a pamphlet for this school by pure chance. He said that some creepy guy walking by dropped it. Sukune tapped his chin. Not really a good choice on his part. So, what do we do? We're not monsters, Naruto asked. Well, he wasn't a monster, but he did hold a demon within him. He had long come to grips with the Kyuubi being a part of him. He was a Jinchuriki, a human with a demon inside him. I don't know. I don't want to get caught. Sukune spoke. I mean, just imagine what would happen if we get found out. Naruto gave a nod of agreement. Yeah, I'm not too thrilled. About the idea of being killed for finding out about this place. I think I may give the school a withdrawal notice. Sukune stated quietly. Really? Yeah, this place isn't for me to begin with. Sukune looked to Naruto. You should do the same. Sukune decided to not cry. Oh. Thinking about it made him think about Mocha. He hardly knew the girl, but something about her just drew the boy to her. He wasn't sure what, but it was bothering him. Not only that, but Naruto was a genuinely cool guy from what he'd taken in. Maybe he'd give this place a day before deciding to leave. Abe the monster thing was just a weird little prank to play on the first-year students. He shrugged his shoulders. I guess I can trust you enough, but you're not going to tell anyone that I'm human, are you? Naruto smiled. Only if you promise not to tell on me as well. Sure. Awesome. Naruto gave the boy a nod. So, what should we do now? Yeah, that's true. Naruto could pull this off. He was a shinobi, after all. Deception was a key element to being a ninja. Naruto preferred being upfront about things, but this was something different. This wasn't a normal mission. This was something that would ensure he wouldn't be found by Akatsuki. He had to blend in. Sukune and Naruto ended up finding their rooms in the dorm to be only a short distance from each other within the same wing. Naruto took the key to his room and unlocked his door. Dumping his backpack, he took in the condition of his room, and gave an approving nod. At least there's no spiderwebs or anything like that. The blonde decided to go for a stroll through the campus to get a good look at the place. After all, he wanted to find out where he could train without being seen, and to do so meant knowing where all the public buildings were located. He was strolling through by a randomly placed cemetery when he heard something. Stopping, he listened and tried to make out the sound. A voice, somewhere further in the cemetery. It sounded like crying. He headed towards what sounded like a girl crying. About a minute's worth of walking found him stopping near a small clearing in a wooded area bordering the cemetery. He looked, and sure enough it was a girl crying. She appeared to be holding her ankle, and looked to be in mild pain. Are you okay? Naruto called out. The girl let out a gasp as she turned towards Naruto. The girl looked up, her eyes wide as she took in the boy before her. Naruto noted that she had the faintest hue of purple in her irises as she made eye contact with him. Her hair was a bright blue, and she wore a yellow sweater vest over the standard school undershirt. Among other things, her physical figure was clearly like that of a certain Godime Hokage, very well endowed. Her eyes lit up. Oh, you scared me. I was just walking around, and I tripped over a root. I think I sprained my ankle. Do you think you could help me? Naruto felt himself becoming entranced as her eyes met with his. Why yeah. I suppose. I'm new here, though, so I'm not too familiar with the campus. The girl smiled. Hee, I guess that makes two of us. She got up and took his hand. I'm Kurumu Kurono. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. He grinned. I think I know the way out of here, so just stay with me. Helping her up gently, he helped her walk out of the woods. He had insisted on carrying her, but she waved a hand, assuring him she was capable of using at least one of her feet. Sure enough, in only a minute's time the two were leaving the woods and heading towards campus. Say, Kurumu. What were you doing out in the woods anyway? Kurumu looked to the blonde while smiling. Oh, I just wanted to get some fresh air. That's all. Her smile dropped a bit. I guess I wasn't paying attention. Oh, Naruto noted that she had somehow managed to slip both her arms around his. So, what do you think of the academy so far? Oh, I love it here. All the boys are so nice to me. It's hard to be popular though. She giggled. None of them have ever helped me like you though. It's really sweet of you. She winked cutely while Naruto felt his face flush a little while he sported his trademark grin. Hehehe, I'm just helping someone in need. Think nothing of it. The two managed to get Kurumu to the nurse's office near the campus. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the girl walked out of the office with a pair of crutches. So, how bad is it? Naruto asked as she walked over to him. She smiled. It's not serious. Just a minor sprain. I should be able to walk in a few days as long as I take it easy on the foot. That's good. Naruto sighed. So, I guess I'll be seeing you around. Kurumu nodded. Yeah, it was nice meeting you, Naruto-kun. The girl walked down the road back to the girls' dorms. Naruto watching her for a short while before making his way back to his own dorm. Wow, she sure is pretty. Naruto thought. I almost felt like I was in a genjutsu when I was looking into her eyes. Shaking his head and chuckling, Naruto reminded himself that these students weren't ninja monsters. Well, he wasn't sure on that, but he remembered Tsunade stating that the students here didn't use chakra like he did. Keeping that in mind, Naruto headed up the stairs to his floor. Maybe this place wasn't so bad. He'd just have to see after classes started what this place would be like for him. As Naruto neared his room, he saw that Sukune's door was open. He knocked on the open door, and Sukune, who was sitting on his bed with a paper in his hand, looked up. Hey, Naruto. Sukune greeted glumly. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's up, Sukune? Sukune placed the paper on top of the dresser by his bed. I'm thinking of filling this out. Naruto frowned. Really? The blonde looked to the paper on the dresser labeled, withdrawal notification. Yeah, I think it'll be safer if I'm not here. I ran into Mocha, and she told me a bit more about her being a vampire. Apparently that rosary around her neck seals away her true form. She says her true form is really scary and evil, though I think she was joking with the evil part. Naruto laughed a bit. She sure has taken a liking to you. I'd be hard-pressed to leave if I was you, haha. Sukune smiled a bit. Yeah, she's really nice, even if she hardly knows me. He shook his head. She bit me again and drank my blood. I think she's telling the truth about the whole vampire thing. The Jinchuriki chuckled a bit. Sexy. Sukune frowned at Naruto's teasing. Yeah, well, after that happened I ran int. Oh, that Seizu guy you were arguing with in class today. He said I better stay away from Mocha or he'd make me pay. What did you say? The blonde asked, all joking gone from his voice. Well, he asked what kind of monster I am, and well. Naruto didn't like the pause. Well, what? I said I was a vampire. Sukune nodded. Why yeah. He got really pissed. He looked ready to kill me or something. But left saying I should stay away from Mocha or else he'd end me. You aren't seriously going to let him bully you like that, are you? Well, he is big, and he could snap me like a twig. His arm got all weird and muscular too. I think that maybe he was letting some of his true self appear. It shattered a hole in a stone wall when he punched it. Sukune, you can't let guys like that push you around. Otherwise they'll just keep doing it. Naruto sighed. He punched through a stone wall. Yeah, well, when someone gets on your case like that, there's only one thing you can do. Sukune's expression became one of confusion. There is. What? Kick their ass, that's what. Naruto crowed, clenching his fist. Even if they beat you up, they'll leave you alone because you stood up to them. Bullies like that tend to just bother those that don't stand up for themselves. I bet if you had decked him in the jaw, he would have probably left you alone. He looked like he was ready to rip my head off. Sukune murmured. I got a bad feeling about that guy. Naruto decided not to press further on the matter. It was Sukune's choice, after all. Well, just don't make the decision because of Seizu. If he gives you any more trouble, I'll be there to help you, alright? Hey, thanks, Naruto. Sukune smiled a little. I'll think about it. I have until the end of the day to decide on this. It's only 2:30, so I've got time. The boy decided to change the subject. So, where did you go? Naruto proceeded to tell Sukune about his little walk around campus, and how he ran in to a super cute girl in the woods outside of school. As he described the girl to him, Sukune couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Hey, I got to admit, Naruto, I'm jealous. Maybe you'll luck out and have her in a class. The blonde chuckled. I doubt it. I mean, she said she's super popular, and I was never the kind of guy to attract attention from those kinds of girls. Well, at least I was never one to attract the good kind of attention from them. The two talked for a bit longer before Naruto left, stating he wanted to get his room organized. Sukune found himself once again looking at the withdrawal notice for Yukai Academy. Two sides presented themselves to the boy. On one hand, if he left the academy, he'd be safely back at home. No scary freaks attacking him and punching holes in walls. He wouldn't have to deal with the creepy atmosphere of the school, and risk being found out. However, he wouldn't be able to see Mocha anymore, and that was a real downside in his opinion. He found that he wanted to know her better. That, and Naruto seemed to be a real cool guy. He didn't have many good friends back home, and he had found himself hitting it off well with the charismatic blonde. On the other hand, if Sukune stayed, he'd have to deal with Seizu, as well as all the other negatives of being here. He'd be possibly risking his life, and he didn't like the idea of being killed very much. Still, he'd be able to spend time with Mocha and Naruto, who was also a human like him. I want to make friends, but I don't know if it's safe here. Sukune mumbled, taking a final look at the pamphlet. He let out a held breath and looked out the window of his dorm room. It was probably going on to 3. He got up and picked up his travel bag before leaving the room, his mind made up. I am working on my other stories as well. Don't worry. Envy and Illusions. Rosario Vampire is the property of Akihisa Ikeda. Although, one could claim that Sukune is property of Mocha, since she seems to have such a tight leash on the boy's thoughts. Yeah, anyway, moving on. Rosario Jinchuriki. Chapter 2. Envy and Illusions. Naruto took a good look at his room, grinning triumphantly at the small feat he had made in organizing his new living space. Tsunade would have been proud. He even put on fresh sheets. I wonder if the bed's too big. Naruto mused while scratching his chin. The bed took up roughly a third of his entire room. He loved his bed though, having switched out the one provided by the dorms for his own. It was much nicer, and from what he read in the student handbook, there were no rules against doing such. Plopping onto the giant bed, he sighed in contentment. The bed reminded him of his rather cramped living space he had back in Konoha. Of the wonderful view he had outside his window, and the way the sun shined down on the small village in the morning during the spring. He could picture the birds flying through the sky as he shook his head, feeling the familiar sadness creeping up on him. No sense in dwelling on things that couldn't be helped. He was on a mission, in a way. A mission to preserve himself from danger. If he screwed this up, well, then Konoha, along with the other elemental countries, would be screwed. I wonder if the cafeteria's open right now. Naruto thought aloud. Hopping off his bed, he left his room, locking his door and exiting the residence hall. He tried to recall the mess hall's location, and after 2 minutes of reaching no answer in his mind, gave up and decided to wing it. He'd run into it eventually. Ya, Sukune, are you alright? Naruto's head whipped around towards a small graveyard. He hopped over a stone fence, and looked around. He recognized that voice. Mocha. Naruto spoke, seeing the vampire girl cradling a boy that appeared to be Sukune in her arms. That wasn't what had the majority of his attention though. He had no clue what the hell it was, but there was a hulking figure standing over the two. Muscles covering every square inch of its body. It seemed to be closing in on Mocha, laughing as she struggled to protect the fallen form of Sukune while trying to keep away from the beast. Naruto dug into a pocket and pulled out a small scroll. He nodded to himself before pulling out his Hite from one of his pocket and taking off his school uniform. He'd been hoping to get a workout in today anyway. May as well take advantage of the situation. Mocha trembled as the rank breath of Seizu washed over her. Looking down to Sukune, she spoke quietly, "Sukune, I'm so sorry. I didn't want this to happen to you. Even if you are a human." She sobbed quietly. "I think that, even with all the trouble I've had with humans in the human world, all I ever wanted was to make a true friend." Sukune coughed a bit, blood dribbling down his chin from the rather powerful strike Seizu had dealt him while in his true form. "Mocha, I know that I may not be much as far as guys go. I also know that it was wrong of me to get angry at you and storm off to leave Yukai Academy like that." He breathed quietly while opening his eyes a little. The truth is, Mocha, I want to be your friend too." Mocha's eyes widened as she took in a sharp breath. He wanted to be friends with her, even if they were different. She sniffled a bit. "Thank you, Sukune. That means a lot to me." "Hey, are you still crying over that wimp?" Seizu laughed, walking over to the pair, his tongue hanging out of his mouth a bit. Mocha, don't you see that I'm the only guy for you? Even if you don't like it, I'm going to have my way with you." He sneered as she backed away a bit while holding Sukune close to her. "This is going to be a fun little violation of school rules, haha. Please just leave us alone, Seizu. This is just horrible, what you're doing, and..." Whoosh, schluck, gah, son of a bitch. Seizu roared in pain as he yanked an odd object out of his right shoulder. He studied it for a moment before raising an eyebrow. "What the hell is this? It's almost like one of those ninja throwing stars. It's called a demon wind shuriken, dumbass." Seizu and Mocha both looked up to a tree where the voice seemed to be coming from. A figure could be standing on one of the larger limbs of the dead tree, another one of the large projectile weapons in hand. "You bastard. I was wondering if I'd run into you again." Naruto hopped down from the tree, school jacket tied around his waist and Hite tied around his forehead. "Yeah, and I told you to stop harassing Mocha-chan. Now you go and injure one of my friends. And attempt to something like that to Mocha." Naruto got into a ready stance. "Look, I don't know what you think the proper way to treat a lady is, bu. Rape and abuse are definitely not on my top 5. Naruto hopped to the side, flipping back and pushing off the ground with a single hand while chucking the other shuriken in his other hand. Seizu managed to sidestep the projectile, sustaining only a minor cut on his arm. He glared at the blonde while Naruto just stood in place, pulling a kunai out of his pant pocket. "You know, Seizu, maybe if you weren't so bulky you'd be able to land a hit on me." I said shut the hell up. Mocha watched in horror as Seizu stampeded towards her only other friend on campus. She cried out his name while trying to help Sukune out. "Mocha, Sukune, just hold on, I'm going to get us." Sukune's hand grasped her shoulder weakly. "I'm sorry I couldn't help more. Looks like Naruto's got this under control." His shoulder began to slide off her shoulder. "Why you should get out of here." The boy's hand slipped around her rosary, and gripped it tightly. "Sukune, just rest, wheel." Snap. Naruto froze in place for a moment, feeling a powerful and rather unsettling presence suddenly make itself known to him. It was different from chakra, though he sensed some powerful killer intent behind it. Turning around for a moment, he noted that Mocha and Sukune were unharmed, though. "What happened to Mocha's hair?" Naruto questioned. Naruto's question was answered by the very person he was fighting, and no way. "Mocha's a vampire," he growled, looking back to Naruto. "Damn it. I'll finish you off first, then take care of her." The gargantuan monster charged straight towards Naruto, intent on obliterating the blonde with his immense power. Naruto just shifted his footing a bit while smirking a little. This guy was too predictable. Charging straight towards him. Rookie mistake. Naruto was behind Seizu a second later, kunai still in hand. Seizu stopped his running, falling to his knees as blood spurted out of both his shoulders. His arms hung limply at his sides, not responding as he tried to move them. "What the hell did you do to my arms?" Naruto just shrugged. I guess I cut into a tendon or something. Seizu snapped, damn you. Naruto frowned, charging again. A second Naruto appeared out of thin air. The two blondes formed a glowing ball in their hands, which began to spin wildly, the blue light spiraling at high speeds as the Naruto shadow clone vanished. Seizu eared back a foot to nail Naruto in the jaw with a well-placed kick. The blonde ran at the monster while pulling back the arm holding his Rasengan. Eat this, jerk. Rasengan. Seizu was blasted back by a blinding flash of blue light. He felt something akin to being hit by a speeding car hit him in the chest as he crashed through several trees and a grave or two. Naruto smirked as his opponent groaned in pain. Walking towards the crumpled heap, the blonde sighed, "Are you done now, Seizu? I didn't even put half of what I could have into that attack. Just give it up already." The shinobi Sion was answered by a bellowing roar from the gigantic beast. Seizu jumped up, raising a foot to squash the blonde before him. Naruto was ready to make a quick kawarimi, but the need never came. AF. Lash of silver and green leapt in front of Naruto. "I'll finish this, Naruto." Naruto looked to the one who had interrupted their fight. Even Seizu had paused in his attack, standing lopsidedly with one foot raised in the air. "Mocha, is that you?" Mocha turned to the blonde, her blazing irises locking with his sapphire ones. "You seem to be surprised. Did you expect anything different from a vampire?" Her fanged smirk sent a chill down his spine, but it wasn't an entirely bad one. Mocha turned back to Seizu, her voice icy cold. "You thought you could get away with trying to violate my more sentimental self, did you? TCH, looks like I'll have to rough you up first, huh? Fine by me. Vampire or not, it makes no difference to me." Mocha's reply was a quick and rather devastating snap kick to Seizu, followed up by an elbow to the gut, and a powerful knee to the jaw. The monster flew through the air a second time, smashing into several dead trees before crashing into yet another tombstone. He didn't get up this time, having been knocked unconscious. After confirming to himself that Seizu had been knocked out, Naruto took off his headband and stuffed it into his pocket, then put his school uniform back on after dusting himself off a bit. The blonde's attention now fell upon the form of Mocha. Her hair had changed from its bright pink color to a shining silver color. Her eyes were a deep red, and her fangs seemed a bit more pronounced. Not only that, but she seemed to be a bit more developed. Are you guys alright?" Naruto asked as Mocha walked over Sukune. He helping the slowly awakening boy sit upright. "Yes, I'm unharmed," Mocha spoke, her voice a bit deeper, going along well with her slightly matured appearance. She took a few steps forward while her eyes scanned over Naruto. "You fight quite well." Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, grinning with a low chuckle. "Hey, thanks Mocha-chan." By the way, Mocha's face remained neutral as she stared at Naruto expectantly. "Yes. What happened to you? Your hair is silver, and you look, well, older." Mocha scoffed lightly. "The Mocha that you're familiar with is the Mocha that has her power suppressed. This is my true form." Naruto didn't flinch as her aura seemed to grow more powerful. "So you are a vampire. Sukune was right about your rosary." He smirked. "I really don't want to have to fight you too. You're not going to attack me or anything, are you?" Mocha's eyes narrowed while a frown marred her features. "What makes you think I would go and attack you without reason? Even so, you wouldn't stand a chance in a fight with me. It'd simply be an unfair match. I won't disgrace myself by fighting someone at your level." "You just said I fight well, didn't you?" Naruto retorted, folding his arms with a stubborn expression on his features. "Yes, you fight well for someone who isn't a vampire and is in their human disguise." Mocha clarified. "Understand this, Naruto Uzumaki, I am not like my gentler half. Don't coddle me and try to protect me. Oi, for the record, I was fighting because Sukune almost got killed, and you weren't doing anything for the longest time." Naruto didn't know what to make of this other half of Mocha. She was a polar opposite of the Mocha he knew. This Mocha almost seemed to be looking down on him. Regardless, the fact is that Sukune, being a human, wasn't able to properly defend himself against a monster like that wretch named Seizu. My sleeping self isn't able to access the powers that I have. Rosaries have that kind of affect on vampires, after all. Wait, Naruto took a step forward. How do you know about Sukune and him being human? Mocha rolled her eyes. Simple. He told me. Oh, well, never mind then. Naruto loosened up again. Ling it safe enough to let his guard down. He looked to Mocha, who was still looking to the blonde with an even gaze. Do I even get a thank you? Naruto grumbled. By now, Sukune was standing up, and had caught most of what was said between the two. He was still shocked by the sharp contrast between this Mocha and the one he had first met. Mocha-san, I'm sorry that I couldn't protect you, Sukune said quietly. Mocha turned to the boy before shaking her head. Don't waste your breath on apologies, you're just a human, after all. No ordinary human would be able to stand up to a monster. You're brave, if anything, to stand up to such a beast like Seizu. She leaned closer to him. Don't let that go to your head though. Well, she ran a hand down his cheek before continuing, don't worry. I have only just woken up, and I'm still quite tired. She picked the rosary out of Sukune's hands. Besides, I wouldn't dare hurt the person who my sleeping self seems to treasure the blood of. Okay. Sukune gulped as she pulled her hand away from his cheek. I guess that's good to hear. Very well. Mocha spoke. Until we meet again, you two had best babysit the more sentimental Mocha. Mocha pressed the rosary to her broken necklace chain, and it fused back onto her chain. Mocha's hair changed back to its pink coloring, and Mocha's physique also became more youthful. Her eyes closed as she fell forward, Sukune catching her as she passed out. Sukune began. Naruto, could you help me? Yeah, I suppose we ought to get out of here. Last thing we need is a crowd wondering who did all this damage. The young shinobi replied, helping Sukune carry Mocha to her dorm. It had been 5 days since the trio's encounter with Seizu. Naruto, Sukune, and Mocha quickly fell into the swing of things with classes. Naruto unfortunately had no prior experience with some of the subjects such as modern world history. There was no mentioning of the Great Shinobi Wars or the rise of the elemental nations. Apparently this human world had gone through 2 devastating world wars of their own, though. The human world had advanced computer systems that allowed people from different sides of the globe to communicate, and phones that could fit into a person's pocket even. Naruto had a hard time absorbing it all. It was a hard pill to swallow knowing that the most advanced wireless audios used by Anbu in Konoha were considered obsolete almost a decade ago in this world. He took it all in stride nevertheless. Naruto Uzumaki, are you listening? Naruto looked up. Naruto looked to the board, noting that Ririko-sensei had scribbled a rather complex formula on the board. Well, I'm still solving it, Ririko-sensei. Ririko gave a small smile. Naruto, if you need help studying, you know that I offer tutelage after school. Naruto waved a hand, doodling a picture of a dragon blowing flames while pretending to try and solve the formula. I know. Ririko Kagome sighed as the bell rang. All right. Class, remember to do problems 15 through 70, odds only. I want to see work, too, so be sure to indicate how you solved them. The homework will be due by the end of the week. Naruto yawned as he walked down the halls. Sukune and Mocha caught up with him in short time. Naruto-kun, you know that Sukune and I offered to study with you last night. That problem was in the practice problems for today, and you would have known them if you. Don't worry about it, Mocha-chan. Math is just boring for me. I'd rather just go to gym class all day or read some of those cool fantasy novels that Nekonomiya-sensei suggested, the blonde replied. Sukune nodded. It's a good thing that Ririko-sensei is a nice teacher. I suppose. Naruto shrugged. Well, I have gym. I'll see you guys later. Naruto had gym class separately from Mocha and Sukune. It was fun though, especially since they started the first class with a game called dodgeball. Apparently the whole point of the game was to throw rubber balls at people and make sure you don't get hit. Easy enough. Damn it, can't someone hit Uzumaki already? Yelled one of the boys on the opposite team. So far the opposing team had managed to take out almost 80% of Naruto's team, leaving the blonde and the one other decent student on his team to fend for themselves. Mizore-chan, duck, The purple-haired girl who was standing behind Naruto did so without a second thought, and the young shinobi chucked the ball in his hands for all it was worth. One unfortunate girl screamed as the ball rocketed into her stomach, sending her back before she fell over. Mizore smiled a bit. Nice throw, Naruto. Hey, thanks, Mizore-chan. You got a good arm yourself. Naruto replied. He decided that the soft-spoken girl was cool in his book. She wasn't timid though, seeing as she had managed to take out almost every person who tried to get her out. About 2 minutes later found Naruto and Mizore standing off against only 4 students, the other 6 having been taken out. I've got the redhead, Mizore spoke softly, holding a dodge ball in her hands. Naruto laughed. Fine, I'll get the big guy with the messy bangs and freckles. You mean the lanky one? Yeah, fair enough. Cover me, Mizore said with a faint smile. Same as before. Sure thing. Naruto picked up a second ball. Hat had bounced over to their side of the court. Mizore dashed to the center line, and slid forwards while ducking under a dodge ball. A second one came flying at her, too fast for her to avoid. Out of the side of her vision, another ball came flying and hit the incoming projectile, sending it harmlessly away from Mizore. Dang it, Uzumaki did it again, shouted the boy who almost took Mizore out of the game. Now, Mizore, Naruto shouted. The girl took that as her cue, and threw the ball at the red-headed girl on the opposing team. It hit the girl in the foot, causing her to fall forward. Yuto quickly followed up by chucking his ball at his designated target. The boy screamed as the ball smacked him square in the chest before bouncing off and smacking one of his teammates in the back. Haha, 2 for 1, Naruto cheered while pumping a fist. A single girl stood on the opposing side, looking awestruck at how gracefully the two had managed to take out 3 of her teammates. Just minutes ago they had outnumbered them 8-2. I'll finish this, Mizore spoke, picking up a ball that rolled over their side of the court. Naruto pouted. Come on. You got last out yesterday too. I know. Mizore smiled teasingly. You got to take out the first 4 anyway. Naruto grumbled as Mizore quickly dispatched the girl via ball to the arm as she tried to dive out of the way. Alright, students. Looks like Team A wins. Again, the gym teacher, Katsubo Okudo, spoke. Naruto laughed. Yeah, we rock, Mizore-chan. Mizore blushed a bit. Yeah, you seem to get a bit carried away with these games though, Naruto. It's just gym class. Naruto shrugged while still grinning like it was going out of style. Haha, maybe, but I can't help but love this class. I love running around and just whooping everyone else. Mizore rolled her eyes, the impish smile still on her face, I can tell. Naruto, you have quite the talent for athletics. Oh, thanks Okudo-sensei. Haha, I just do what I can. Okudo grinned. I can see that. I'm actually looking for new students athletes, and I think you'd be right at home in the athletics department. Really, I don't really know many of the sports aside from soccer. To be perfectly honest, Naruto scratched his neck while giving a sheepish grin. My home didn't have many sports like this. That's fine, but if you ever feel like joining a sport, just come talk to me. Katsubo spoke. Alright, class. That's it for today. Naruto turned back to speak to Mizore, only to see her already heading back to the girls' locker room. He frowned, but decided not to make a big deal of it. He could always talk to her next time in class. In the locker room, most of the guys avoided Naruto as much as possible. Some were whispering words like vampire, and strong, and beat up Seizu. Naruto took it in stride. Besides, it kept any jerks away that were afraid of getting the tar beaten out of them. Naruto, don't tell me you forgot to add the yeast. Haha. If I said no, would you not get mad at me? Kurumu sighed before looking at the flat loaf of bread. Naruto, this isn't what we were supposed to do. Yeast helps bread rise, and if it doesn't rise, it won't be as big and puffy, Naruto suggested, earning a flat look from the blue-haired girl. Kurumu honestly didn't mind Naruto. They got to have class twice a week together. And while he was a very kind person, he was probably capable of actually burning water if Kurumu left him to his own devices. Still, he had helped her get to the hospital to get her ankle taken care of. And while he wasn't a total moron, he had his embarrassing moments. So, being the merciful and benevolent woman that she was, she chose him for a partner after seeing him fail utterly in trying to peel potatoes. Kurumu, Naruto, did you make this? The home economics teacher looked at the piece of flatbread lying on the baking tray while Kurumu smiled nervously. Why yes, sensei. We were planning on flatbread, an unusual but interesting choice. You two get an A for today. Not too many would stray away from the usual bread and boring dishes, but flatbread could prove to be quite a nice side dish for a home-cooked meal. Great work. The teacher finished. She nodded, handing them a paper with a big A on their assignment sheet for the day. Did that just happen? Naruto asked. Kurumu looked to Naruto before laughing. Naruto, your mistake helped us. She grinned. So, shall we try some of the bread? After eating the fruits of their labor, Naruto and Yurumu left the classroom as the bell rang. The two were both done with classes for the day, which was kind of nice for the blonde. He truthfully wanted to get to know the blue-haired girl better, and now was as good an opportunity as any. So, how's your ankle? Kurumu smiled while moving her ankle in a small circle. It's healed up. Thanks again for helping me back then. Naruto gave her a thumbs up. Not a problem, Kurumu-chan. That's what friends do for each other. The two were quiet for a while after that. Kurumu eventually interrupted their comfortable silence with a question. Hey, Naruto. You know that Mocha Akashiya girl, right? Naruto turned to his side to see Kurumu giving him a curious look. Mocha-chan. Yeah, sure, she's a pretty nice girl, and she's friends with me and Sukune. What about her? Kurumu smiled a bit. Oh, nothing. It's just, she seems really close to Sukune, doesn't she? Is she friends with Sukune, too? She seems like she's familiar with him by the way she's addressing him. Naruto laughed. Haha, I suppose. They have a lot of classes together though too, so I suppose they would be pretty close, right? It's not fair. Kurumu blurted out. Naruto jumped a bit at the sudden outburst. What's not fair? Kurumu turned to Naruto, her eyes showing clear signs of anger. Mocha, and how she's loved by everyone. Well, I don't know about It's true, she's getting in the way of things. Naruto was unsure of what to make of Kurumu's sudden anger. What things? Kurumu's eyes widened, and she looked away nervously. Well, I guess what? She sighed. Never mind, Naruto-kun. Naruto wouldn't have any of that. Kurumu-chan, come on. We're friends. Tell me what the problem is. I'm sure that whatever it is, you can resolve it if you just talk to Mocha. She's a really nice girl, and I'm sure that if you told her what was on your mind she'd be willing. 2. Naruto, would you be willing to help me? The young shinobi was caught off guard. Help you? Yeah, what do you need? Quote. Kurumu bit on her lower lip, unsure of what to say. I don't want to do this to Naruto. He's a genuinely nice guy, but she thought of how Mocha had so many admirers while she had to charm all of the boys who followed her with her powers. It will just be this once. I won't do anything too drastic or serious with him. He won't remember any of it. Naruto. Yeah. Kurumu smiled a bit while her eyes seemed to almost glow. Thank you. Naruto suddenly felt dizzy, and his vision blurred a bit. Sukune, let me suck your blood. Please. It's so delicious, I think I'm becoming addicted to it. Mocha said playfully as Sukune laughed nervously. Mocha, you just drank my blood this morning. Don't you think you've had enough? No, it's so delectable. High grade, too, a full flavor, rich in vitamins, and a balance of minerals as well. You should be proud. Mocha stated matter-of-factly, so can I please drink your blood? Is that all I am, Mocha? Food. Sukune sighed. What do you mean, Sukune? Mocha asked, her smile dropping as she sensed Sukune's change in mood. Why are you always? Aha, there you are, Mocha Akashiya. Mocha and Sukune stopped what they were doing. The duo turning down the hall to see a blue-haired girl standing in the middle of the hallway behind them. Sukune raised an eyebrow. Who are you? Kurumu smiled. I'm Kurumu Kurono. The most beautiful girl in all of Yukai Academy. Hello. Mocha greeted, still unsure what to make of the situation. I already know who you are, Mocha Akashiya. Kurumu growled. You're the reason my plan to make the entire male population of this school my own personal harem isn't working. You're stealing their attention. I have no idea what you're talking about. Mocha replied, shaking her head. Listen, I'm sure there's some sort of misunderstanding here. Why don't we just talk this over in? Kurumu walked over to Mocha, leaning in close. Hey, don't think you'll weasel out of this one, Mocha. I know about your little secret. My secret, Mocha repeated. Kurumu smirked. That's right. You're a vampire. She grinned as Mocha's eyes widened a little. He also noted that Sukune-kun here has a rather pleasant scent himself. No. You don't mean. Kurumu laughed a little. Yes. I know that Sukune-kun here is actually, she lowered her voice to a whisper, a human. Sukune took a step back while Mocha stood beside him. You don't know that for sure. What makes you think that he's a human? Kurumu stood right before the rosette, her shorter height becoming quite evident. Oh please, I can see right off the bat that you're just using Sukune-kun for his blood, aren't you? That's not true admit it, you're just using him, Mocha Akashiya. Kurumu pointed a finger accusingly. Drawing a small crowd, I bet that's exactly the case. Mocha turned to Kurumu. Sukune, that's not true at all, believe me. I would never do that to you. Kun raised a hand between the two girls. I'm sure there's some sort of way we can resolve this without a quarrel. Kurumu smiled. You're right, Sukune. I didn't mean to cause all this trouble. But I can't stand seeing her treat you like this. She glomped him and looked into his eyes. You're truly a nice boy. Sukune started to feel dizzy, and could not remove his eyes from the blue-haired girls. Sukune, are you all right? Mocha asked. Sukune looked to Mocha, his vision a bit out of focus. I don't know, Mocha. With all the blood you keep draining from me, I guess I'm not surprised to be feeling a bit ill. He smiled a bit. I think it would be best if you just stay away from me, Mocha. Mocha's eyes widened. What? Sukune-kun, I don't know. Kurumu wrapped her arms around the boy while smirking. Why don't you just leave Sukune alone, Mocha? He said it himself. He's not feeling well, and with the way you just drain blood from him like water, he's bound to feel faint. She looked up to the boy with a distressed look. Come on, Sukune, we'll take you to the infirmary right away. Mocha felt tears pricking her eyes as she watched Sukune leave suddenly with Kurumu. He hardly knew her. Turning on her heel, Mocha dashed down the hall, rivulets of salty water running down her cheeks. Sukune shook his head as he sat on the bed in the infirmary. He recalled Ying things to Mocha that he was pretty sure he never would have wanted to utter to her. He recalled her running off down the hall, and crying. More or less, Sukune felt like a major ass right now. Sukune-kun, I know you must be hurting right now. Sukune looked to the girl sitting on his bedside, Kurumu-chan. Kurumu was now sitting on his lap, running a gentle hand through his hair. It's okay, Sukune. I'll make you feel better now. What is she doing? Sukune found himself entranced by her eyes yet again. It feels like everything is spinning. What's with those eyes of hers? Kurumu was practically cheering to herself. Finally. That broken ankle slowed me down for a while, but I finally managed to get that Mocha to cry. Now I've just got to kiss Sukune, and he'll be my servant as long as I wish. Mocha sat on the steps outside of the main building. She couldn't help but think of what Sukune had said. Maybe she really was treating Sukune badly. Maybe she was just using him for a free food source. How naive. Mocha looked around, then to the rosary around her neck. Who's there? I'm in here. I'm the part of you sealed away inside this rosary. Replied the voice once more. Mocha looked to see a single glowing red eye in the center of the cross. Listen to me, Sukune is being tricked by that girl. She's a succubus, and her powers involve charming their males into becoming her mindless servants. Wait, so you mean to tell me that Sukune-kun was under a spell? A light bulb went on in her head. Kurumu was trying to make me think that Sukune was saying those things to me. Wasn't she? Precisely. If you don't hurry to the infirmary, she'll kiss him. For some reason or another, that just didn't settle well with Mocha. She'll what? Just as I said, a succubus's kiss has the power to turn whomever she kisses into her personal slave. Mocha got up, I understand. I have to hurry. With that, the vampire girl dashed as fast as she could to the hospital. Intent on setting things right, she made it to the hospital as quickly as possible, and asked the nurse where Sukune's room was. She dashed down the hall, and just as she was turning the corner, a figure stepped out in front of her. Ah! Mocha bumped into the person, obviously male, and looked up. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just Naruto. Hello, Mocha-chan, you're in a real hurry. Naruto spoke as he put a hand on either of the vampire girl's shoulders. Something wrong? Naruto-kun, Sukune's in real trouble. I have to find him before. Naruto laughed. Relax, Mocha-chan. Sukune's fine. I just checked on him a little while ago. I saw him heading to the hospital, so I decided to see what's wrong. He was just feeling a little weak. He looked sickly. He grinned. I think he needs some rest. He's okay. Mocha inquired. Yep, he just felt tired. Naruto replied. Oh, well, then I suppose I should leave him be. She looked to the blonde, and noted his eyes were almost out of focus. He seemed to be looking through Mocha as he spoke to her. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Yeah, never been better. Why, that succubus has him under her spell too. She's probab. Lee got him here to make sure there's no trouble for her. Mocha heard her inner self's voice echo in her mind. Mocha took a step back, her eyes looking over Naruto. Naruto-kun, I want to see Sukune. I have to talk to him about a few things that are really important. Naruto's smile slipped a little. Do you think that could wait until later? He seemed very sleepy. I think he said something about you making him feel drained. Naruto-kun, did you see Kurumu Kurono by any chance today? Naruto's smile was now an unreadable expression. He chuckled. Mocha-chan, if you plan on getting involved with Kurumu-chan's plans, I'll have to stop you. Let me through, Naruto-kun. I know you're under her charm. What charm? Naruto asked, clenching a fist a bit. Kurumu-chan's going to make this entire school's male population her personal harem. He let a grin creep onto his features. In order to do so, she has to keep you from becoming too popular. There was a sound of something crashing to the floor in the room behind Naruto. Both looked to the door as the sound of a girl yelling. Mocha pushed Naruto aside with a surprising amount of force and opened the door. I can't believe this. Even after I charm you, you still resist. There was Kurumu Kurono standing on top of a bed while Sukune looked both confused and a bit terrified, with good reason. Kurumu had a pair of leathery wings and a pointed tail now. But aside from that, she looked relatively the same. What are you? Sukune stuttered as he tried to remain as far away from the enraged succubus as possible. Sukune! Mocha cried out, and ran towards Kurumu. The two collided, Mocha's innate physical strength showing itself as she pushed the succubus out a window. Even in her sealed state, she was still stronger than the average girl her age. Ya! Kurumu cried out as she crashed through the window of the hospital room. Kurumu-chan! Naruto cried out, running past Sukune and Mocha and diving out the window. He landed skillfully and ran to the succubus's side. She groaned a bit as she got up, for the most part unharmed, having used her wings to slow down her descent toward the ground. Naruto helped her up. Are you alright? Kurumu-chan. I'm fine. Kurumu spoke, turning her gaze to the window above where Sukune and Mocha were watching them from. She growled, come down here and face me, Mocha Akashiya. Let's see just how if those rumors are right on your amazing power. Sukune watched as Kurumu swiped her elongated nails at Mocha, which were surprisingly sharp. Several times he swore he saw her cut through an entire tree like butter. Ah! Mocha-san, watch out! Sukune cried out as the two dove out of the way of another dive bomb by the enraged succubus. They hid behind a tree as Kurumu encircled the area, searching for them. Sukune-kun, you're injured. Mocha spoke, looking to a rather large gash down his arm. She could smell the metallic scent of his blood, but shook her head. She had to stay focused. This wasn't about his blood, it was about him, and keeping him safe. Oh, hey, don't worry, Mocha-san. It's not that bad, really. Sukune spoke. There you are. The two looked to see Kurumu flying above them. Ha, figures. You can only hide from me. Just give it up and die already. Mocha wrapped her arms around Sukune, holding him close. Sukune, I'm sorry for always feeding on you. Please know that you're truly precious to me. Mocha-san, remove my rosary, Sukune, and I can fight her. Sukune nodded. All right. He tugged on the cross around her neck, but it did not snap off. Mocha-san, it won't come off. Huh. Mocha shook her head. Why? Are you two just going to stand there? Fine. That makes it all the more easy for me to finish you off then. Kurumu shouted as she flexed her claws, closing in on the two. Mocha-san, get out the way or you'll. Mocha didn't budge, instead holding Sukune tighter. It's okay, Sukune-kun. If you're safe from harm, then I don't mind protecting you. Sukune clenched a fist while berating himself. No, this is all because I fell under Kurumu's charm and said those things to Mocha. If none of that had happened, we wouldn't be here. It's my fault we're here. I won't let Mocha be put in further danger because of me. Sukune gripped the rosary around Mocha a final time, and pulled. Naruto watched, as a light erupted from the spot where Mocha and Sukune had been standing. He recognized the feeling of that terrifying power. Mocha-chan's rosary was removed again. His eyes widened as he saw Kurumu near them. Crap, Kurumu-chan's in trouble. He dashed towards the three to try and stop the fight. What the hell happened? Kurumu asked herself as she flapped above the dwindling pink aura. He saw Sukune sitting on the ground while Mocha stood up. Her hair was now a distinct color of silver, and her eyes were a piercing red color, like that of blood. Is this the yukai of a vampire? HMPH. So, you think you can take me on in a fight, little girl? Mocha replied, her fangs revealed as she gave a slightly menacing grin. Well, what are you waiting for? Kurumu growled with fury, and shot down towards the silver-haired beauty. Mocha quickly jumped over the succubus's head, and grabbed her by the tail before flinging her over her shoulder. Kurumu let out a scream as she was sent crashing into a tree, knocking the air out of her body. Is this all there is to your power? Using underhanded tactics like hypnosis to charm others? Aside from that and your nails, wings and tail, here's not much to you that's very intimidating. Mocha walked slowly towards the girl. I'll teach you what happens when you challenge one such as myself. Shut up. Why you don't know anything about me? Kurumu snapped. My race is a small one, and among the many that we put under our control, we search for our destined one, who we will spend our lives and raise children with. She stood up, trying her best to ignore the painful sting running throughout her body. You're getting in the way of my search for my destined one, Mocha Akashiya. I won't let that continue. She spread her wings and flew at her a second time. Such a temperamental girl, Mocha scoffed, catching Kurumu by the wrist and kneeing her in the gut before slamming her to the ground. Kurumu coughed as spittle flew, and struggled to get up, only to have a foot placed over her stomach. Fwish! Mocha turned around in time to see 3 shuriken flying towards her. She leaned to the side, the metal projectiles missing her, as they were embedded into a nearby tree. She looked ahead to see Naruto holding several more in each hand. Naruto, stand down. You're still under this girl's charm. I don't know what you're talking about, Mocha-chan. Naruto spoke, though he was still under the control of Kurumu's spell. Leave Kurumu-chan alone. You plan on stopping me if I don't? Mocha spoke, removing her foot from Kurumu. She chuckled a little. Naruto, I almost feel bad, but I'm going to have to beat you out of that spell it would seem. Naruto said nothing, instead chucking the weapons in his hand at the girl while jumping into the air. He made a single hand seal before summoning several shadow clones and engaging Mocha in battle. Mocha, much to her credit, didn't move. She was surprised to see several copies of the blonde appear out of thin air. But she had dealt with worse, she told herself. The first clone tried to deal a spin kick to her, which she deftly caught. Using the momentum of the clone, she spun around and sent the copy into 2 more. Dispelling the 3 with a flourish, she spun around just in time to have a foot meet her gut. She grunted before stumbling back a little and feeling 2 arms wrap around her, restraining her. You think that you can beat me into submission like this? Mocha laughed a little. Nope. The clone replied, he might be able to though. What are? Mocha looked EAD to see Naruto dashing at her with that same blue spinning orb he had used before against Seizu. Rasengan. Mocha quickly used her might to break free of the clone's grip, then tripping up Real Naruto and causing him to fall over and lose control of the odd sphere in his hands. Naruto stood up, only to have Mocha right before him. He blocked a punch to the face, feeling the crack of several wrist bones. Her attack continued with a snap kick to the face, which he narrowly avoided by hopping backwards and arching his neck back as it grazed his chin. Definitely a skilled fighter, Mocha commented. You lack the same strength I have, though. She slammed a foot into his gut before continuing with a knee to the jaw. Now, stand down before I resort to using more of my power, Naruto. Naruto struggled to get up, but he was finding it hard to keep focus of Mocha. He grunted as he got on one knee. His vision went dark, and he fell over onto his stomach. Mocha went over to him and checked his pulse, and nodded to herself before standing up. It wouldn't do to have her go and kill a friend of her outer self. You, Mocha began, turning back to Kurumu, though he attacked me, it was because of your charm powers that he was protecting. You. The air seemed to become thick with murderous intent as the unsealed Mocha made her way towards the succubus. I'll make you pay for forcing me to fight Naruto. I didn't mean for him to fight you. I told him to stay out of the fight. Honest. Kurumu spoke, feeling the cold, foreboding aura of Mocha's true self approach her. Please, I didn't mean for this go so far. Enough. I'm going to make sure you can never stand up to me again. Mocha spoke, her voice like ice cutting through the air. A figure stepped between the two, and Oka immediately recognized it as Sukune. He held in his hands the rosary that sealed her powers away. Mocha-san, that's enough. Mocha raised an eyebrow. What's the meaning of this? Why are you interfering? This girl not only placed a charm on you and Naruto, which also caused Naruto to attack me, but she was attempting to kill us. You truly mean to protect her from me? Sukune sighed. I know what Kurumu did was wrong, but I don't think she meant for it to be like this. Honestly, I believe she's not that cruel of a person, just like you, Mocha. Mocha snatched the rosary from his hands. Don't get me confused with my outer self. She raised the rosary before her so Sukune could see. I'm not anything like my more gentle side, and the only reason I protected you was because my outer self seems to value your friendship so much. She leaned in closer, not to mention that while it isn't the most important thing to her, she does value your blood. The rosary snapped into place on her necklace, and the vampire girl reverted back to her pink-haired self. She blinked a few times before falling into Sukune's arms, out like a light. As she, Kurumu began. Sukune shook his head. She's just unconscious. Her rosary apparently holds her power. He turned to the blue-haired girl as he continued. Listen, Kurumu, I know we had a bad start, but if you are willing to, maybe we could start over. All of us. Kurumu looked to Naruto, who was still unconscious. She felt guilt creep up on her. I don't know if I deserve that. Look what I've done here. I made Naruto do my bidding for me. And even after I told him to stop, he went and put himself in danger. Not to mention that I was attacking you and Mocha. Well, I think Mocha realized that. She held back it looks like. Sukune decided not to mention that Naruto used some weird powers himself, which made him question whether Naruto truly was a human. Kurumu eventually concealed her wings, tail, and nails once more, and went over to the sleeping form of Naruto, Sukune and a slowly awakening Mocha next to her. Sukune-kun. I'm sorry this happened. I was just getting too carried away with my powers, and well, the succubus don't have a high population so. I heard you before, Kurumu. Sukune replied. I won't lie and say I'm happy that you did all this, but I guess the fact that you feel bad shows you're not a cruel person. He smiled a little. I'm sure we can all be friends, Kurumu. Friends. Kurumu repeated, her voice lifting a bit. Really? Yeah, but you better give Naruto an explanation as well when he wakes up. He's going to be demanding an answer when he wakes up and feels like he got into a brawl. Right. Kurumu spoke. Sukune-kun, you go and take care of Mocha. I'll bring Naruto to the hospital. Sukune gave a nod, and set Mocha on against a tree while awaiting for her to regain her senses. Kurumu carried Naruto with his arms draped over her shoulders while attempting to carry him on her back. She managed to get the blonde to the hospital, and he was admitted with a minor concussion. Surprisingly, most of the wounds he had sustained from earlier were gone. He actually appeared to be relatively fine for the most part. Thanks to that, Kurumu was able to simply state that Naruto was messing around on a tree and fell to the nurse behind the desk. Simple and plausible. Naruto felt like he had been punched by one of Tsunade's left hooks as he opened his eyes, taking in his surroundings. A white room, with white curtains, and white tiling. Damn it, why am I in a hospital? Naruto grumbled, sitting up. Naruto. The blonde turned to his right to see Kurumu sitting in a chair, a good distance from his bed. She looked up to him for a moment, but her gaze shifted to the floor. How are you feeling? Aside from the killer headache, fine I suppose. Naruto replied, what happened? Did I fall down a flight of stairs or something? Not exactly. Kurumu responded quietly, I need to explain a few things. Naruto. After a half-hour later of explaining on the plot, Kurumu had to win over Sukune and outdo Mocha, why she was in search of a male companion, and the rough beating the blonde received from Mocha, Kurumu went silent. She was pretty sure that Naruto was pissed. She couldn't blame him, really. Who would? He was used by her just so she could get some boy to like her in order to make Mocha jealous. She felt horrible about it, in all honesty. She wanted to remain friends with Naruto, or at the very least on indifferent terms with him. I see, Naruto stated calmly, so, I was under a charm the whole time. Yeah, that was my doing. Kurumu replied quietly, I understand if you won't want to talk to me anymore. I don't blame you, really. For what it's worth, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry. I forgive you, Kurumu. Kurumu looked up to see Naruto giving her a gentle smile. What? Naruto grinned, the bandage covering one of his eyes as he looked to her. People do crazy things when it comes to family. I'm sure your parents would do the same to ensure there are more succubi in the future, right? Naruto, I used you. Kurumu didn't know whether to sigh in relief, or cry in guilt. She instead walked over to Naruto and hugged him. I promise that I won't go and use you like that ever again, Naruto. She sighed, you're a truly kind person, and possibly the only friend I have here. For me to go and do that. She let go, looking away again, it's unforgivable. Not really, I just forgave you. Naruto replied. That earned a sniffle followed by a laugh from Kurumu as she forced back a few tears. Now, please don't cry, alright? We've learned from it, no sense in dwelling on it. You even said it yourself that Sukune and Mocha want to start fresh with you, right? Why yeah, they did. Naruto's grin grew. Great. You can show them what an awesome person you really are. I'm sure Sukune will see that you can be just as kind as Mocha, and you can show him your awesome cookie baking skills. Kurumu chuckled a little while wiping away a tear. Was there any way to upset him? It was almost infuriating how Naruto just blew off the whole ordeal like it was nothing. No normal person would have done that. She certainly wouldn't have if she had been in Naruto's shoes. Naruto, I want to start over with you too. Kurumu began. So, do you think? Naruto gave her a thumbs up. You bet, Kurumu-chan. Besides, who am I going to make the pound cake for home economics class with? Kurumu smiled with a small blush on her face. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Maybe, just maybe, she would be able to make friends with Naruto and the others after all. Later on that evening Naruto was allowed to leave the hospital. Kurumu walked home with I.M. just to make sure he was completely alright, and after taking a nice shower, the blonde retired for the night. Naruto groaned as he got out of his bed. He looked at his clock, blinking to clear his eyes of bleariness. The clock read 5:30 in the morning. He ran a hand through his hair and sighed, why the hell did I wake up at this time of the day? Plink. Naruto was on alert immediately. Dropping to the ground and looking towards the window. Something hit his dorm room window, he swore it. Plink. What the? Naruto stood up, and looked down outside. Naruto. Hey, down here. The blonde rubbed his eyes before opening the window, immediately assaulted by the cool morning air. Kurumu-chan. What are you doing out here? Kurumu grinned, pebble in hand. I was trying to get your attention. I was throwing pebbles at your window. I can see that. Why? Kurumu looked a bit sheepish. Well, the cafeteria serves breakfast at 6, and, well, I was wondering if you wanted to join me for something to eat. Naruto didn't have class until 8, but he didn't see the harm in being up early. Sure, why not? Give me a few minutes to get changed. 5 minutes. Later the two were walking towards the school, the crisp and cool air blowing gently as they talked quietly. It was still early, and relatively quiet, so neither of them wanted to disturb the relative calm. How are you feeling? Kurumu inquired as she looked to the blonde. Naruto gave a smile. Hale and hearty, Kurumu-chan. A bit tired, but that's just because I'm not a morning person. Kurumu giggled. Well, you can get some coffee then. Her laughter continued as he made a face at the mention of the traditional morning brew. Let me guess, not a coffee person either. Blech. Hell no. I drank that stuff once when I was traveling with my godfather and I nearly choked on it. Well, that's probably because you didn't add any sweetener or sugar. Some people prefer their coffee black, others like it sweet. You just have to find a balance that suits you. Kurumu explained. My mom personally enjoys tea more. Tea I can bear with. Yuck. Kurumu shuddered. That stuff is so bitter. So is coffee. Naruto retorted with a grin. Kurumu just stuck her tongue out at the blonde. The two found seats in the nearly empty mess hall and dined on some eggs and ham, and 2 giant pancakes in Naruto's case. While talking about their other classes. I'm not a big fan of studying, to be honest. Kurumu said while finishing her ham. It's never been like me to do sit down and read all day. Yeah, I'm the same. I have to make several clones in. Naruto cursed himself for speaking out about his abilities, hoping Kurumu didn't catch it. Clones. She was quiet for a moment. Oh. Yeah, I remember that. Naruto mentally let out a sigh of relief. Why yeah, it is. I have a few powers, and making clones of myself is one of them. That's so neat. Kurumu said in a hushed whisper. I've never heard of that before. Really? Haha, it comes pretty natural to me. Maybe I can teach you how to do that as well. Kurumu's eyes were the size of saucers. Seriously. Is that possible? I mean, sent that an ability exclusive to your breed of monster. Naruto scratched his cheek. I'm not sure. Never know until we try, right? Although, I think you could probably stand to learn how to control your chakra first. I doubt you had any basic lessons in that area. Maybe taijutsu as well. Naruto's thoughts began to wander. Not to be rude, but you were definitely lacking in a basic form yesterday. Kurumu felt a twinge of anger wash over her. Well, of course. Mocha's a freaking vampire. What do you expect? You got beaten yourself, if I recall correctly. Naruto shrugged. Fair enough, we both need work. Kurumu shook her head. I don't know, it'll have to wait until later on when we're completely adjusted to classes. I guess you're right. The blonde shoveled in some of his pancakes. So, you talked to Mocha and Sukune yet? Yeah, Kurumu slouched a bit. They were pretty accepting of my apology, but I still feel bad. She perked up a bit. Still, they want to be friends, and that's what matters. Besides, I can get Sukune to like me without my powers as well. Yeah, just show him how good of a person you are in. I'll just seduce him with my body. Naruto nearly spit out his food and had to swallow down some of his tea to avoid choking. He coughed a bit, and Kurumu was ready to give him the Heimlich maneuver when he spoke. Kurumu, don't you think that's a bit much? No. Why? Oh, where to begin? Her bust size easily outranked that of most girls twice her age, and while he wouldn't admit it out loud, Naruto wouldn't trust himself if she was in a swimming suit and standing before him. Bad thoughts, Naruto. Bad thoughts. Naruto waved a hand. Well, I mean, I'm not a pro at this stuff, but don't you think personality is important in getting someone to like you? Well, yeah, but first I'm going to use my natural talents to make him fall head over heels for me. Kurumu spoke as if it was the most obvious answer. It's what we succubi do. So, are there only female succubi? Or are there males too? Naruto asked. I hate to see how the men of your breed act. Well, the males of our kind are incubus. We succubi don't see many of them. They're kind of separate from us. Strangely enough. Okay, Naruto replied. Kurumu groaned. Look, Long story short, succubi need to find a male outside of their kind in order to have children. That explain enough. Fine, I won't cry. Naruto shook his head. Why are you so determined to get Sukune to like you? Kurumu set down her fork and looked the blonde right in the eyes. I believe he's my destined one. You recall me explaining that last night, right? Yeah. How do you know he is, though? Well, she let out a dreamy sigh. He's charming, cute, sensitive, brave, and cute. Uh-huh. Naruto felt a pang of jealousy run through him. So, what about Mocha-chan? Kurumu grinned. I'll just have to outdo her, that's all. Naruto forced a smile onto his face. For some reason or another, he felt frustrated. Oh. Then do your best. Haha. Kurumu couldn't help but notice the way Naruto's laugh seemed forced. She still wasn't too familiar with him, but she could tell when a person was hiding something. Naruto, are you okay? Yeah, just peachy. He got up. I better get going. I want to get some exercise in for the day before class today. The succubus frowned. All right. See you in class. She waved goodbye to the blonde, still feeling like she had said something that upset him. All right class, I have the quizzes graded. When I call your name, please come up and collect them. Nekonome spoke with a cheerful smile. I must add that I was pleasantly surprised with the majority of the class. 3 of you got full points, and the class average was in the B range. Well done. Naruto was one of the last to be called up. As he picked up his paper, Nekonome spoke. Uzumaki-san, if you would, I'd like to speak to you after class about certain matters. Is that all right? Naruto had gym 15 minutes after this class, but if she wished to speak to him, he would appease her. After all, she had a nice smile, and that always helped. Sure, Nekonome-sensei. Great. Thank you Uzumaki-san. Naruto looked at his paper as he sat back in his desk, and groaned. There was AC on the upper right corner of his paper with a little smiley face of Nekonome-sensei. Along with a little speech bubble saying, keep trying. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Naruto got his things packed up and waved goodbye to Sukune and Mocha, who were heading towards art class. Nekonome-sensei, what is it that you wanted to talk to me about? Naruto's homeroom teacher smiled a little as she took a seat. Naruto-kun, you know of a girl by the name Mizore Shirayuki, correct? Mizore-chan. Naruto gave a grin. Only the best dodgeball partner in all of Ukai Academy. He chuckled a little as Nekonome gave a nod while giggling a bit. What about her? Well, to be honest, she has yet to actually show up to homeroom. Really? Naruto scratched his head. Is she okay? Well, you see her in gym, so she's fine, right? Naruto shrugged. She's not much of a talker, really. I mean, she's nice, and she's not really rude or anything. I just don't know her incredibly well. He looked up. What's her homeroom class? Anyway, mine. Nekonome replied. She actually sits in front of you. Question mark quote. Naruto blinked, but it made sense. He always had an empty seat in front of him, which severely limited his ability to sleep in classes since no one sat in front of him, and he had become used to it quickly. I would like it if you can ask her if she will start coming to homeroom. Don't pressure her, but just let her know that I'm here to talk with her if she's having problems. Naruto gave a nod. Sure thing. I'll talk to her in gym class as soon as I can. With a quick thumbs up and wave, Naruto darted down the halls toward the boys' gym locker rooms. He quickly got into his gym attire and headed outside to the soccer field where the class was gathering today. Naruto was able to pinpoint the light purple hair that belonged to the elusive girl. He headed towards the girl, but halted when he saw Katsubo Okudo walk up to her. They talked for a moment or two. It looked like they were arguing almost, if Naruto was reading facial expressions right. They were speaking in low tones though, but he knew something was up. Katsubo eventually left Mizore, a scowl on his face while she looked rather distraught. Naruto approached the lavender-haired girl. Mizore-chan. Mizore turned towards Naruto, and her face lit up. Oh, Naruto. Hello. She looked away. If we can, do you want to be on the same team as me? Naruto was a bit surprised by the immediate invitation to be teammates again, but gave her a grin while nodding. You bet. Katsubo eventually had the teams made. All right, Kids, I'm sure you all know the rules of soccer, so let's get started, shall we? The game started off with Naruto making the first goal within a minute's time. It wasn't much of a surprise to see Naruto and Mizor's team ahead 4-2 by the time the game was over. Haha, wow, that was awesome. Naruto sighed as he took a minute to breath. Hey, Mizor-chan, great game. Mizor looked away while smiling. Thanks, Naruto. You're pretty good at sports. She chuckled as Naruto pulled a few strands of grass out of his hair. You could stand to maybe not get so dirty. Though, bah, the grass stains and dirt are just proof of my victory. Naruto flexed a bicep while Mizor chuckled. Then Naruto remembered what he had been meaning to ask Mizor from the start. Hey, Mizor-chan, He scratched his chin while trying to find the proper way to state his question. My homeroom teacher said that you're actually in the same class as me. She was wondering why you haven't been attending homeroom lately. Why you're in my homeroom class? Mizor asked, a bit surprised by this apparent revelation. I only went to the first day, and well. She sighed. Naruto, I'm not a big fan of class. What's the matter, Mizor-chan? Naruto asked when she became silent. Is something wrong? If it's because of classes, I'm sure Nekonomiya-sensei would be happy to help with. Naruto, I'm not a big fan of crowds. Mizor replied. Really? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why do you go to gym class then? Mizor frowned. I like sports, and you're here. I'm kind of a loner for the most part. You're such a nice guy though, so I don't mind gym so much with you here. She looked to him, smiling once more. If you want, I'll start going to homeroom class again. Naruto laughed. Well, yeah, that'd be great, but it's not for my sake, Mizor-chan. It's for you too. I mean, it can only help your grades. Right. Mizor nodded. Right. After gym was done, Naruto was surprised to see Mizor waiting for him in the hall. He grinned. Hey, Mizor-chan. What's up? Mizor blushed a bit. It's almost lunchtime. Do you want to get a bite to eat? Naruto's stomach beat him to the punch with a growl. Haha, yeah, I guess I am pretty hungry. I hope they're serving ramen today. I don't think they have a ramen bar in the cafeteria, Naruto. Mizor stated while inserting a sucker into her mouth. They do have ice cream though. Well, they ought to get a ramen bar. It's a crime against humanity to deny a person their ramen. Ramen's too hot for my tastes. Mizor smiled as Naruto gave her an appalled look. What? Naruto shook his head while mumbling something about people and lack of fine dining. Mizor just giggled as Naruto pouted, deciding that maybe that he'd settle for some ham sandwiches instead. Naruto and Mizor reached the cafeteria in time to beat the large mass of students. As they took their respective lunches outside, Naruto noted two familiar figures running towards him. Sukune, Kurumu-chan. Naruto's smile dropped as he took in the duo's appearance. Sukune had a fairly large bruise over his head accompanied by a nice-sized bump, and Kurumu had an ice pack pressed against her forehead. What the hell happened to you two? Sukune sighed. Naruto, we need your help. Sure, what's the problem? Kurumu decided to reply. Snotty little brats who think they can get away with murder, that's what's the problem. Come on, she's over this way. Who? Naruto asked. Just follow me. Keep a lookout for falling pans and kettles. Kurumu replied as she heading off in the direction she had come from. Naruto yerked an eyebrow before turning to Sukune, who simply shook his head and followed the succubus. Naruto looked to Mizor, who appeared to be just as clueless as he did. They headed towards the direction his two friends were heading in, hoping that everything was okay. Well, hope you've all enjoyed this chapter. Until then, keep on reading. Acceptance. Rosario Vempires. Chapter 3. Acceptance. So, run this by me one more time. Naruto spoke as he looked to the peculiar scene before him. Mocha was trying to keep an 11-year-old girl from glomping her to death. Said 11-year-old girl seemed to be having the time of her life. If the laughing and smiling were any indication to him. Sukune sighed. This girl's name is Yukari Sendo, and apparently she's in love with Mocha. Now, Yuto was never one to question a person's preferences in the realm of love and affections, but this just seemed to be jumping out of left field in his eyes. Okay, why does she love Mocha? She's 11 years old, sticks out like a sore thumb. Mocha stood up for her against some jerks, and Mocha's beauty just added icing to the cake. Kurumu replied, the girl's also a genius, or so she says. Judging from her appearance, a witch too. Mizore commented, I can only imagine how hard it is for a boundary being like herself. Boundary being, Naruto repeated, what are you talking about? I know what a witch is, but. Mizore nodded, pulling out her sucker to let out a breath of air before placing back in her mouth. Well, from what I understand, boundary beings are races that border between human and supernatural beings. Naruto scratched his head, okay. Kurumu continued for Mizore, I mean, think about it, a witch can simply be a human that uses magic. Still, what normal human can do things like call upon nature or create fire, stuff like that. She folded her arms and shook her head. The boundary beings have been discriminated against for ages, by both humans and monsters. The witch burnings back in the olden days were real events. Some of the people were real witches, too. Naruto had no clue what Kurumu meant by witch burnings, but understood enough. This girl was a genius. Probably having a hard time adjusting to school life, especially since she was younger than everyone else, and she was part of a group that Naruto himself could sort of relate to. Sounds harsh. Naruto sighed, give me a second. I'll see what I can do. Watch out for her wand. It causes headaches, Sukune said weakly while rubbing a sore spot on his cranium. Naruto approached Mocha and the girl named Yukari. Mocha's eyes lit up, and she smiled, almost as if she was grateful to see a familiar face. Ah, Naruto-kun. How are you? She did her best to hold Yukari in place as the girl snuggled against her bosom. Have you met Yukari yet? Naruto grinned his best grin, and looked to the girl, howdy, Yukari-chan. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, I know who you are. Yukari spoke, surprising the blonde. You're the top student in gym, but that's about it. Your grades are around average, and horrendous in mathematics. Okay, for the record, I've never taken any of that advanced calculus stuff until this year. Naruto spoke, already feeling his patience slip. So, Yukari, can I ask why you dropped frying pans and stuff on my friends Sukune and Kurumu? Yukari grinned mischievously. That's because Sukune's in the way of my love. Your love, Naruto repeated. What love? My love for Mocha-chan. Yukari replied with a squeal, holding Mocha close. Sukune doesn't deserve her. She's too good for him. With my magic wand, I can keep him and any other stupid guys away from her. To emphasize her point, she pulled out a rather cute-looking wand of sorts with a heart shape to it, so back off. Or I'll do the same to you. Naruto raised an eyebrow, and a moment later, felt a need to look up. His eyes were met with the sight of a large saucepan floating over his head. A light bulb went on in his head, and Kurumu and Sukune's complaining finally made sense. Conk. Poof. Ahahaha. I got. Ha. Yukari's laughing stopped abruptly as she saw a log standing in the spot Naruto had been just moments ago. Saucepan clanging to the ground beside it. Weird ability, spoke the voice of Naruto. Yukari whirled around to see Naruto sitting on a bench behind them. It's almost like my own. But you seem to have to rely on that item in order to use your power, right? Yukari pouted a bit. How did you do that? Naruto smirked, getting up from his seat. He went over to the younger girl, and patted her gently on the head. Trade secret. I'm afraid if I told you I'd have to silence you. The young witch's eyes narrowed, and she pushed Naruto's hand away. She felt a brief flash of some kind of energy when he disappeared earlier, however subtle it was, she sensed it. She studied Naruto a bit more before raising her wand again. In a puff of smoke, several brooms appeared out of thin air. She spun her wand around once before the brooms came to life, and began to swing at Naruto. Naruto faded quickly from view, and the brooms all broke in half. Yukari blinked once eye, in confusion as Naruto cracked his neck a bit. That's pretty neat. You can summon different objects to fight with, It's magic. She took a step forward. Here's a question for you. How are you able to move so fast in your human form? Naruto just laughed. Years of practice. Yukari just glowered at the blonde. Yeah, well, I'm still smarter than you. Mocha-chan will never love someone as dumb as you or Sukune. Someone's got an ego. grumbled the voice of Sukune, who was now standing beside Naruto. Yukari, look, I don't know what you have against us, but I don't see why you have to be so defensive around us. Can't we just all get along? Sukune's got a point, Yukari. Mocha spoke. They are my friends, after all. Yukari looked to Mocha before sighing. Is that how you feel, Mocha? Yes. Mocha replied. Naruto-kun and Sukune-kun are the first two friends I made in Yukai, and Kurumu's a friend of mine as well. Yukari frowned. Oh, her head drooped a bit, and she became quiet. Naruto immediately noticed the drop in the young witch's mood. Hey, look, Yukari, I know you kind of had a bad start with us, but we're willing to have a fresh. Mocha, I'll show you how much you truly mean to me. I'll win you from Sukune and the others. You'll see how special I truly am. Yukari shouted while pointing her wand into the air. Goodbye, Mocha-chan. She took off, waving her wand in the air as she did so. The slightly irked expression never left Naruto's face as he quickly pulled Sukune a few steps to the left, a pan narrowly missing the boy. Sukune gave Naruto a confused look, but decided not to question Naruto's impeccable ability at avoiding the dangerous cooking ware, just relieved at not having another bruise on his head. The rest of the day passed by with little incident. Mizore finally met the rest of the group, and in a not-so-tactful manner pointed out the fact that Kurumu was being a bit overbearing by glomping Sukune every time she got the chance, shoving her bosom into his face. Kurumu simply stated that Mizore was jealous of her superior bust. Naruto swore the air grew several degrees cooler after that retort. He swore he even heard the distinct sound of frost crunching underneath their feet as they walked across the campus grounds. He took note that Mizore was also looking down her shirt at one point, mumbling something out. Not mature enough yet, or so he thought. He luckily decided to look away as she did so, years of being with Jiraiya teaching him what happened when women saw men looking at them in such predicaments. It was towards the end of the day in Naruto's homeroom class that he found his thoughts drifting back to the young witch they had encountered earlier. According to what Mocha had said after Yukari left them at lunch, the young girl's homeroom was across the hall from theirs. He could imagine that Yukari would likely try to get to Mocha as soon as possible. He had an idea, and if his assumptions on what she went through were correct, he may be able to get her to stop bothering them, and maybe even become friends with her. Alright, class, remember, a 3-page paper on the differences in human and monster norms by next Monday. Please don't forget. Nekonomiya-sensei spoke over the shuffling of students' books and backpacks. Naruto quickly exited the class, waiting for Mocha and Sukune as they exited in unison. Sure enough, he saw the distinct pointed hat of Yukari heading towards the trio. He smiled, and patted Sukune on the shoulder. I've got to take care of something. I'll talk to you later about getting the paper for Nekonomiya-sensei started, okay? Sukune nodded. Sure thing, Naruto. Naruto quickly walked on ahead, and caught Yukari by the collar as she nearly walked past him. Hello, Yukari-chan. Yukari's eyes widened before she glared at Naruto. What do you want, dummy? Naruto gave a mock frown. Ouch. I was hoping for a warmer greeting than that. She just gave him a flat look. Look, Yukari-chan. I want to talk to you about something. What would that something be? Yukari replied. I don't need to be wasting time with you when I could be talking with Mocha-chan. Look, Yukari, the longer I spend time around you, the more of my younger self I'm seeing in you. He noticed her frown lessen a bit. Kurumu and Mizore explained to me about the way witches are treated. Yukari's eyes narrowed. So, if I promise to buy you a juice, will you give me a half an hour to talk? Are you trying to lure me into one of those scenarios parents always talk about with their kids involving strangers? Yukari asked suspiciously. What are you? Oh, no. Look, Yukari, let's just say that I had a childhood that was crappy as well. Naruto saw her visibly relax as his smile became softer. I can tell that despite all those smiles and all that loud shouting you made today, you're alone. Yukari was quiet for a moment before speaking. I like orange juice. Naruto and Yukari sat on a bench behind the main campus building. Yukari sat on the opposite side while sipping on her juice as Naruto looked up to the sky. Yukari, is it true that you're more human than the rest of the students in this school? Yeah, you could say that. Yukari replied, drinking from her straw. Witches are boundary beings. Naruto nodded, as though clarifying something. So, your group is kind of considered a bunch of outcasts, right? Well, Yukari looked to the ground. My mom says that things have gotten better for us over the years, but witches are still sort of isolated from other monsters. A lot of times, others just ignore us, but a lot of monsters still persecute us. Naruto frowned. Even monsters act dumb, huh? Yukari raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Naruto looked to the girl. Yukari, you ever heard of? He stopped himself from talking further, and quickly changed his mind. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I lived my whole life without a mother or father. I had no family, actually. I was ignored by my entire village where I was born. If it wasn't for the mayor of my village, I'm sure I would have died on the streets years ago. Yukari had stopped drinking her juice. You mean you're an orphan? Yep. How did your parents die? I'm not certain. All I know is that I never was told who they were, and that as left alone until I finally made a few friends in my third year of, elementary. Yeah, elementary school. I finally made a few good friends at that time, but even then, they hardly knew me. He sighed. I started to feel really alone. I tried to draw attention to myself by pulling pranks. It pissed off a lot of people, but I still was noticed. Pranks. Naruto laughed. Yeah, I was a stupid kid when I was about your age. He looked back up to the sky. I don't like talking about it because I hate thinking about the past and regretting things. I managed to turn out all right, and I too came my friends in and made them into a family. How come you weren't adopted? Surely someone was willing to take you in, right? Yukari asked. Naruto found it funny how quickly she had turned from indifferent to concerned. Then again, relaying his life's tragedies had that kind of effect on people. I was born with a condition. Naruto answered. A condition? Like what? A disease? Naruto laughed. I wish that were the case. Then what? Yukari pressed. I'd rather not say. It's nothing that would affect anyone, really, just me. He sat up. Yukari, I'm just trying to say this. You're young. He noticed her frown. It's true. You're 11 years old, and attending a school several grades ahead of where many kids your age would be. Yeah, I know. I get that a lot. Yukari grumbled. You're trying to tell me to act less like a brat and more. I just want you to stop hiding who you are from us. Naruto interrupted. Yukari looked to him with surprise as he smiled. I myself hid behind the mask of a stupid grinning idiot who liked eating ramen, pulling pranks, and loving the color orange. People mocked me all the time, and I just pretended it didn't bother me. He stood up. In truth, I was just a pathetic lonely boy who wanted someone to acknowledge me. I can see that you're attempting to do the same. The witch stood up. What are you talking about? You're putting up a front. I am not. Naruto smiled a little. Yeah, you are. I'm not. Yukari shouted. Naruto was about to give a retort, but was interrupted by another voice. Well, so this is where the little witch brat was hiding. The two looked towards the voice's direction to see several male students walking towards them. Yukari took a step back, which Naruto noticed. What's wrong? That's the class representative. He's the one that Mocha-san protected me from earlier today. Naruto looked at the girl incredulously. The class representative tried to attack you. Yukari nodded. He said I was an immature brat. I did use some magic on him, and probably could have avoided it. He was being mean, though. Naruto sighed, looking back to the group as he stood up. Hey there, can I help you guys? Naruto Uzumaki. What are you doing associating with this filth? Naruto felt his hand twitch. He grinned a bit. Filth. He. What are you talking about? Yukari-chan's a great person. What? You didn't know? The apparent leader, who must have been the representative, asked. She's a witch. A half-breed. A mongrel, and part human at that. She's worse than the hybrid monsters running around. You see, that's the kind of talk that starts fights. Naruto laughed while taking a step forward, looking. I don't know what kind of tiff you have with Yukari-chan, but I'd rather you not call her such names. She's a student, and from what I heard, one of the smartest students Yukai academies had in ages. Naruto could make out the reptilian irises now appearing on the leader's face, and hi. teeth were becoming sharper in appearance. She's a disgrace to this entire school. She needs to be dealt with. You don't want to do this. Naruto laughed, digging into his pocket for a kunai. Trust me. You attack her and someone's going to find out. You're defending her. One of the male students hissed. You're just as bad as her. I suppose I am. Huh. Naruto spoke. That's fine by me. How about this? You defeat me. And then you can deal with Yukari-chan. The class representative hissed. Fine, it's your funeral. Naruto leaned back as a clawed hand swiped at him. He whistled a bit as he took in the enemy's appearance. Damn, you guys are ugly. What once were humans now were lizard-like beings, scales and all. They stood on two legs, had claws, teeth, and spines running down their backs. They hissed as they all attacked Naruto at once. Don't act so tough. You're outnumbered and don't stand a chance. The leader spoke. Naruto hopped back as a tail lashed out at him. Naruto, look out, Yukari shouted. Naruto whirled around to see one of the scaled fiends lunging at him, maw wide open to take a bite out of him. The shinobi jumped into the air, landing on the lizard's back, driving him into the ground. He quickly hopped off and whipped out a kunai from his pocket, blocking a clawed hand. What the hell are you carrying weapons around for? Growled the lizard man. Because idiots like you exist. The blonde replied before decking him in the jaw and following up with a roundhouse kick. Another lizard tried to tackle him to the ground, but Naruto caught him and flipped him over his back. He spun his kunai around in his hand several times before beckoning two more of the reptilian beasts towards him with a hand. All the while, Yukari watched in awe. Why was he defending her? She had been nothing but mean to this guy, yet he was protecting her. She didn't know what to make of it, but she knew that this Naruto Uzumaki was possibly one of the most skilled hand-to-hand fighters she had ever seen. Then again, she had never seen a single person take on about 6 lizard men before. Naruto caught a lizard in the jaw with his elbow before ducking and catching an other one of the reptiles by the neck and slamming him into his shoulder, causing the beast to gasp for air. He spun the stunned monster around once before throwing him into another one of his companions. Much to his dismay, the lizards that he knocked down were quickly getting up, a bit wobbly, but otherwise appearing relatively unharmed. Damn, they're tougher than they look. Looks like I'll have to take this up a notch after all. Naruto made his favorite hand seal before shouting, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 7 clones of Naruto appeared out of a large plume of smoke. The lizard men halted in their tracks, and took in the scene before them. He made copies of himself. Don't be stupid, he's just created an illusion. Get the real one. Naruto mentally chuckled as 2 clones ran at leading lizard before delivering a foot to the face. The monster cried in pain as his snout made an audible cracking sound, blood spurting out from his nostrils. The other lizards looked to see their leader had been downed. And rather easily at that. They are real. Shouted one of the lizards. How did he do that? Naruto smirked. I can make more, if you like. One of the bigger reptilian monsters growled. You're bluffing. No, seriously, watch. Naruto put his hands into the familiar seal, and 30 more clones appeared. Naruto and his clones stood in place while the group of lizard men began to back away. Damn it, growled the leader as he got up, holding his nose. Get him. He's just one guy. Oi, boss, I don't think they're getting the predicament, whispered one of the clones to Naruto. Are we going at this full force? Naruto nodded. They don't seem like they'll learn unless they get the tar beaten out of them. Naruto noticed a few more of his clones looking at him expectantly. Fine. 30% power, if even that much. We've got this in the bag. Several minutes later found a mass of twitching scaled bodies lying before Naruto. He dispersed the rest of his clones, and hummed to himself. Hey, Yukari, did you know these guys have 3 eyelids? One of my clones just told me that. Weird, huh? Yukari just stood in amazement, before walking towards the blonde. Why did you help me? You had no reason to help me, especially since I was being so mean to you guys and... Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. Sometimes it's okay to ask others for help, and to be scared. I learned that the hard way, and started to rely on my friends a little more. He grinned as the witch began to tear up a bit. Yukari, what do you say? Friends. She sniffled a bit. You want to be my friend. It's not fun being alone. This is coming from first-hand experience. The blonde replied, giving her a big grin, chuckling a bit as he did so. He extended his hand, offering it to her to shake. Yukari sniffled some more before crying openly. She ignored the offered hand, instead jumping into Naruto's arms while practically bawling. Naruto laughed, and ooned the death grip of a hug she had him in comforting. Naruto couldn't help but think about how similar their predicaments were. Naruto and her both tried to hide behind a mischievous prankster persona. Though Naruto had grown out of that habit a few years back, both had a condition that they had no control over that made others hate them. The one upside in Yukari's case was that she had both of her parents still. Naruto. The blonde turned to look at the witch. What's up, Yukari-chan? What about Sukune, Mocha, Kurumu, and Mizore? Will they be angry with me? Ah, the shinobi just waved a hand. If you just apologize and truly be honest with them, I'm positive they'll forgive you. Yukari smiled. Thanks, Naruto. Bah, you can thank me by helping me with my math homework. That crap is driving me insane. Naruto grumbled, to which Yukari simply giggled. It's a deal. Does that mean I get to be your tutor? Naruto gave her a lopsided grin. I guess so. I sure hope that Mocha doesn't take that badly. She's been helping me with logarithms for a few days now, and I think she's actually enjoying it. You may as well sign Sukune up as well. He's only a little better than me in that area. Yukari gave Naruto a thumbs up. You bet. Naruto, there you are. Naruto looked up to see Sukune, along with Mocha, Kurumu, and Mizore, heading towards him. The four stopped as they took in the scene before them. Mocha's eyes widened as she noted the large, scaled beasts littering the ground. Ah, Naruto-kun, what happened here? Naruto smiled while scratching the back of his head. Hey, Yukari was having some trouble with these punks here. I decided to lend her a hand. Wait, you took on all these guys, by yourself? Kurumu asked, her voice showing more amazement than skepticism. How? Trade secret. He'd have to silence you after telling you. Yukari spoke, flashing a smile to Naruto. Shortly after, Naruto briefly explained what had happened, while leaving out the details about his jutsu. Yukari apologized to the others, yet proclaimed she would still try to win over the affections of Mocha someday. Needless to say, Yukari had become a friend of the group, and stated at tomorrow she would help Sukune and Naruto with their homework, but only under the condition that they could have snacks while they studied. Later that night, after Naruto had arrived back to his dorm room, he sat on his bed, looking at the still-wrapped package he had received from Tsunade before leaving for this school. He felt nervous, but he was unsure as to why. This was Tsunade and Shizune, two of the few women in his life that he truly felt were like family to him. He had nothing to worry about with a little package from them. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling as he began to pull on one of the strings tied over the box. Eventually the knot loosened, as did the brown paper wrapping it together. He unfolded the paper, which revealed 3 separate scrolls. One was orange and labeled, "To Naruto." On it, he decided to open this particularly bright-colored scroll first, seeing as it was in Tsunade's handwriting. Unraveling the scroll, he saw more of the Godime's handwriting. Naruto, I cannot say that I've always been the best person in the world when it comes to showing how much I care for those I have in my life, but please never doubt for a moment that you are important to me. That importance extends to all your friends as well, shinobi or not. You've made so many people realize that willpower and believing in yourself can make anything possible. I'm a prime example of your ability to help others. I will always be willing to help you. Naruto noted that the ink was becoming slightly smudged at this point in the letter and that you are truly important to me. I think it's about time I admit it. You are like a grandson, or even a son, to me, Naruto. I love you like family, and if I ever lost you, I'd probably never fully heal from that. Don't feel bad to know this, it's just how much I care for you. Be sure to take care of yourself. I know it's a school, but try to enjoy it, despite the atmosphere. Yes, I am aware of the fact that it's a school for monsters. No, I do not think you're a demon. So get that thought out of your head this instant. It was simply the best choice available. The chairman of the school has a vast amount of knowledge in seals, and he's probably one of the more capable people to help you should something go wrong, heaven forbid. Above all else, you're safe there. No one can harm you there. We can still communicate with each other, by the way. The seal designed for moving between our worlds is sealed within Jiraiya's scroll, and I am not abandoning you. Until we meet again, Naruto, stay safe. I'll see you soon enough. Love, Tsunade. Naruto set down the scroll, hands shaking a bit. She knew he was going to a school like this. Why didn't she tell him all this beforehand? For his safety, he decided to wait, and unraveled the scroll, revealing a containment seal. He pressed upon it and inserted chakra into the seal marking. It glowed a blue color, blinding him momentarily. He opened his eyes again to see 2 items had appeared before him. Having been released from the seal, one of these items was a plain, white box. He noted a tag indicating it was from Shizune. Opening it, he felt his jaw drop as he laid eyes upon a uniform of sorts. He quirked an eyebrow as he found a small folded note tucked inside the clothing. Unfolding it, he read it. Naruto, Anbu mask, since giving you one would be really cutting it close with going against protocol. The collar has a face mask extension though, so you'll be able to keep a good portion of your face covered. Just promise you won't let Tsunade-sama know where you got this from, okay? Eat right, study hard, get plenty of sleep, and make friends. I look forward to the day I get to see you again. Shizune. Naruto laughed, realizing that for once Shizune was being rebellious and going behind authorities' back. He put the uniform back into the box before opening the box from Tsunade. Oh, wow. Naruto spoke softly as he opened the box up. Naruto held in the box lay many sorted packets of what looked like seeds. It's a little known fact that Naruto has a fond love for plants. He always enjoyed caring for them, regardless of what kind of plant they were, be it a rose, a fern, or a conifer. He remembered trying to raise plants when he was little in an attempt to grow his own food, but that project ended badly. He got better over time, and instead of raising food plants, tried to grow more exotic plants, such as water country ivy, wind country desert roses, or tea country lilies. The box probably held close to 50 packets of wildflower seeds. He noted a few of them were from the Yamanaka's flower shop, and a few others had labels indicating they came all the way from spring country. He would definitely have to look at these further when he had more time. Placing the box down, he picked up the second scroll, and unrolled the paper. His eyes recognized the handwriting as that of his now deceased sensei, Jiraiya. Naruto, I wrote this scroll out the day I came back to Konoha with you after our training in the elemental countries. I gave it to Tsunade so that she could hold on to it in case I was killed in a battle. The information that's written within this scroll is probably as important as the fact that you are the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. It's information regarding your parents. Naruto stopped reading for a moment, looking at the words he read over and blinking several times to make sure that he had read it correctly. Information regarding your parents. Naruto read aloud. He felt his throat tighten, and his hands gripped the paper a little tighter. He continued, I knew both your parents on a personal level. Your father and mother were the closest thing I had to a family, and had asked me to be your godfather before you were born. I was a bit hesitant at first because in all honesty, I never saw myself as a good role model for a child. Still, your mother and father insisted, and I caved in. I'm glad I did. Naruto noticed a few scribble marks on the scroll before he went down a few lines. Sorry, I can't put this any other way. Your mother was named Kushina Uzumaki, and she originated from the former land of whirlpools. She was a kunoichi, and a beautiful woman. Personally, I think you're more like your father, but Tsunade believes that your love for ninjutsu and personality are much like Kushina's. Either way, she was a wonderful person. And she would have been a wonderful mother to you. I wasn't in Konoha during the Kyuubi's attack when you were born, but from what I was told, she died that night. It could have been stress or the Kyuubi's presence while she was vulnerable, but the news of her death hit me hard. Still, she was a loving woman, Naruto, and I know that she was always looking forward to the day you would come into her and your father's life. Your father was someone you may know a bit more about. He was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. Naruto nearly dropped the scroll at that point. Something told him that this shouldn't be such a shock to him. He always suspected that somehow he was connected to the Yondaime Hokage. He'd seen his face in books as well as the wall in the Hokage's office. And he remembered the Sandaime commenting how he resembled the fourth. Did that mean he knew too about Naruto's heritage? Probably. He kept the information of the Kyuubi under wraps fairly well, so hiding Naruto's family history shouldn't seem too hard to. Shaking his head, he continued. He was an amazing ninja, and it seems you're no different. I truly mean that, Naruto, you're an incredible shinobi. And Konoha should be proud to have you. You may not realize it, but many people in Konoha do speak well of you these days. Your peers all have the utmost faith in your abilities from what Sakura has told me. Your father was the same with his friends and peers. Minato was a great student, and he had a way of just making you feel like even the worst situation would be solved as long as he was around. Naruto, I wish I had gotten to know you sooner. It's partially my fault. I was Konoha's greatest spy master, and they needed me to keep tabs on Orochimaru, among other enemies. Still, I feel like I'm just making excuses. Apologizing continuously won't do me any good. I wanted to be there for you, but luck just wouldn't allow me to spend the past 16 years in Konoha to help care for you. I'm just thankful Sarutobi-sensei was there for you whenever he could be. You're the closest I have to family, Naruto. As such, I am leaving all my worldly possessions in your name. Among them being an estate in Tea Country, all the scrolls I've collected over the years, which if Tsunade followed my instructions, should be within a safe vault in Konoha, and my life savings. Which if I'm correct currently is about 5 billion ryo, if current sales of my books are accurate. I believe this will be a sufficient amount for the rest of your lifetime, plus interest for all the times I borrowed from your dear wallet. Gama-chan. A few things are likely sealed within this scroll, among them being the data I've gathered in Fuinjutsu in my lifetime, a few of my more personal scrolls, and a seal design for traveling between our realm and the realm that you're hopefully in, assuming Tsunade has gone through with the plan we agreed upon. There's also a key that's likely sealed within you now that will help you with controlling the seal on the fox. I recommend you look under the scroll that I made for you in regards to that area. You should be able to find it. Naruto, I may be dead, but never forget what I taught you. Those years I spent traveling with you were some of the greatest years of my life, well at least the greatest I can recall with my aging mind. I am honored to have known such a great man and a wonderful godson. Take care of yourself, Naruto. May the winds of fortune guide you, and may you find joy and happiness in your lifetime. Jiraiya, Gama Sennin of Konohagakure. Naruto wiped his eyes a bit, and noticed that there was a small bit of writing at the edges of the scroll that were barely hidden. He read it over. P.S. I also sealed all of the Ika books, as well as my research notes. Within this scroll, though I won't pressure you to, it would be a great honor to me if you read the series over time. Either that, or save them to be auctioned off in another 20 years when they become worth hundreds of thousands. Hell, maybe you could even start a new series and carry on the legacy. Just don't tell Tsunade. Naruto laughed. Typical Ero Sennin. Naruto set the scroll aside, intent on waiting to look at the contents of what was sealed later on. He instead fixed his gaze upon the third and final scroll he had laid out before him. Picking it up with a slightly trembling hand, he broke the wax seal placed on it. He took note that a blood seal was also placed upon it, so he bit his thumb before pressing it against the paper. It glowed briefly before unraveling a bit. Opening the scroll up fully, Naruto began to read a handwriting he had never seen before. To my son. Hello, Naruto. If you're reading this scroll, then you are hopefully already aware of a few things. Such as the fact that you are the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, the fact that Jiraiya is your godfather, and that you are my child. I have to make this quick, unfortunately. I was informed a mere hour ago that the Kyuubi was heading this way. Luckily, I've been messing around with a new Fuinjutsu just recently, and I think with a few minor alterations, it can help me protect Konoha and stop the Kyuubi. Though if this does succeed, you already know what the consequences are for winning the battle. You'll have the Kyuubi inside of you, and I will be dead. I hate to leave your mother to care for you alone. But I'm afraid there's not another option available for me. My duty to the village is needed, but if I could, I would do everything in my power to make this oncoming disaster simply disappear. I want to see you grow up, become a shinobi, if that's your wish, and grow old with your mother and become grandparents. I'm scared, but at the same time, I'd rather die 100 deaths than let any harm come to you or your mother. I love you, son. Kushina, your mother, is already aware of what will happen. Naruto, despite what may happen, know that your mother and I care for you more than either of us could ever think possible. When I finally get to hold you, I'm afraid it will be the last time. For now, I'm letting your mother cradle you in her arms as she tries to rest. She's been feeling a bit under the weather lately, so I won't disturb her until I leave. The ink began to run a bit, spots where moisture had hit the paper evident. Naruto felt his own eyes begin to sting as well. I'm sorry for throwing this burden upon you, though I believe that you will be able to use the Kyuubi's power when needed someday. I am entrusting the future of Konoha with you, Naruto. Jiraiya will hopefully help teach you, and your mother will always be there for you as well. When the time comes, my son, I hope that someday you'll meet a woman who makes your life complete the same way Kushina has for me. I want you to live a full and happy life, and one that you can say is your own. Never let anyone tell you what you can or cannot do. Instead, prove them wrong. Make mistakes. Go to extraordinary lengths for things you believe in, and above all else, enjoy your life. We're only human, our time is short, despite what it may feel like at times. Just always remember, Naruto, that you are my son. And nothing can change that. Your father always, Minato Namikaze. Naruto took in a few shaky breaths while looking over the letter, trying to see if he could somehow channel a part of his father from it. He sniffled a bit more, hating himself for crying like this. He had promised himself years ago that he wouldn't cry like this and feel sorry for himself. Still, Dad, Ero Sennin, Mom. Naruto set the scroll down and cupped his face into his hands. He let out a sob, then another. For the first time in years, Naruto cried for himself. It wasn't loud, it wasn't long, but he let the tears run freely. Not holding himself back at all. The night was a blur for him after that. He recalled setting all the scrolls and his belongings to one side of his room before collapsing on his bed. He never looked at his clock, not concerned at all with what time it was. He fell asleep, his head spinning with all that he had learned in the past hour. Brienne thwack. Naruto removed his hand from his alarm clock, and slowly opened his eyes. The sun was shining, and he could hear the chatter of other students outside his room in the dorm hallway. He sighed while getting out his bed. He was still in his clothes from last night. Groaning, he threw off his uniform and undergarments before heading into the bathroom and showering up. After drying off and putting new clothes on, he grabbed his book bag and headed out the door. He didn't really look where he was going, his mind focusing on other matters. When he arrived to class, he sat in his seat and simply slumped over, heads resting on his arms. "Good morning, Naruto," spoke Mizore, who sat down in the seat in front of Naruto. The blonde didn't seem to be aware of Mizore's greeting. She frowned, and decided to turn around fully so that she was sitting in with her back facing the front of the classroom. "Naruto, are you okay?" Naruto blinked once before shifting his gaze to the girl in front of her. He offered her a weak smile. "Oh, hey. Mizore-chan. Sorry, hey, I didn't get much sleep last night." Mizore's frown didn't vanish. "Why not? Nothing you need to worry about. Just personal stuff." Mizore poked Naruto's head. "If it's personal stuff, then that makes it all the more important." She noted Naruto was avoiding her eyes again. "Did something bad happen last night?" Naruto sighed. "No, it's not necessarily bad. Just." Naruto shook his head. "Mizore-chan, it's nothing important." The purple-haired girl knew when not to prod anymore. "Okay, if you want to talk, I'm here." The blonde gave her a nod. A little glint to his eyes returning. "Thanks, Mizore-chan. You're a good friend." Mizore gave a small blush. "Anytime." Sukune and Mocha soon walked into the class, and the UAL murmur of praise towards Mocha was heard as the two took their seats. Nekonon was in the classroom a minute later, and began her lecture on yesterday's readings. "Uzumaki-san, The class turned to the blonde after he didn't respond. Nekonomiya gave a worried look, noting that Naruto seemed to be using a gloomy aura. Uzumaki-san, are you alright? Mizore turned around to see Naruto's eyes looking out the window. She poked him lightly. Naruto. Naruto looked to the front before seeing the entire class looking to him. I'm sorry, what was the question? Nekonomiya frowned. Uzumaki-san. I called your name twice and you didn't respond. Are you alright? Naruto grinned. Haha, I'm fine. Sorry, I was just spacing out there, probably because I didn't eat anything yet, haha. He scratched his head. What was the question? Quote, I was trying to ask you if you had any idea what club you wanted to join tomorrow. Club? Naruto asked. What do you mean? There was a collective groan as the bell rang. Alright, class. Try to think of what you may want to join for club activities, and don't forget to drop by my booth, the newspaper club. Naruto was one of the last ones to leave, Mizore, Mocha, and Sukune waiting for him at the door. Naruto-kun, can I speak to you for a moment? Naruto sighed, and gave a wave to his friends before turning back to his teacher. Yes, Nekonomiya-sensei. Nekonomiya signaled for him to pull up a chair by her desk, and waited for him to sit. Are you alright? Naruto gave a nod. I'm fine. I don't have a fever, and I haven't had a cold since I was 5 years. Naruto-kun, I mean, are you alright in regards to your mental health? If you don't mind me saying so, you seem depressed. Depressed? Naruto frowned. I'm perfectly fine. Are you sure? You know, I'm always available if you need to speak to someone, and we have school counselors as well who you can talk to. Nekonomiya continued, it's not healthy to bottle up everything. Naruto was quiet for a moment before speaking. Well, Naruto looked to the clock, but felt a hand tapping his, and he looked to see Nekonomiya smile a bit. I can write you a pass, and I don't have any class for another hour. Naruto let out a sigh for the umpteenth time that day. I'd rather not talk too much about it, but... Naruto ran a hand through his hair. Do you have any family, Nekonomiya-sensei? Yes, I do, Nekonomiya replied. Naruto nodded. Well, aside from a few friends I've adopted into a surrogate family of mine, I have no one. My godfather died, and I don't have either of my parents. My father died the day I was born. As did my mother. Nekonomiya's hair seemed to droop a bit, the ear-like ends falling down. I'm sorry to hear that. It's fine. I never really knew my parents, but I finally found out who they were. Naruto paused for a moment. My country was at war a little over 16 years ago, and a lot of people died because of it. Just when we started recovering, a huge storm came through the area. My father was one of the leading men in our town, and, well, he died trying to put up a dam to stop the flooding of our home. My mom died shortly after, from what I've been told. Probably from the storm as well. I see. Nekonomiya spoke. When did you find out about this? Last night. The blonde-haired teacher nodded. If you want, you can have the rest of the day off. Naruto shook his head. No. I'd rather try to keep my mind occupied with other things. It will probably help. Alright. Nekonomiya took out a slip of paper, writing out Naruto a slip. Here. This will keep you from getting marked tardy for your next class. Naruto stood up after taking the slip of paper. Naruto, just remember that talking to others can help. Naruto gave her a smile. I will. I think I already feel a little better just talking about that with you. Thanks, Nekonomiya-sensei. Nekonomiya watched as the blonde exited the classroom. She too packed her belongings up, seeing as her next class would be down the hall. She intended to go and make a cup of coffee for herself and maybe get some classwork done. Something caught her eye though. She looked on her desk to see a small slip of paper, along with a sandwich packed in a plastic bag. Thanks for the talk today, Nekonomiya-sensei. I heard you like fish, so I figured you'd enjoy this more than I would. Naruto. The blonde adjusted her glasses while looking around the room. She picked up the sandwich and gave it a sniff. It was tuna. She scratched her cheek thoughtfully while heading out the door. How did he do that? The rest of the day went by without much incident on Naruto's part. Seeing as tomorrow was the day that students would go around school to decide what club to join, Naruto didn't get any homework for most of his classes. Gym proved to be a wonderful way for him to burn off some of his stress. He never heard of basketball until today, but he found the sport to be fairly easy, just like dodgeball. Unsurprisingly, his team had won, though Mizore being on the other team proved to cause some difficulties for him. She apparently had a natural talent in shooting baskets from almost halfway across the court. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Please just leave me alone and… What, is this just a game to you, Shirayuki? You shouldn't go and mess with other people's emotions like this. Other wise people may start saying things about you. Naruto stopped, and listened in. He immediately recognized the voices of both Mizore and Katsubo Okudo, the gym teacher. It sounded like they were having an argument of some sort. I'm tired of you always treating me like this, though. I don't like how you harass me whenever. Harass. There was the sound of someone being pushed against a wall, followed by a gasp from Mizore. You said that you liked me. No, loved me. What's with the sudden change? Naruto tightened his fist. Teacher or not, Naruto didn't like the way that Okudo was talking to Mizore. He prepared to jump in if things got bad. Why you do anything to me and I'll tell the faculty. They'll find out what you're like, and then you'll lose your job. Mizore spoke, though her voice was shaky and weak. Just leave me alone and I won't say any. Are you blackmailing me? There was a chuckle from Okudo. Think about what everyone would say about you. The student in a relationship with the gym teacher. I can stand losing my job, but what about you? You'll be an outcast, even more so that you already are. Everyone will start avoiding you. Okudo laughed as Mizore seemed to be struggling. At least from what Naruto could hear, what's brought about this sudden change in you, Shirayuki? What are you talking about? Mizore asked. What change? Hey, there's another guy, isn't there? Okudo asked. Who is it? Huh. Mizore said nothing. It's that Uzumaki kid, isn't it? Let me guess. He talks to you while everyone else thinks you're a loner, right? He understands you, he knows you, and cares about you. Okudo continued. Ha ha ha. Come on, Shirayuki. The boy probably just wants you for something like a one-night stand. No one would truly care about a loner like you. And Naruto's not like that. Mizore whispered. He's a truly wonderful person, and you'd be lucky if you came to be even a quarter of the man that he. Naruto had enough. He walked around the corner, surprised that no one walked across this scene before him. Sure enough, Okudo had Mizore pinned to the wall. He put a surprised look on his face. Oh, Okudo-sensei. What's going on? The position Okudo was in with Mizore pinned to the wall looked questionable, no doubt. He flashed Naruto a look of shock before backing away from Mizore. Mizore looked to Naruto before dropping her gaze to the ground, quickly moving away from Okudo. And walking past Naruto at a brisk pace. Mizore-chan. Later, Naruto. Mizore whispered, not even looking up as she spoke. Naruto turned back to the gym teacher who was heading down the hall in the opposite direction and spoke. Okudo-sensei. Okudo turned back to Naruto. Yeah. Naruto's look of confusion settled into one of mild anger. I heard everything that happened. Naruto's gaze could have pierced diamonds if possible. Mizore-chan is my friend, and if you're going to treat her like that, you'll be hearing from me. Okudo went from shock to confusion before settling on contempt. Uzumaki. Are you threatening me? Not at all. I'm simply stating that if you wish to continue harassing my friend, the proper actions will be taken, one way or another. Naruto turned around, seeing as class would be starting soon. Okudo growled as soon as Naruto was out of sight. Damn it, now he had someone who was a witness to what was going on. Still, he was a faculty member. People were more likely to believe him than some kids. If Naruto got to be a problem, well, he'd simply take care of him. Sure, he had great potential as a possible student athlete, but if he was also a threat to his image and possibly his job, he'd have to get rid of him. Mizore watched from a staircase as Naruto headed down a hall towards the home economics wing of the school. She caught most of what Naruto had said, but what got her the most was that he defended her. He didn't seem to even mind the fact that she apparently had some sort of relationship with their gym teacher. Well, hardly much of anything worth calling a relationship. She sort of liked him, but after a few days he started to act different. He was kind to her for the first couple of days, but recently he started to scare her. Naruto though, she felt her heartbeat pick up a little. He was everything she wasn't. Bright, cheerful, brash, courageous, reckless, optimistic, not to mention she often overheard his name being spoken in hushed whispers by girls in the locker room after gym class. I should talk to him, she said to herself. She held her books close to her as she headed down to the library for her study period. Mizore began to think back on what her mother had told her. She needed to find a partner, and soon. Well, at least within a couple years' time. Soon she'd be at the prime age for bearing children. Sometimes she hated the fact that she was a Yuki Onna. They had a short reproductive period, and as such, often were put into arranged marriages to ensure future generations could be made. Perhaps if she wrote to her mother, she'd be able to get some advice on what to do. She didn't love Naruto, but she did like him. Surely that was better than being married off to some complete stranger. Mother will probably know what to do. Mizore sighed. She would just have to wait until after school today before she could do anything. After dinner, Naruto headed out by himself. He walked out to the woods outside of his dorm area, a bag of gear over one shoulder. 10 minutes of travel found him in the middle of a meadow he had found earlier in the week. Taking a quick survey of the area, he nodded. This'll do perfectly, Naruto stated. He pulled out from the bag 2 scrolls, and rubbed his hands together before unraveling them. 2 seals were on either of the scrolls. One marked, Field, and other marked, Alarm. He went to work, pressing a single hand on the Field scroll before going through a few simple one-handed hand seals he knew from Jiraiya. A second later, he felt a slight drain on his chakra. And a light blue aura began to emerge from the seal. Naruto continued to channel chakra into the seal, and the light spread out, creating a ring. The ring grew larger and larger until it covered close to several hundred yards. Naruto eventually stopped channeling chakra into the scroll, and the giant ring of light faded. Rolling the second scroll up, he UGHT his attention to the second scroll marked, Alarm. This one was more of an intricate procedure for him. Naruto went through several hand seals before pressing both palms onto the scroll and shouting, Kai. The scroll let out a blue light as well, several symbols appearing around the seal on the paper before a weak shock wave erupted from the scroll. The shock wave traveled towards through the meadow before stopping and hitting the edge of the ring Naruto had created just a short while ago. Naruto bit his thumb, smeared it on the bottom of the seal, and then went through a few more hand seals before shouting, Fuin. The ring lit up around the meadow and trees again, this time with several runic symbols floating above its perimeter. Naruto grinned and rolled up the scroll. There, that takes care of that. Naruto had just created his own personal alarm system. If he ever found himself training anywhere within the perimeter of the ring he had created and another significantly high life force entered the area, he'd know. He had Jiraiya to thank for the development of this alarm system technique. Naruto set to work, unraveling another scroll and unsealing several dozen target dummies and straw targets. Naruto created a dozen clones and set to work, assigning them several tasks while he did his own share of the work. Within an hour's time, Naruto had created a simple training ground for himself. Checking the watch in his pocket revealed to Naruto that he had been out for longer than he thought, and it was now close to 8:30. Packing up his remaining gear, the blonde D left his new training ground and headed back to campus. Naruto was back in his own room 15 minutes later, and decided a cup of ramen would do him some good. 5 minutes later found Naruto holding a warm cup of steamy instant ramen, slurping up the salty noodles as he opened up his math book. He would do a bit of studying before it got too late. Around 11, Naruto closed his book, and RNED his attention to one of the boxes on the floor. He grinned as he walked over to the box with his Anbu uniform that Shizune gave him. Pulling it out, he held it out in front of him. Well, it's not too late to go outside, Naruto thought. Naruto hopped from tree branch to tree branch, elating in the feeling of the air running across his masked face. It had been too long since he had gotten the chance to just run through the forest. He didn't mind being fairly normal, if that word could be used in a school with monsters, but sometimes he just needed to let loose and release the pent-up energy he always seemed to have. Jin, just leave me alone already. Come on, why do you have to be such a tease like that, huh? Naruto flipped over a large branch before landing on the ground silently, and taking in his surroundings. He crept beside a large tree, and looked ahead. There were two people, one belonging to a dark-haired male and another belonging to that of a blonde girl. Both were students from what Naruto could see, though he guessed from their appearances that they were upperclassmen. The male student, who apparently was named Jin, continued, "It's not like anyone is here. We're fine. It doesn't matter, Jin. I'm not interested in you. You're a nice guy, but what?" Jin sighed, leaning a hand against a tree in front of the girl, blocking her path ahead. "Is it because I'm in the newspaper club? You think that I'm not cool enough? What? No, nothing like that. Then what's the big deal if we..." Naruto heard enough. "Excuse me, but I believe the lady wished to be left alone." Jin turned around to face the masked blonde. "What the?" He narrowed his eyes as he took in the person's appearance. He was wearing a form-fitting suit of some sort, along with some arm braces and a mask that covered his face from the nose down. He sported a bandana of sorts that had a metal plate on it with an odd spiral symbol emblazoned on it. "Who the hell are you?" Naruto paused. "Who, me? Crap, he hadn't even thought of a cool name yet." He shook his head before continuing. "I'm the Arashi Ninja, Vigilante of Shadows." Naruto clenched a fist. "Now, get away from that student before I make you..." "Wait. Quote. Jin raised an eyebrow. "Are you threatening me?" "No, just giving you a choice," Naruto replied. Jin cracked his knuckles. "Look, hunk, I don't know what planet you're from, but ninja aren't around anymore. They died along with the feudal era of Japan, at least I think they did. All that remains is bits of their combat style and stories." Naruto quirked an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" "There are..." He caught himself in mid-sentence. This was a different world. How did he know of ninja? He decided to save that question for research on a later date. "Look, pal. Either leave the girl alone or I'll show you what the Arashi Ninja is capable of." He struck a battle stance while pulling out a kunai. Oh yeah, he could see the fear in this Jin's eyes. "Cripes, you really think you're a ninja, don't you?" Jin snickered. "Look, moron, scram before I kick your ass." Naruto growled. "I am a ninja, bastard." The blonde ran forward. "Now watch and learn." Much to our hero's surprise, Jin suddenly vanished. The blonde looked around, trying to pinpoint his target's location. "Ah, behind you," shouted the girl. Naruto spun around while ducking, avoiding a kick from Jin. Naruto quickly grabbed the older student's other ankle as his attacking limb went over Naruto's head, and pulled it forward. Jin fell to the ground, but quickly rolled to the side and got back to his feet. "Damn, you're actually able to fight." Jin growled. "Look, kid, I'd rather not fight you, so if you leave now, then I'll pretend none of this ever happened." "Do you promise to leave the girl alone then?" Jin looked to the girl, then back to Naruto. He then glanced up to the night sky, looking at the moon. He sighed. "Sure, fine." He looked back to the girl. "Sorry. Didn't mean to bother you so much." The girl just looked between the two before jogging off towards campus. Jin watched her go before returning his attention to his antagonizer. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're one of Haji's pupils with how easily you handled that attack of mine." "Who's Haji?" Naruto spoke, confused by the sudden change of tone in Jin's voice. Jin gave the masked shinobi a surprised look. "Who's Haji?" "Yeah, that's what I said." Jin shook his head. "Haji's the captain of the Yukai Academy Karate Club. He's a top-notch fighter, like me." "Like you." Naruto chuckled. "If that's what you call top-notch, I'd say I have the academy grounds well protected if I meet any more guys like you." "Okay, that hurt, but I haven't shown you what I'm really capable of." Naruto grinned behind his mask. "You don't want to see what I'm capable of." Jin felt his patience dwindle by the moment with this guy. He was running around at night, dressed like some crazy ninja wannabe. Maybe he was a reject from the student police force. "You working for Kuyu?" Jin gave Naruto a dumbfounded look. "Who's Kuyu?" "Are you serious?" "Yeah, of course I am. Are you an idiot?" "No, I'm just asking a question about someone I've never heard of." "You really are an idiot." "Why you?" Jin raised his hands in placating manner. Okay, so you're not working for Kuyu. Good." The upperclassman ran a hand through his hair. I suppose if you're not one of Kuyu's lackeys, then maybe you're not such a bad guy. He grinned at Naruto's befuddled masked expression. Truth is, Yukai Academy could use a guy like you. We have a student police committee, but they're so corrupt that nobody feels safe around them. TCH, figures, give people power and they abuse it. Naruto commented aloud without thinking. I bet their leader's an ass. Only the worst kind in all of Yukai. Jin replied. The two guys made a grumbling sound in unison before looking to each other. So. Jin, right. Naruto chuckled. Not especially. No, just keep your nose out of trouble and I won't bother you. Though, from what it looks like, you're not a bad guy yourself, haha. Jin grinned. Thanks. If you ever need a good reputation, just let me know. I have ways of spreading the word around campus fast. Naruto nodded. I'll keep that in mind, Jin. With that, Naruto jumped back into the shadows of the forest, leaving Jin by himself. Arashi ninja, huh, Jin mused, fingering a small camera in his pocket. I think I'll be hearing more about that guy in the future. Naruto plopped onto his bed, owning as he threw off his sweaty uniform. Letting out a sigh of contentment, he stretched out as he let the cool night air from his open window hit him. It was close to 2 in the morning now. After his encounter with Jin, he patrolled around campus, and managed to do a few good deeds in the process. He helped a girl find her wallet that was missing in a courtyard, stopped 2 third-year students from beating up a first-year student, and also prevented a group of students from spray painting the walls of the main building. As he closed his eyes, he let his thoughts wander. Just as he expected, he found himself thinking over the news of his parents, his godfather's last words, and just the stress from taking it all in. He had managed to keep himself occupied with other things, but now that he wasn't busy with anything, he couldn't help but feel that same depressing weight fall upon him. He shook his head and rolled over so that he was lying on his stomach. It wouldn't do any good to mope around and feel sorry for himself. Jiraiya had been with him, even if it was for a few short years. Those years, much like Jiraiya had stated in the scroll, were some of the best in his life. Ero Sennin, I hope you're watching me. Naruto spoke, looking out his window and into the night sky. I'm going to become the greatest ninja of all time. Just watch. The blonde fell asleep shortly after that, letting his exhaustion from the past 2 days finally win over his consciousness. Tomorrow would be another day, and he'd have to find a club to join. Maybe he'd join one with Sukune or Mizore. Hell, maybe even become part of a cooking club with Kurumu. He didn't know for sure, but whatever club he joined, he was certain that he'd enjoy it as long as he had friends to be part of it with him. Introducing Naruto to the other characters right now. Don't worry though, action will soon be more than plentiful. Aside from that, Naruto's already made friends with our young prodigy witch, and I.'s making a slow recovery and coming to terms with Jiraiya's death and finding out about his parents. What will happen next, you ask? Ah, that would be telling. Hey, be on the lookout for the next chapter. Later, as always, many thanks to the great Paradox Jast for being the ever-helpful beta reader of my works. Incognito. Denim 88. You really are an ice queen. Mizore. Only 2 idiots. Rosario Vempires. Chapter 4. Incognito. If that photography club member asks me to join one more time, suspension be damned, I'll deck him in the. Naruto. Just ignore them. They can't force you to join. Mizo. Re-sighed as they tagged along with Kurumu, Sukune, Mocha, and Yukari. She's right, Naruto. Besides, there are better clubs to join, like the chemistry club, or the fortune-telling club. Yukari beamed. We can make awesome potions and read the future. That way I'll know how to get Mocha-san to fall in love with. Or we could keep looking. Kurumu interrupted, knocking Yukari to the side a little. Naruto. Why don't we go look at the baking or cooking clubs? I'm sure we can get lots of good recipes there. Naruto sighed as Yukari jumped onto Kurumu's back while stating that Naruto would never want to join a stupid club that she's not in. Naruto quickly moved around the soon-to-be catfight, joining up with Sukune. What do you think, Sukune? There's too many choices here. Wait, what's salsa dancing? Sukune simply shook his head. I know what you mean. There's too many to take in. We can only join one club, too. He turned to Mocha and smiled. What club do you think would be fun? Well, Sukune-kun. I'd be happy to join any club you want to join. Sukune felt his face heat up a bit. Oh, well, then maybe we should keep looking around, huh? Mocha blushed. Sure, Sukune-kun. Naruto decided to give the two some space, though Yukari and Kurumu didn't feel that leaving the two alone was such a good idea. Naruto laughed as the blue-haired succubus grabbed a hold of Sukune's arm while Yukari hugged Mocha's side. At least they won't lose each other in this crowd. Mizore commented. Any idea on what you want to do? Naruto scratched his head while giving a chuckle. No clue whatsoever. Mizore nodded. Well, I think I'm going to go with Kurumu. She said that she wanted to see the aromatherapy club, and I want to see if I can find any scented candles from my hometown. Candles, Naruto repeated, giving her a confused look. Why? Mizore was quiet for a moment before speaking. Well. I remember my mother telling me once that the flowers that grow where we live have a very, intoxicating effect on people when mixed with lavender. I just wanted to see if it's true. Naruto grinned. Okay, Mizore-chan. I'll catch you later. He flashed her a grin while giving her a thumbs up. She smiled while heading off to catch up with their friends. Alright. If I was a cool club booth, where would I be? Naruto weaved around the crowds of students, passing by numerous other booths, all advertising their perks and activities for possible recruits. Naruto couldn't help but feel slightly unnerved as he passed by the groups that were predominantly female: hair care, perfume and cosmetics, fashion and design, and numerous others. Sure, there were male members in a few of them, but most of the men were around simply to flirt with the girls. Nevertheless, Naruto found numerous students, mostly girls, calling out to him. Oh, Naruto-kun, do you remember me? Gym class. One redhead called out. If you want, you can join our pottery club. Hey there, blondie. Want to join the modeling club? We don't have many boys. Oh, he's a cute one. Hey, join our massage club. Naruto couldn't help but notice many of the boys around him giving him envious glares as girls continued calling out to him. He laughed nervously as he kindly declined their invitations. It took a good deal of willpower to turn down the lovely third-year girl who offered him a free massage. And continued onward. Karate club. Join now. Learn the ways of unarmed combat. Sparring, technique, principles. All aspects are covered in this club. Naruto turned his head the moment he heard the word, sparring, and looked to see a rather tall and well-muscled male student shouting out to the crowds, drawing in a small audience. He sported a uniform of sorts, obviously a martial arts style, and had spiked hair and sharp eyes. Come on, you've got nothing to lose except a few weeks for rehabilitation if you get injured. The student continued, we'll even give you a demonstration. Any volunteers? Naruto grinned, I will. The student looked at him and grinned, haha. A first year with a pair finally speaks up. He waved to Naruto, indicating that he wanted him to follow him to a clearing behind the karate club's booth where a fighting mat was placed. Naruto stood on the other side of the mat while the man looked him over. What's your name? Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. I'm Haji Miyamoto, the captain of this club. He grinned. I've heard about you. You're supposedly one of the best first years in gym classes. Haji looked to one of the other karate members, Funato. I want you to spar with him. Go easy on him. Funato looked to be an upperclassman as well. He had brown hair and brown eyes, and stood a few inches taller than Naruto. Sure thing, Haji Taiko. Funato nodded before walking over to the opposite side of the mat, facing Naruto. He grinned a bit. You have any experience? The blonde shinobi shrugged. I have decent experience with taijutsu. Naruto began to mentally panic. The term taijutsu was used in a very broad sense in his world. Shinobi often liked to keep the name of their combat styles a secret, so the word taijutsu was an interchangeable term. He knew of various styles, but he didn't have a real style that he used himself. With that being said, he wasn't sure if these people knew what he meant. Funato looked confused at first, and as soon as Naruto opened his mouth to explain himself, the taller boy laughed. I get it. When I asked if you had any experience, I was asking if you knew any particular styles of fighting, like judo or karate. I suppose grappling itself can be considered a style, though. Since we just want to see what you can do, you don't have to worry about serious injury or anything like that. Feel free to use whatever style you like, though I'm going to be using karate. Naruto tried to keep the relief he felt from showing on his face, then threw his green jacket on to the ground nearby before getting into a stance. Hey. Alright, who makes first move? I will. Let's see how you react. Funado replied. A moment passed before Funado ran at Naruto, striking out with an open palm. Naruto quickly slapped the palm aside and grabbed the extended arm before turning back and flipping him over his shoulder. Funado landed on his back, quickly rolling to the side and laughing. Okay, looks like I deserved that one. You're obviously not a novice. Funado changed his stance up. Let's try this. Naruto ducked under a kick, and attempted to sweep his opponent off his feet. However, Funado quickly pulled his foot back. Naruto saw the heel coming towards him, and raised both arms to block. A small audience had gathered now. A few murmured Naruto's name while others simply spoke in a way of how the first year was putting up a fight against an experienced second-year karate club member. Naruto quickly jumped back before sprinting forward. He blocked a fist from Funado before palm striking him in the shoulder. Funado grunted, taking a step back. Naruto backed off a bit to give Funado a chance to recover, smiling. So, where do I stand in rank? Hey, you've got more than a few years of experience on your belt. You obviously know more than just grappling, though. Funado replied. I can tell you're holding back, but so am I. That easy to see, huh? Naruto laughed. Funado quickly tried a grapple move of his own on, sweeping Naruto's feet from underneath him. Naruto reacted on pure instinct, using his sheer strength to throw Funado onto the ground to avoid being pinned by the second year. Naruto held an open palm in a striking position, mimicking what would have been the finishing blow. Do you submit? Funado blinked before sighing, a bitter smile on his features. I submit. The audience clapped as Naruto helped Funado to his feet, shaking his hand. Thanks, Funado Senpai. Sorry for embarrassing you like. Funado waved it off. It's fine. You're a good fighter. There's no shame in losing to someone who's good at martial arts. He laughed. Looks like I still have a lot to learn. Excellent job, Uzumaki-san. Haji spoke. I think you've proven yourself a capable fighter here. He extended his hand. We'd be honored to have you join us. Naruto thought for a moment. So you're Haji. I heard about you from other students. Naruto laughed. They say you're a good fighter. Yourself. Haji smirked a bit. Well, I don't like to blow hot air, but I am good at karate. I still have much to learn though. Improvement is a big part of our program, and it takes a lot of dedication and commitment. He gave Naruto a serious expression. We also take pride in our name. If you join our club, understand that you represent us both while wearing the uniform and not wearing the uniform. Naruto gave a nod. I understand. Will you join us then? The blonde mulled over the offer. He didn't know anyone in this club, but it'd be a chance to get to spar and imper Ove without hiding his skills in taijutsu. Count me in. Naruto spoke, shaking Haji's hand. That Tamao Ichino sure seems to be getting comfortable with Sukune-kun, grumbled Kurumu as she waited near the edge of the pool where the Yukai Academy's swimming club was stationed. Sukune had suggested they go take a look at the swimming club after seeing the beautiful members calling out to the other students to join them in the pool. Mizore had quietly excused herself, stating she wasn't that interested in swimming, and would talk to them later. Heading went off to see one of the other club booths. Mocha seemed a bit hesitant to follow, but Kurumu and Yukari were all for the idea. At the moment, the swimming club captain, Tamao Ichinos, was currently swimming alongside Sukune, her arm continually wrapping around the younger boy's arms to guide him. She would occasionally praise his form and technique, and offer advice to improve. Sukune wouldn't deny the fact that she was a beautiful woman. Probably a few years his senior, but he was kind of disappointed that Mocha had yet to join him in the water as well. Yeah, well, at least he's enjoying himself. Yukari replied. The Ing-witch turned towards one of the tables where Mocha was sitting. Hey, Mocha-san, why don't you join us? It's really warm in here, and Yukari-chan, I'd rather not. I'm not a fan of swimming. Mocha spoke, cutting Yukari off. Kurumu gave Mocha a perplexed look. Really? Why not? I just don't. Mocha replied, her voice a bit stern. Since Sukune seems to be enjoying himself so much with the other swimming club girls, I'll just leave. Quote, Sukune, who overheard the Rosette shouting, swam towards the others. Hey, wait, Mocha, that's not true at all. You don't understand. I just wanted to swim with you, that's all. Mocha turned sharply to face Sukune. No, you don't understand, Sukune. I can't. Before Mocha could finish, she was splashed with water. The Rosette screamed as she quickly backed away, looking to the culprit. Ichino's, who was beside Sukune, just shook her head. Mocha-san, while you're free to visit here, I don't tolerate fighting. It's unsightly on your part, deters others from coming over here. And above all else, is simply childish. Mocha's eyes looked at the moisture dripping down her arms and hair, and no, water. She quickly dashed off, leaving Sukune calling out to her. Kurumu turned towards Ichino's. Hey, you didn't need to splash her. Aren't you supposed to be trying to set an example for your club, being the captain and all? Ichino's chuckled lightly. Please. The last thing we need is an immature brat like her joining our club. Now, if you don't mind. She wrapped an arm around Sukune. Sukune-kun, let's continue swimming, shall we? Ah. But Sukune found himself being guided back into the deeper end of the pool while Yukari and Kurumu found themselves torn between going to Mocha and staying with Sukune. I'll go find Mocha, Yukari spoke, getting out of the pool. I'm getting a weird vibe from that Ichino's. Keep an eye on her and Sukune. Kurumu shrugged. All right. Yukari quickly wrapped a towel around herself to dry off before heading towards the direction Mocha had run off to. Naruto grinned to himself as he held a white uniform in his arms. He felt a bit proud of himself to be accepted so quickly into a rather reputable club. The fact that other students looked at him in mild wonder, whispering his name as he walked by, made him feel on top of the world. The shinobi within him, however, reminded the rest of his brain that he shouldn't let this go to his head, and that many older shinobi could easily run circles around the karate club. Guy Sensei, for starters, was easily the most physically fit man Naruto had ever met. Rock Lee easily placed second, but due only to being younger and not leading the same intense lifestyle for as long as Guy had. Wonder what Sukune and the others will say. Naruto thought. Naruto. The blonde turned to the sound of his name being called out, only to see a familiar witch heading towards him. Yukari-chan, hey. Check it out. He held out his karate uniform. Completely ignoring the uniform, Yukari looked directly at his face. Naruto, have you seen Mocha anywhere? Mocha, Naruto repeated, looking a bit perplexed. No, not since I last saw her with you guys. Is something wrong? Well, Yukari scratched her cheek a bit. I think Sukune hurt her feelings, or something. She was with us at the swimming pool where the swimming club was having their station set up. And she didn't seem to like the idea of swimming, so she stayed out of the pool. Huh. Go on. Naruto rubbed his chin a bit. So, she got mad when Kurumu asked her to come into the water, and he said that Sukune was too busy with the other girls to care about her or something like that, so she was leaving. Sukune called to her, saying he wanted to swim with her from the start, but then he swimming club captain began splashing water at her. She seemed scared when she got wet. Yukari looked around in a worried manner. Naruto, do you think she can't swim or something? Don't know. Naruto sighed. Well, I'll go to the pool and have a talk with Sukune. Maybe he can explain to Mocha. You go find Mocha, and we'll all meet back at the pool. Okay. Oh, and Naruto, be careful of their captain, Tamao Ichino's. I don't know, but there's just something off about her. Besides the fact that she's a monster. Naruto thought. Got it, Yukari-chan. I'll see you at the pool. With that, Naruto headed towards the swimming pool. As he reached the pool area, he could hear the sound of water splashing and voices of the swimmers. Senpai, what are you doing? What's wrong with Ga? Naruto quirked an eyebrow, and stopped walking. He quickly hid behind a row of hedges, and looked into the pool area. What the hell? Naruto murmured to himself. There in the pool were more than a dozen fish, or what were they? If Naruto didn't know any better, they resembled those pictures of mermaids that he saw in the few kids' books he read when he was younger. Far less beautiful though, and much scarier. These mermaids, or whatever, seemed to be chasing the other students, which were almost all men, and biting them. What disturbed him the most though was that the dents changed before his eyes as they were bitten. They seemed to age rapidly, as though they had the youth sucked right out of them. Damn it, just when I was hoping for a regular day. Naruto sighed, as he pulled a scroll out from his pocket labeled, Suit. Sukune watched in horror as he saw a boy drained of his energy by the two girls that had been swimming with him only moments ago. He had seen about enough. It would be best to get out of the water while he still had a chance, then go talk to Mocha and fix whatever problems there were between them. Sukune-kun, where are you going? Suk-un nearly froze as he felt scaly arm wrap around him from behind. I decided that I don't want to join this club, Ichino-senpai. Thanks though, I do appreciate the time you yaw. Sukune flailed his arms while swimming back to try and distance himself between the swim club captain. She too, like the others, was a mermaid. Oh, that's too bad, Sukune-kun. Ichino spoke, slowly making her way over to him. You see, I never intended for you to leave. Ever since the day of the commencement ceremony, I've dreamed of getting a chance to meet you. Why? Sukune asked, paddling back while keeping a wary eye on the fish-like monster. Ichino's giggled lightly. Silly, it's because of your smell. She opened her mouth, revealing razor-sharp teeth like that of a predatory fish. It smells just like a human scent. I just can't help but want to devour you. Sukune. Don't worry, I'm coming. Sukune looked over his shoulder to see Kurumu, now in her true form, wings flapping and nails extended. She made towards Sukune, hand extended to reach out to him and pull him out of the pool. Stop her, Ichino's cried out. Kurumu didn't even have a chance to react as one of the mermaids jumped out of the water, slapping her with a giant fish tail. She cried out in pain before falling into the water. Kurumu, Sukune called out to the succubus. He swam towards the spot where she had fallen into the water, only to be stopped by Ichino's, who had swam out in front of him. She smiled lightly, her teeth fully visible to him. Don't worry, Sukune-kun, we have no interest in devouring a succubus like her. We'll simply let her drown. It'll be far less painless than getting eaten. The swim team captain swam forward, catching the teenager by the shoulders. Now, just relax. You won't die. I'll simply drain you of most of your life. Sukune could only watch as the jaws of Ichino's opened, ready to clamp down and drain him of his life force. He'd be an old man for the rest of his life, robbed of his youth by a mermaid. He couldn't help but think about his family, his friends, and Mocha. I guess this is what I get for ignoring Mocha-san like I did. Sukune thought as he gave into his fate. Here I come to save the Daay. Ichino's turned around as the sound of a voice broke out. What now, huh? Ichino's caught the darkness of a silhouette falling down from the sky above. She swam away just as the figure crashed down into the water, sending a large wave in every direction. A few of the mermaids screamed as they were tossed about from the figure's impact. As the waves settled, Ichino's finally got a good look at their newest intruder. The mysterious interloper was dressed in an odd armor of sorts, a form-fitting suit almost. The person had a bandana of some kind covering their entire head, and a mask covering their face from the nose and everything underneath. Piercing blue eyes stood out amongst all the gray and black he had on. Had bothered her the most was that this person was able to stand above the water's surface. How was that possible? The person was male from the looks of it, and the feminine part of her couldn't help but run her eyes over his form once before snarling, "Who the hell are you?" The figure simply barked out a laugh. "I am the upholder of justice." The reply to all that cry out for help. The Arashi ninja. Naruto didn't enjoy the odd looks he got from everyone around the pool area, Sukune included. Ichino's raised an eyebrow. Huh. The person shook his head, and put his hands into a seal, Foreman. A single clone that looked like an exact replica of himself. He spoke a few words, and the replica dived underneath the surface while the Original remained standing above the water. He pointed a finger at her, Ichino-san. By the power invested in me by righteous fury and justice, I will stop you and your club members from draining the life force from fellow students of Yukai Academy. Who the hell do you think you are? Ichino's replied, several mermaids surrounding her as she moved closer to him. You're in our domain. We make the rules. Naruto simply laughed. I wouldn't be so sure of that. He pointed to his feet, which emitted a soft blue glow as he stood above the water. Your domain doesn't seem to have much of an affect on me. That seemed to strike a nerve with Ichino's. That's it. Get that bastard, now. Naruto got into a ready stance as the mermaid sped towards him, much like a school of piranha. The blonde sidestepped the first mermaid as she dove at him. CKLY spun around once before delivering a power kick to the face of another one of the fish beasts. Meanwhile, the clone Naruto had summoned breached the surface, an unconscious Kurumu in its arms. The clone quickly got out of the water, pulling Kurumu up and laying her gently on the cement. He quickly checked her, and tilted her neck back a little. The clone pulled his mask down quickly and breathed into her. Almost immediately Kurumu began to cough, a small amount of water spurting out of her mouth. The clone quickly pulled up his mask as her eyes opened. What? Kurumu looked up to the clone's face. Who are you? Her masked savior seemed to smile as he spoke. I'm a copy of the Arashi ninja. The real one's off fighting those mermaid girls or whatever they are. Kurumu's eyes widened. Ah. That's right, Sukune-kun. Is he? She sat up quickly, but found the masked ninja's arm hold her in place. Whoa, easy. Naruto spoke calmly. You nearly drowned a little while ago, just relax. I'll keep Sukune from getting eaten. All right, but, the clone placed a hand gently on her shoulder, I promise. Kurumu found herself unable to argue. She sighed, instead turning to the apparent, original, ninja, who had just delivered an uppercut to an unfortunate mermaid, sending her out of the water and into some nearby shrubs. She looked back to the clone and then it clicked. Wait, clones, The clone quickly dispelled, leaving a baffled Kurumu staring at a puff of smoke. But, he seemed to be so much like Naruto. Kurumu thought, I'll just have to confront him about this when I get a chance. She coughed a little more water out of her mouth. First I need to find out how I can help that Arashi ninja and Sukune-kun. But Mocha, Sukune-kun seemed really upset when you ran off. I think he truly wanted you to join us in the pool. Mocha didn't face the young witch as she stood, facing towards the girls' dorms. He sure seemed to be having fun with that Tamao Ichino's. I know that she was enjoying being around him. Mocha, Yukari sighed. Please, just come back and at least tell Sukune how you feel about the situation. I'm sure we can resolve all of this if we just talk. Mocha was quiet for almost a minute, Yukari fearing that she wasn't going to say anything further. Just when the witch was about to head back, the Rosette spoke. I'm not a big fan of water. Why you're not? No, Mocha replied. Yukari's eyes widened a little. Oh, it's true, then, isn't it? What's true? Mocha asked, turning towards the younger girl. Yukari looked away. Well, I heard rumors that you're actually a vampire. Seeing as water has powerful purification properties, vampires tend to become weak when they make contact with it. Mocha gave a weak smile, and nodded once. That's true, I am a vampire, and that's the reason why I hate water. Yukari frowned. Mocha, please come back. I really think that Sukune-kun was worried when you left. The vampire girl gave a sigh, but smiled. You're right. Sukune-kun's my friend. That's what matters. Even if he joins the swimming club, I shouldn't ruin our friendship over something like that. Yukari grinned. That's right. We're friends. Besides, Naruto went and joined a different club too. I think he had a karate uniform. The two began heading back to the pool area. Karate. Naruto-kun. Mocha laughed. Wow, Naruto-kun knows karate. Super ninja punch of justice. Another mermaid was sent flying out of the pool area, crashing into a table courtesy of a nasty right hook from Naruto. Sukune had managed to escape the dreaded waters of the Yukai Academy pool, thanks in part to Kurumu who had managed to grab a hold of him while flying. Though, had it not been for the distraction from the Arashi ninja, Kurumu doubted she would have been able to help Sukune. At the moment, Kurumu and Sukune, along with a few of the students who managed to escape the pool right away, were watching the mysterious ninja take on about a dozen of the remaining mermaids. "He's only one guy. We can take him," one of the mermaids cried out. The others yelled in agreement before swimming towards Naruto. The young shinobi simply got into a stance while running through a series of seals. "I guess now is as good a time to see if I'm good enough to use Sweden." A geyser of water shot out of the pool, spinning around Naruto and knocking a few of the mermaids back and halting the progress of the other attackers. Ichino's glared daggers at this interloper who had caused so many problems for her. Thanks to him, she lost out on her meal, and now he was beating the stuffing out of them in their own element. It was next to insulting. Naruto managed to find himself busy as the mermaids finally seemed to get a legitimate plan going. One mermaid dived under the surface while the others circled around him at high speeds. Naruto prepared to attack one of the mermaids when two hands grabbed a hold of him from underwater. "Crap," Naruto cried out, feeling himself get pulled down into the watery depths of the pool. He took in a deep breath just before his head sunk under the surface. Naruto opened his eyes, feeling a light stinging sensation from the chlorine of the pool. He looked around him, expecting to see mermaids surrounding him from all sides. Instead, he was greeted by just the blurry blue of the pool water. No shadows or silhouettes of any of his attackers. A tingling sensation in the back of his mind told him to turn around. He was able to barely catch a glimpse of a set of jaws just as the clamp down on his arm. He let out a cry of pain before decking the mermaid in the face, causing her to immediately let go. Red rivulets began to flow into the pool water, and at least several more blurry figures emerged from the depths of the pool. Naruto drew a kunai, and the mermaids immediately stopped in place as they spotted the weapon. Naruto didn't want to use lethal force, but if push came to shove, he'd draw blood, even kill, if he had to. Two more mermaids swam towards him, jaws open and webbed hands reaching out to grab hold of him. Naruto molded chakra into his weapon, and quickly rolled to the side as the mermaids swam past. One of the two gave a cry of pain as she gripped her arm, which now had a nice clean gash going down the side. Naruto simply held his kunai in front of him as the others watched him carefully. "I have to resurface soon. I never really had much experience underwater, and fighting like this is taking away my oxygen faster than I expected." Naruto closed his eyes. "Looks like I'll have to do this in one move." Ichino's pointed a finger at Naruto while giving out a gurgled command. "He can't breathe in the water. Just keep him pinned and he'll drown." The mermaids swam at Naruto all at once, but the blonde didn't move from his spot in the middle of the pool. He held out a single hand and began making circular motions, letting chakra flow into his hands as he put all his concentration into his next move. Mocha and Yukari arrived to the pool, surprised to see everyone standing outside of it in the swimwear. The students seemed to be focused on the pool though, which caused the two girls to also turn their attention to the water. Mocha, the rosette, looked up to see Sukune and Kurumu heading towards her. "Sukune-kun, I'm sorry for." "No, I should be the one apologizing." Sukune sighed. "I didn't really pay attention to how you felt about the idea of swimming." "None of us did," Kurumu added. "We're sorry, Mocha." The rosette smiled. "It's fine. I shouldn't have been so immature like that and just run off like that on you guys." She looked to Sukune. "I'm sorry. It's fine. Besides, I'm not interested in this club anymore." Yukari raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" Kurumu let out a laugh. "The swimming club members tried to eat the students." "What?" Yukari and Mocha both yelled. "They're apparently mermaids." Sukune shrugged his shoulders. "I was done for, but all of a sudden some guy in a weird outfit saved me. He called himself the Arashi Ninja." "Arashi Ninja," Yukari repeated. "You don't say. You heard of him?" Kurumu asked. "Sort of. I heard that some person claiming to be a ninja saved a younger student from getting beat up by a bunch of bullies a night or two ago. He said he was fighting for justice, or something. That explains the horrible names of his attacks." Kurumu added. "It also explains his weird clothes," spoke Mizore as she popped up from the bushes behind the group. "Gah!" the four cried out in surprise. "Sorry," Mizore spoke as she pulled her sucker out of her mouth. I heard the Arashi ninja has weird powers. I saw him make a clone of himself when he helped you out, Kurumu. You were here the whole time and didn't help. Kurumu growled. I didn't want to get my clothes wet. Mizore replied. Well, where is this ninja? Yukari asked. Sukune pointed to the pool. He was standing on the water's surface. Don't ask me how, but he was. The mermaids pulled him underneath the surface just a minute ago. The sound of waves splashing against seam. NT drew the attention of the group once more. The pool was now a whirlpool that was spiraling towards the center. Whoa, do you feel that? Mocha spoke, a sudden heavy feeling washing over her. It's different from the Yuki I've felt from other monsters, but... Boom. The Rosette's words were cut off as the water blasted out of the pool, raining down on those within the immediate area, Mocha included. Much to her dismay, and the last of the mermaids could be seen lying scattered among the wreckage. Ah, there he is. Kurumu pointed towards the center of the pool where the Arashi ninja was standing. He had one open palm raised into the air, a ball of light with wisps of air going around it. It was emitting a bright light from the center, and gave off a high-pitched humming sound. A light wind seemed to be emanating from the strange ball of energy. The ninja looked around before tossing the ball of energy into the air so that it dissipated, then hopped out of the now empty pool. He looked around before looking to Sukune. Are you all right? Huh? Sukune blinked. Oh, why yeah, thanks for helping me earlier. Arashi ninja. Our ninja works too. Naruto replied, I've been hearing quite a bit about you lately. Trouble seems to follow you around. Sukune Aono. Sukune's throat tightened. Did this guy know about his secret? Did he know he was a human as well? Really? Sukune asked. I suppose I got mixed up with the wrong crowd early in the semester. Hey. I don't mean to cause trouble around here. Naruto waved a hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. I keep an eye on the place. If I see anyone causing problems around here, they'll have to deal with me. He turned to the other students who were watching from a distance. Have no fear, students of Yukai Academy. I, the Arashi ninja, shall keep a silent watch over this place. Should you ever find yourself in peril, I will do everything in my power to protect you. Before anyone could give a reply, Naruto pulled out a small ball from a pocket in his suit, tossing it to the ground. It emitted a thick gray smoke, giving him enough cover to disappear. By the time the smoke dissipated, he was gone from sight. Yukari rubbed her chin as the others looked to see if there were any traces of the masked vigilante, ninja, huh? She smiled a bit, looks like I'll need to do some investigating on the matter. Naruto let out a deep sigh as he sealed the last of his, Arashi ninja, attire into his scroll after finding a quiet clearing in the woods nearby. He grunted in pain as he examined the bite marks on his 2 arms. Despite how he had managed to avoid major wounds during the fight, they still managed to catch him a few times in the fray. I definitely need to get a training schedule going again. Naruto thought aloud as he began to treat his wounds. He began to wrap the bite mark, and laughed, maybe also stop getting inspiration from my monologues from Guy-sensei, haha. A few days had passed since the incident with the pool and the mermaids. Nekonome had managed to talk Sukune, Mocha, Kurumu, and Yukari into joining the newspaper club, which didn't seem all that bad in Sukune's opinion. He wasn't exactly a journalist, but he didn't see the problem with getting a simple article done for a paper once a week. Sukune-kun, we should do an article together. Nay, Kurumu, why whoa. Old he want to write an article with a top-heavy cow like ow. My hair, let go of my hair. Hey, Sukune, mind helping me with these boxes? Sukune looked up from his own work to see Jin carrying a few boxes with paper supplies. Oh. Sure thing, Jin. Jine Morioka, the current president of the newspaper club, was a rather laid-back individual. The first day of the club had proven that he was a bit of a pervert though after he caught the upperclassmen trying to get a peek underneath the skirts of the girls when they were hanging up posters on the wall for their club. He had called Jin out on that, only for Jin to somehow find a way to make it seem like it had been Sukune who was being the pervert. In the end, he had received a slap to the face from both Mocha and Kurumu, a scolding from Yukari, and a rather icy look from Mizore. As Sukune hefted one of the boxes up, Jin walked over to him, speaking just above a whisper. Hey, Sukune, is it true that you and Mocha are an item right now? What? Sukune recovered quickly. Well, I'm just curious as to whether or not I'll have to work hard on getting her to fall for me or not, that's all. Jin laughed. I'm afraid I've fallen for Mocha Akashiya. Regardless of what it takes, I'm going to make her my woman. Sukune felt his temper flare a bit. Well, I doubt she'll fall for a pervert like you. Jin just grinned. Haha, as far as I can tell. She sees you as more of a pervert. Which by the way is your fault entirely. Sukune added. Hey, yeah, sorry about that. Didn't mean for you to get slapped in the face. The two walked in relative silence after that, heading down the rather quiet halls of the academy during the after-school hours. They eventually exited the academy building, heading down to the gymnasium area. Jin, why are we heading down to the gymnasium? Jin looked to the gym. Oh, well, I have a friend in the karate club, and he said he could hold on to some of our extra supplies in their locker room area. Since we have zero space for use right now. They entered the gymnasium, and headed down one of the halls. The sounds of people shouting as they played various sports could be heard echoing down the corridor. As well as the sounds of feet moving on wooden floors, basketballs being dribbled, the sound of weights clanking against metal. Sukune followed Jin into a room that had a padded flooring and walls. The people there were dressed in white uniform with belts tied to their waists, and none of them had shoes on. Among the students was a familiar blonde. Oh, Naruto. Hey, over here. The blonde was resting against a wall, a towel wrapped around his neck. He opened one eye and grinned when he saw Sukune. Sukune. Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, well, Jinsei. MPAI said that we can store some of the extra supplies for the newspaper club here. Jin, Naruto repeated, looking over to the upperclassman who was conversing with Haji, his club's captain. When he laid eyes upon the guy, he couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, I see. You know him? Sukune asked, only to receive a negative shaking of the head from Naruto. I've only heard of him. Naruto shrugged. Haji Senpai says he's good friends with Jin. Personally, Naruto looked around a bit before lowering his voice. I heard he's a pervert, and that he's notorious with the upperclassmen girls. Sukune's frowned. Not surprising. I caught him peeking under the skirts of Kurumu, Mizore, and Mocha the other day. Naruto's expression soured a little. Really? What happened? He blamed me for it. Let me guess. Mocha and the others beat the snot out of you for it. Well, Mocha and Kurumu slapped me across the face. Yukari just got all weird and Mizore gave me a scary look. Naruto sighed. Well, if he does anything like that again, try to make sure you've got proof to show for it. Sukune just shrugged. Well, I'll just have to be careful around him. He seems to have an interest in Mocha as well. You don't say. Naruto looked to see Jin laughing with Haji over something funny. The blonde shinobi gave Sukune a pat on the shoulder and smiled. Haha, don't worry. Jin's bound to slip up sooner than later, right? Besides, Mocha's a smart girl. She wouldn't just fall for a guy based on looks. Oi, Sukune, drop the stuff off here. We've got to get some photos taken for the newspaper then. Jin called, cutting the two boys' conversation short. Right, be there in a second. Sukune looked to Naruto. Well, I guess I'll talk to you later, Naruto. Mocha mentioned something about studying for the math exam coming up later this week with Yukari. Naruto grumbled. Oh, right, math. He scratched his head. I might not be able to make it to the study group. Why not? I got stuff to take care of. Sukune gave Naruto perplexed look. What stuff? Naruto cracked his neck a bit. Just stuff that needs my attention. I have all week to study, right? Naruto, yo, you and I are both about as ill-prepared for math as possible. We need to study. Sukune argued. Is it that important that you have to miss studying? Sukune, don't worry about it, okay. I'll see you later. Sukune was still frowning as he bid Naruto farewell, and after setting the boxes of newspaper supplies in the karate club's spare storage locker, they headed out to get some photography done. The rest of the day had gone by rather uneventfully for Naruto. He had managed to defeat 2 more members while sparring, and even got a free meal from Haji for his efforts. Now it was close to 9. The sun having long dropped below the horizon. A cool wind whipped through the blonde's hair as he took in a deep breath. He pulled out his bandana and covered his head, then tied his hitayate around his head. Tonight he had some time to spare. He wasn't lying to Sukune when he had stated that has stuff to take care of. That stuff wasn't academically related though. Naruto needed to sharpen his skills. He may be a student, but he was a shinobi, first and foremost. Well, no time to waste. Naruto said to himself, weaving his hands into his favorite hand seal, summoning close to 50 clones. They all looked to him before getting into a fighting stance. Naruto drew a kunai and just grinned underneath his mask. It was close to 11 at night when Naruto decided to take a break. He untied his bandana and headband. Letting the cool air of the evening hit his sweaty scalp, he plopped onto the ground, letting his muscles take a well-deserved rest. This was the feeling he had been missing. Exhaustion. The feeling of having driven himself to the point where his heart was drumming in his chest, and his muscles strained move. He missed this feeling, but probably what he missed most of all was having someone to spar with. He was, as far as he was aware, the only human with powers like his in both this world and Sukune's. Sukune seemed to be just like Tsunade had said, unable to draw upon the chakra in his system and not as powerful because of it. Maybe I could teach him. Naruto chuckled at the thought. He was hardly qualified to teach the ways of the shinobi to a person, let alone someone who missed the most critical years to develop their chakra coils. He could probably teach Sukune basic taijutsu, but that was it. Genjutsu was out of the question, and he wasn't certain on what he could teach Sukune in the field of ninjutsu. Fuinjutsu was still gray area for Naruto. He was an apprentice-level seal master at best, but if he just applied some time to studying the notes from Jiraiya, he could improve greatly. Staring up at the night sky, Naruto couldn't help but admire the beauty of the moon, full moon. Naruto began to pick up his gear and clean up his training ground. Guess that means I'll have more light for patrol tonight. Naruto was done cleaning up in no time at all, and decided to get a quick bite to eat. Digging into one of his pockets, he pulled out one of the cereal bars he had bought at the academy earlier that day. They weren't as filling as the ration bars back in Konoha, but they sure tasted better. About 3 minutes after taking the time to eat and drink from a canteen he had brought, Naruto jumped off into the canopy of the forest. Jin Senpai, are these real? Jin gave a frown, nodding as he chuckled, yeah, pretty pathetic, huh? Sukune seems like an okay guy, but to peep on the girls' locker room. Mocha looked at a picture of Sukune standing on a pile of crates while looking into what appeared to be the girls' gym locker room. She honestly didn't know what to think. She had seen Sukune getting chased by girls earlier, and they did seem upset, but this can't be true. Sukune isn't like that. Mocha looked to Jin. I can't believe this. I need to talk to Sukune about this first before I make up my mind. Jin shook his head. Mocha-chan, I understand that you must be distraught, but trust me, he's a pervert. The second-year student wrapped an arm around her. I'm here to console you, Mocha-chan. Sukune knew something was up when Jin led him to the worst place to get a good view of the campus. He should have never climbed up and looked into that window, but how was he supposed to know that there would be more than 24 girls getting dressed in there? Now he was locked in a storage room with his arms tied around his back. No way out. He would have to wait until tomorrow morning for the janitor to arrive when he came to get the cleaning. I think he's in here. Sukune's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of voices outside a window high above his reach. It sounded like, Sukune, you there? Yukari. Ah, he's in there. Kurumu, help me up. A pointed hat poked up from behind the window, followed by the face of none other than Yukari Sendo. Sukune, don't worry, we'll get you out of here. How did you find me? Sukune asked as the witch and succubus entered the room. Kurumu winked. Well, I was curious as to where you and Jin were heading off to, so you were following Sukune so you could get him alone with you. Yukari corrected. As I was saying, I was curious as to where you and Jin Senpai were going, so I followed. Well, I saw what happened, and luckily I had a camera with me. She held up some photographs of Jin pointing to the WI. Endao and pretty much all the proof they needed to prove Sukune innocent. Great. Now, we just need to find Mocha and let her know as well. Kurumu smiled. We sent Mizore off to find Mocha a little while ago. She said she saw her on the roof of one of the academy buildings a little while ago. Kurumu extended her claw-like nails and quickly cut through the rope holding Sukune's arms together. Hink Mocha may be in a bit of trouble as well. Jin Senpai said he was going to try and make Mocha his girl. Sukune spoke. We better find Mocha quickly. Jin Senpai, stop it. What? I'm just holding you gently. What's the big deal? Mocha slapped his hand away. You just tried to feel me up. Ah, well, haha, you see, there's a full moon tonight. Jin waved a hand up to the bright orb in the night sky. The moon has a strong effect on me, especially when it's full like tonight. I tend to lose myself to my more carnal desires. He gave a disarming smile. It's beautiful, isn't it? The moon is a strange and powerful force in the world of us monsters. That doesn't mean you can go and do such things. Mocha backed away from him. Just leave me be. I want to talk to Sukune before I go and jump to conclusions. I believe in him, and I know he wouldn't do this without reason. Still caught up with that dweeb. Jin frowned. Look, Mocha, if you don't want to be my girl, I'll just have to make you submit then, won't I? Mocha let out a gasp as Jin's nails became claws. His teeth sharpened, and hair began to grow on every inch of his body. His overall body frame grew, not as much as when Seizu transformed. But it was a difference. What are you? Mocha asked, taking a few more steps back. Jin grinned a toothy grin, a werewolf. A child of the night, a master of speed and agility. Jin began to approach Mocha. Now, just stop struggling, will you? I promise I'll be a greater man than Sukune could ever hope to be with you. No, leave me alone. Jin stopped short as the sound of an object whizzing through the air caught his senses. He ducked as a sharp projectile flew over his head. He looked to the edge of the roof to see a figure standing there. I would stop bothering Mocha-chan if I were you. It's really hard to pretend to miss a target. Ah, Mizore-chan. Mocha spoke. What are you doing here? Mizore looked to Mocha for a moment. I was following you. Kurumu and Yukari said that I should keep an eye on things while they went. And looked for Sukune. She pointed a knife of sorts at Jin. This guy framed Sukune. We have evidence. Jin growled. Damn, Why do I always have to deal with interruptions like this? Mizore walked over to Mocha's side, and the temperature around the trio dropped significantly, frost developing on the roof where they stood. Jin Senpai, leave Mocha alone. And also clear Sukune's name of the accusations against him. Ha, like hell I'll do that. That guy had it coming with how he never sticks up for himself. Jin chuckled. Looks like I'll have to deal with two unruly women, won't I? Mizore gave a chilling smile, brandishing the clear, crystalline-like knife. If Mocha were to hold the knife, she would have realized it was actually made of carved ice. The purple-haired girl took a step forward while turning to Mocha. Mocha-chan, stay back. I'd rather not get you caught up in this by mistake. My powers tend to have a wide range when I get caught up in the heat of a battle. Mizore-chan, Mocha, Mizore. The two girls, along with the werewolf, turned to another voice. There, coming up from the stairwell entrance to the roof were Kurumu, Yukari, and Sukune. Jin's eyes widened in surprise before he got into a stance. Ha! Even if it were 10-1, I'd still win this fight. Don't be so sure of that. Mizore spoke, her voice no longer calm and soft. I won't let you have the chance to move another step. She chucked her ice knives at the werewolf and quickly slammed her hand to the ground. Splinters of frost crept out of her hands, which now were more like claws made of ice. Jin quickly dodged the knives, then jumped over the sheet of ice that formed over the roof. He's fast. Mizore spoke, raising both hands and blasting a wave of sub-zero air at the wolf-like beast. Jin simply faded from view, Mizore hitting nothing but air. Jin prepared to deliver a quick slash with his claws to Mizore, but felt something grip his wrist. What the? Looking over his shoulder, his expression became one of shock. Why you? Holding onto Jin's wrists, not moving in the slightest as Jin struggled to yank his arm free, was the Arashi ninja. Naruto made sure to change the tone of his voice as he spoke. Jin, I warned you to stay out of trouble. Why, you're that ninja guy from a few days back. Jin growled, how did you get behind me like that? The others were just as curious as to how he suddenly appeared out of seemingly nowhere. The ninja laughed a little before looking up. I thought I told you, I'm a ninja. It's what I do. Naruto had an inkling of a feeling that he should do a patrol around the academy buildings first tonight. It just turned out he had made the right choice. He watched as M.I. Zoro explained the situation involving Jin framing Sukune, and then watched the fight start. He had to admit, he was a bit surprised to see Mizore manipulating ice. It reminded him of his fight with Haku so many years ago. The way she could control and create ice from thin air. Naruto felt Jin tug to free his arm again from the grip of the young shinobi. The blonde didn't budge. However, I'm not letting you go, Jin. Not until you decide to stop this and turn yourself in. No way. Jin decided to stop holding back, and quickly delivered a kick to Naruto's stomach. Naruto managed to barely soften the blow by jumping back a bit. Landing on his knees, Naruto grunted in annoyance as his abdominals throbbed in pain. That guy could kick. Naruto scanned the area, and much to his dismay, Jin was gone from his sight. Cursing himself for losing sight of the enemy, Naruto got up and drew a kunai before turning to the others. All of you, get out of here. I'll take care of him and turn him in, alright. I don't want you all getting caught up in this if I can help it. The only response Naruto got though was a shout from Yukari, Ninja-san, behind you. Naruto spun around and lifted an arm. The braces on his suit blocking the claws of Jin's hands. Naruto grit his teeth as he pushed the werewolf back. Damn, you almost got me there. Jin laughed. I have to admit, you're pretty good to block me like that. Keeping up with a werewolf, even a little, is something to be proud of. TCH, don't patronize me. Naruto pocketed the kunai and grabbed Jin's arm with both hands before pulling him in and kneeing him in the gut. Naruto didn't give him a chance to recover, and quickly threw the werewolf over his shoulder. Jin managed to land on his feet, growling a bit from the pain. You hit pretty hard, hey. Jin spit some blood before continuing, that's definitely going to bruise. I warned you, you don't want to see what I'm capable of in a fight. I'm going easy on you, namely Becca. Use my full power would be too much for such a small battleground. As that's so. Jin grinned, guess I'll have to take advantage of that. Naruto saw Jin blur away. A second later he raised a knee to block a foot to the gut. Only to be punched by a clawed fist from the werewolf. The blonde flew into the air before hitting the ground, but quickly got to his feet, shaking his head. That was a freebie, bastard. Next one won't be so easy to get. Jin and Naruto disappeared, the two moving at high speeds, the sound of metal and sharpened claws clashing with each other. The other five could do no more than simply watch helplessly, unable to tell where the two were. I can't see them moving around. Mizore's icicle claws twitched a bit. That guy is pretty fast. I guess he really is a ninja then, isn't he? The two suddenly reappeared in midair, feet blocking each other from hitting their target's jaws. Naruto couldn't recall the last opponent he faced who was this fast, other than Lee. But he never got to spar with him that much. Sure, he dealt with numerous shinobi, but humans are only capable of moving so fast for so long. It was only because of his monstrous chakra reserves and amazing stamina that he was able to keep up with Jin. Naruto quickly drew several shuriken and threw them at the werewolf, and just as he expected, Jin dodged. Naruto used the attack as a distraction, running ahead to meet Jin and deliver a snap kick to the jaw. Take this. Arashi ninja kick. Jin, while caught off guard by his opponent's speed, managed to dodge the kick by moving to the side. He caught Naruto's ankle, and quickly slammed the boy on his back. Gah! Naruto felt the air leave his lungs as he struggled to get to his feet. A foot landed hard on his chest, pinning him to ground. Naruto looked up to see Jin's padded feet holding him in place. Damn it. Hey, serves you right for trying to take on a werewolf during a full moon. Jin pressed down harder on Naruto's chest, causing Naruto to grunt in pain. I'm not finished. Naruto reached for the kunai in his pouch, and moved to stab Jin in the leg. Jin, however, saw the ninja's arm move, and instead pinned his forearm to the ground, effectively causing Naruto to drop his weapon and cry out in pain as he felt his bones reaching the brink of fracturing. "Look, kid, I don't want to hurt you any more than I have to. Give up and never bother me again, and I'll let you go." Naruto simply raised his one free hand, and pointed behind him. Jin gave him a puzzled look, but looked behind him. At the same time, a sudden chill ran down his spine as he lay eyes upon a bright pink orb that seemed to shoot off into the sky. "Wah, what is that?" Jin asked, a sudden weight crashing on his chest causing his breathing to hitch for a moment. His instincts were telling him to run, but he squashed down the idea immediately. As the light disappeared, a single figure stood before him. Yukari, Sukune, Mizore, and Kurumu had all stepped back to the opposite end of the roof. Jin wasn't sure why, but Sukune was giving him a sympathetic look, as though he had done some great evil against Jin. "Jine, I recommend you remove your foot from the shinobi." Jin turned to see what looked to be Mocha, though with a few drastic changes. She appeared to have silver hair now, red irises, and a slight alteration to her body's frame, making her appearance more mature. "Why, you really are a vampire," Jin stated. "I thought it was just a rumor. You're even more beautiful than before." "Ha ha." Mocha yawned a bit before she looked to Jin with an almost mocking smile. "So, the high and mighty werewolf can be scared after all." She got into a stance that Naruto couldn't help but mentally praise. "Well, I do recall you stating that you wished to make me your woman not too long ago. Why don't you try?" Jin just laughed, and lifted his foot from Naruto's chest. The werewolf faded from view, reappearing behind Mocha. The vampire quickly spun around to knee him in the gut, only to hit air. "Face it, as long as the full moon shines bright, this fight is mine." Jin laughed. He slipped underneath a rising kick by the silver-haired beauty, and quickly ran behind her. Mocha turned around once more, missing his face by several seconds, her fist going through an afterimage. To Jin, she seemed to be moving in slow motion. He could have ended this battle already. He just wanted to drag it out a bit longer. He wanted to prove that just because she was a vampire didn't mean she was superior. He continued to sprint circles around the vampire, who was struggling to keep up with his movements. He grinned to himself. "I think it's time to end this now. She's as good as mine." Thwack, crunch. For a moment, Jin thought he had hit her. Then he looked again, only to see a few of his knuckles bending in odd directions. His brain caught up with the rest of his body, and he looked to see the hand of none other than the Arashi ninja, who had stopped Jin's fist with an open palm, effectively breaking several digits in the werewolf's hand. "Gah!" Jin cried out, retracting his hand and holding it tenderly. "How did you manage to catch me like that?" "Damn it!" Quote. Naruto simply laughed, pointing up to the sky. Jin looked up, and his facial features changed from anger to shock. The clouds were out, and had blocked out most of the moonlight. Without the moonlight, he wasn't nearly as fast as before. "Don't think that it's over. I'll show you what I'm." A blur of silver and green appeared in front of him, and he saw Rs as the foot of Mocha Akashiyam at the side of his head. He flew several feet through the air before flying off the railing of the roof and onto the ground below. The four other spectators ran to see the figure of Jin, motionless and groaning in pain. "I doubt he'll be getting up from that." Yukari spoke. "That's at least 3 stories that he fell down, not to mention he got kicked by Mocha." Naruto decided to take his leave while the others were focused on the downed werewolf. No need to have them getting curious about him, especially Kurumu. She seemed to recognize him, and he almost blew his cover. "Hold it." Naruto was just about to jump off when he heard Mocha speak. He cursed himself before turning around. He barely had time to react as Mocha appeared before him, her hands around his arm. He bit down the pain as she tightened her grip. "I have a tendency to not trust those who hide behind masks." Her crimson pupils locked with his sapphire. Naruto gritted his teeth, as he forced back the desire to pull his arm away. Mocha was easily much stronger than he was. Well, at least stronger without having to draw upon any further power, and doing that might only provoke her. He managed to laugh a little as she kept a steady gaze on him. I go and help you and this is the thanks I get. For all I know, you have some ulterior motive to helping us. Mocha explained. Lying more force and cause Naruto to wince a little. You're definitely a capable fighter, that much I can tell. However, judging by the fact that you have superhuman abilities while in a human form, I'm guessing you're either a boundary being or very good at holding a disguise while drawing upon your true powers. Hey, nothing escapes you, does it? Naruto's comment was rewarded with a slight twisting. Ow, 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 look. Just trust me on this one. I'm not a bad guy. Vigilantes tend to believe that they're doing good. That doesn't mean that their good deeds are good for the public. Ka kept her steady gaze on the ninja's blue orbs. I saw you at the pool the other day. While you did save many from being fed on by the mermaids, you also arrived at a rather convenient time, at least that's what Sukune said. Saved him in the nick of time, as they would say. What are you getting at? Naruto asked. Are you stalking us? Mocha questioned. If you lie to me, and I find out. She let the threat hang in the air, her suppressing aura doing the talking for her. Okay, you want the truth. Naruto looked away for a moment before sighing. The truth is that I don't like how things are being handled around here. Too many students deal with problems, some of which they shouldn't have to worry about to begin with, like getting beat up by upperclassmen, getting their lunch money stolen, or having people steal their belongings. Mocha's eyes lowered to his torso, where Jin had stepped on his ribs, then settled onto his arm. Are you injured? Naruto waved his free hand. I heal up faster than most. I'll be fine. I've had much worse beatings than that. Mocha seemed to be done with her impromptu interrogation, letting go of Naruto's arm. The shinobi quickly backed up while giving a nod. Take care now. Until we meet again, Naruto. The ninja had already started to turn around, before he stopped suddenly and looked back at Mocha with wide eyes, panic etched into his masked features. When did you figure it out? Offering him a small smile, she idly brushed a loose strand of hair away from her face while walking back towards him. Your physique is quite similar to that of Naruto. And you both have the exact same eye color as well. Not only that, but Naruto is the only one of our group of friends that isn't here. I simply connected the dots, and why? Our reaction confirmed my suspicions to be true. Naruto looked over Mocha's shoulder at the rest of the group. They were still checking out the area where Jin had gone over the railing and chatting amongst themselves. Turning his attention back to the white-haired vampire, he begged, please Mocha-chan, keep this between us. I want to help people, but I'm also doing this to keep up with my training. I really don't need others constantly nagging me about what I do. Besides, this could cause problems if I make enemies and others know who I really am. He seemed to be sincere with his request. Please. Mocha's red eyes squinted as she gazed at him, a thoughtful expression on her face. I'll agree, but only on one condition. Feeling wary, Naruto simply nodded slowly at her, urging her to continue. Mocha continued. You're powerful, I can tell that much just from what happened here tonight. I'm curious as to just how strong you are. I want to spar you sometime this year before school ends. I desire to keep my own skills sharp, and you're the closest thing I have to a friend that has worthy strength. Part of Naruto was happy at her offer. If he could practice with her, she would make an incredible sparring partner. On the other hand, seeing the damage she did to Jin with just a single punch, it would be just like sparring with a Sakura that didn't pull any punches. It would hurt. Fine. Naruto scratched the back of his head while exhaling deeply. I promise we'll spar. Just let me know when you want to. Mocha smirked at Naruto and gave him a little shoo gesture. The blonde immediately disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kurumu noticed the smoke from the corner of her eye, belatedly realizing that the ninja had disappeared. Hey, wait. Don't bother Kurumu, he's already a good 2 minutes running distance from us. Mocha spoke as she rejoined with the group. Sukune gave the vampire a quizzical look. You can tell. Barely. His aura is suppressed now, but that technique he used to disappear gave off the faintest trace of energy. I'm guessing it's a sort of teleportation ability. Yukari nodded. I remember reading in a book somewhere about shinobi once. It said that they're a step under boundary beings. She scratched her head in thought. I think it said that they differ from witches in regards to how they draw upon their power. Witches harness the energy of the environment around them, but ninja draw energy from within them. Sukune shook his head. So, you mean to say that this, Arashi ninja, is more or less a superhuman of some sorts? Yukari smiled while laughing a little. I guess that's an easy way of putting it. There's more to it though. I'll have to see if I can find anything else on shinobi in my spare time. Mocha eventually received her rosary from Sukune and reattached it to her chain. The group then decided it was best to call it a night, considering it was nearly on to 1 in the morning. Mizore, the purple-haired girl, looked to her side to see Mocha walking beside her. Thanks for helping me earlier. Mocha looked away for a moment. I won't tell anyone about your powers. Mizore smiled. That doesn't really matter to me, but thank you. Hey, Kurumu began as they began walking down the stairs to the ground floor. What do we do about Jin? Oh, he's still unconscious, isn't he? Sukune asked. All in favor of leaving him and spilling the beans on what happened in the first newspaper, say I. Yukari spoke, grinning a little. Came the chorus of 4 girls and 1 boy. Then it's decided, Yukari laughed. Almost as an afterthought, she continued, hey, Naruto's in the karate club. Maybe we should get him to beat up Jin as retribution for what he did to Sukune-kun. Naruto crawled to his bed, groaning in pain as he slowly lied down. Taking a look at his body, he saw a few bruises on his chest, and 1 on his wrist. He'd be fine by morning, but it didn't do anything to help with the pain throbbing through his body. Still, it sure beat a punch through the wall from Sakura or Tsunade any day. He took a quick look at his alarm clock, and sighed. 5 minutes past 2 in the morning. And he was just starting to get some sleep. He'd have to be up in less than 6 hours, and while he was used to having little sleep, he was also used to being on missions and being active. Sitting in classes for a good 6 hours a day wasn't exactly what he called being active. Therefore, it wasn't necessarily a surprise to him when he would sometimes find himself dozing off in the middle of a lecture about trigonometry. Damn, I don't have homework due tomorrow, do I? Naruto asked himself aloud. He quickly flicked on his light, and walked over to his desk. Looking at his math book, he opened the page he had bookmarked. And sighed. Son of a. Naruto plopped into his chair. He had another 16 problems to go, and he recalled hearing that this homework would be graded. He rubbed his eyes, grabbed a pencil, and set to work. Bam, bam, bam. Naruto. Hey, Naruto, wake up. Bam, 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 bam 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 bam. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and yawned. The first thing he noted was that he was in his chair. Second of all, he looked at his clock. 20 to 8. Naruto's slowly widened. Aw crap. Naruto, are you in there? You're going to be late for class. Naruto ran to his door, and opened it to reveal Sukune standing before him. Sukune. Thanks for waking me up, haha. Looks like I forgot to set my clock. No problem. You usually have your door open in the morning before you leave for school, so I figured you were still sleeping. Sukune looked to see his homework still on his desk. Rough night. Yeah, look, give me 3 minutes and I'll be with you. Naruto shut the door and quickly threw on his uniform and grabbed his books and backpack. No more than 2 minutes passed before he was leaving his room, locking the door behind him. I'd have forgot to finish the math homework for today, so I stayed up a bit later. Sukune nodded. Yeah, I hear you. Weird stuff happened last night with our club. Luckily that ninja guy showed up. Naruto made sure to feign surprise. Ninja? You mean that Arashi ninja that everyone's been talking about? Yeah, turns out that Jin Senpai is a pervert, and he was trying to hit on Mocha. One thing led to another. We all arrived in time to see Jin Senpai fighting with Mizore and that ninja. Turns out he's a werewolf. A werewolf. Naruto chuckled. It was a full moon out last night too. Was anyone hurt? Sukune shook his head. Not too badly. Mocha reported Jin to the faculty this morning, and we're printing out an extra of our newspaper on the incident. It's clearing up my name too. Hey. That's a relief. The two eventually reached their homeroom just as the bell rang. After the greetings from the teacher to the students, Nekonome began her lecture on monsters in human literature. About 5 minutes into the lecture, however, the classroom door opened, and everyone turned to see an upperclassman girl holding a piece of paper. She looked in the classroom, then to Nekonome. Is there a Naruto Uzumaki in here? Yes, Uzumaki-kun is here. Nekonome replied while pointing to Naruto. The girl turned to Naruto and nodded to herself. Uzumaki-san, I was asked to call you to the chairman's office. Immediately the room was filled with whispers and hushed gasps. Naruto simply raised an eyebrow while getting out of his seat. Okay. Right now. It sounded important. The girl replied. Naruto picked up his book bag and headed towards the door. He noted Mizore and Mocha giving him worried looks while Sukune looked almost terrified. Naruto himself didn't know what to think. Did they find out he was the Arashi ninja? He was pretty sure that the chairman knew he was a human, so what did he wish to speak to him about? Uzumaki-kun, be sure to read pages 15 through 28 from the book. Nekonome called out to the blonde as he left. Naruto gave a nod before closing the door. As he followed the upperclassman girl through the halls of the school, he continued to mull over the possible reasons for this request of his presence. He was drawing up various conclusions, none of them sounding any good. He vaguely recalled seeing the chairman during the ceremony on his first day in Yukai, but that was it. He pretty much had no idea who this man was. The girl eventually reached a set of large wooden doors, and stopped. Well, the chairman's waiting for you. She gave a bow before heading down the hall, leaving the blonde alone in front of the ominous set of double doors. He knocked once, and much to his surprise, the doors opened. He took a step back, his shinobi instincts kicking in for a moment. He unconsciously reached to his side, but then realized his kunai pouch was back in his room. Enter. Naruto jumped at the sound of the eerie, yet calm voice that emanated from the room. He was hesitant to abide by the voice's command, unsure if he could fully trust it with so much unknown to him. Naruto-kun, I assure you that there are no dangers in here. Enter, please. Naruto noted the voice sounded slightly more comforting, though it still sent a shiver down his spine. Exhaling deeply, he walked into the room, and took a look around. The first thing he saw was the large wooden desk on the opposite end of the room, a giant window behind it that let the early morning light in through a crack in the curtains that were pulled halfway shut. Second was that there were shelves upon shelves of books on either side of the office, and several oddities like a candle placed on top of a human skull, a strange book in a display case with runic symbols, and various things he wasn't able to identify. Welcome, Naruto-kun. I trust you were able to find my office all right. Naruto faced towards the desk where the chairman was seated. He was a strange person. Naruto decided. He wore a cloak of sorts, a hood shadowing the upper portion of his face above his nose. His eyes, however, seemed to be glowing, which Naruto didn't think was normal. Then again, considering where he was, he ruled out most logical things that humans would take for granted. Second of all was the necklace he had, bearing a cross of some sort. Naruto, being a human with sensitivity to chakra and other similar energies, was able to tell one thing was certain about this man. He was powerful. Well, regardless, please have a seat. The chairman pointed to a chair in front of his desk. Naruto did as he was asked, and faced towards the cloaked man. So, chairman, sir, what is it you wished to speak to me about? The chairman's eerie smile never left his face as he spoke. It would appear that some incident has occurred recently, one that you can relate to directly. Naruto's face managed to hide his nervousness. To me. Correct. The chairman replied before continuing. It relates to Konohagakure, and the group known as Akatsuki, if I'm right. Naruto's eyes widened. Akatsuki. What happened? Did they attack my village? Is anyone hurt? Are they looking for? Naruto bit his tongue as the chairman raised a hand to silence him. I think it would be best if someone else explained all that to you. The chairman looked to a door on the right side of the room. You may enter now. The door opened slowly, Naruto guessing that there was a smaller study in that room for the chairman to go to. That was important to him though. He as more concerned with who could possibly be behind that door that wished to speak to him. As the door opened fully, Naruto's jaw went slack. He bolted up, sweat pouring down his face. Kaka. There, in the doorway. Being supported by two crutches, both legs in bandages while a good portion of the head being wrapped up as well, stood Kakashi Hatake. The man looked beaten and haggard. His face showed that he had been through hell and back, well, at least the portion that Naruto could see anyway. The Junin looked up to Naruto before giving him a weak smile behind his mask, his visible eye closing a bit. Naruto. I'm glad to see you're doing well. Naruto reached his old sensei in less than 5 steps. Kakashi-sensei, what the hell happened to you? You look like they had your ass beaten by Tsunade Bachan 6 times before Sakura-chan had a go at you. Kakashi chuckled a bit as he placed a single arm on Naruto's shoulder. Well, that's not what happened, but I wish that was the case. The silver-haired man's features darkened considerably before he continued. Naruto. I don't know how else to go about saying this. The blonde bit his lip as he saw Kakashi struggle to speak. That was definitely not a good thing, considering what the man had been through in his lifetime. Most of the dangers of the shinobi world didn't have such a strong effect on him, as far as Naruto could tell at least. Kakashi-sensei. The Junin took in a deep breath, exhaling and looking Naruto, the weariness and trauma from whatever he had been through showing clearly in his eyes. Konoha's gone, Naruto. All of it's gone. In college thus far, I have weekends, but 48 hours a week is only so much time, haha. Well, I hope you all really enjoyed this chapter. I know I enjoyed making it. Not much to say really. Naruto's trying to keep his alter ego hidden while maintaining the facade of being a monster. Not exactly an easy task. With this new bombshell being dropped on him, expect a lot to occur for our blonde-haired protagonist. Well, until next time, keep on reading. On a final note, a huge thanks to my trusted beta, Paradox Jast, who has managed to make this chapter great. He really pulled out all the stops this time. I couldn't have done it without him. Move on, young shinobi. Rosario Jinchuriki. Chapter 5. Move on, young shinobi. The enemy had come without any prior warning. First thing he heard was that an unidentified individual had entered the barrier surrounding Konoha, and the next thing he knew, giant summons were wreaking havoc upon Konoha. While civilian and shinobi alike were scattered among the fighting. A few explosions went off in the distance, buildings going up in flames. Kakashi cursed whatever higher power had allowed the village to be attacked like this, and headed towards the scene. Kakashi-senpai. Wait. The Junin halted just as he was about to jump off to the fighting, looking over his shoulder to see a weary-looking male shinobi in Anbu attire. What? Hokage-sama has requested you go to the Hokage Tower immediately. No questions asked. Kakashi let out a groan, but turned around, running towards the tower. Within less than a minute, Kakashi was on the roof of the Hokage Tower where Tsunade was looking over the scene. Hokage-sama. Tsunade looked to the Junin, closed her eyes, and turned back to the scene. Kakashi. I need you to leave the village with Sakura. Now. What? Kakashi asked. Hokage-sama, I'm sure you're aware of the fact that I'm perfectly aware that we're under attack. Tsunade snapped. Kakashi Hatake, I'm assigning you an S-class mission. This mission may very well be the last mission I ever give you, so listen well. Kakashi bowed his head. Forgive me, Hokage-sama. Whatever, just listen. Tsunade looked back to the carnage before speaking. You're to leave Konoha with Sakura and take with you the one existent copy of the scroll that held the instructions for teleporting to the world Naruto's residing in. The scroll is the key to keeping Akatsuki from succeeding in whatever the hell they plan on doing with the Biju. Sakura is the only other person who has any knowledge of that scroll's existence. If Akatsuki catches wind of the fact she was Naruto's teammate, they'll likely try to capture her and interrogate her. If they intercept that scroll. Kakashi gave a nod. I understand. Tsunade pulled a small scroll out of her pocket that was simply labeled, Yukai. Guard it with your life if you must, Kakashi. Kakashi gave another bow. When do I return, Hokage-sama? When it's safe. For now, find a secure place outside of the village to lay low. One of the nearby towns may work. If worse comes to worse though, you are to use the scroll itself and travel to the place where Naruto is residing. I believe you've already been given a brief rundown on the situation at that place, correct? She saw the Junin nod. Very well. You have your orders, Kakashi. Understood. Kakashi replied. He dashed off, trying to peg the location of his former student, Sakura. He quickly ran through a few hand seals and slammed a hand on the ground, calling forth a small dog. Kakashi. What's up? Spoke Pakun. The Junin nodded to the dog. I need you to lead me to Sakura. You got it. Pakun gave a pod salute and sniffed the air. Follow me. Sakura heaved back a sigh as she crushed in the head of a gigantic centipede-like summon with her bare fists. She had been a bit shocked to find such giant creatures running wild within the village's walls. Taking matters into her own hands, literally, she had run towards a group of retreating civilians and decked the many-legged summon creature in the head, effectively stopping it in its path. Shish. He surveyed the area and noticed a few injured shinobi lying nearby. She ran towards them, and without even thinking set to work on healing. As she mended wounds with her healing chakra, an uneasy feeling crept over her. She glanced over her shoulder and gasped. There stood the centipede creature she had supposedly killed moments ago. Its exoskeleton was dented pretty badly on the head area, but it was still alive. The massive creature let out a screech before snapping its jaws repeatedly and lunging towards the kunoichi. The bug was moving surprisingly quick. She hopped onto a roof, only for he segmented beast to be right behind her. She hopped a few more times from roof to roof, hoping to draw it away from the injured. This has to be Akatsuki. Sakura thought. They're probably after Naruto. Tsunade-sama was right. They would come here to capture him sooner rather than later. Sakura jumped off another roof, but before she could land, a massive object made contact with her side, sending her flying into a building. She let out a cry of pain as her back hit the wall hard, a loud snapping sound reverberating in her body as she landed. She tried to get up, but found her legs unresponsive. Oh no, please not here. Sakura panicked, trying to move her legs. Now that she took a moment, she couldn't feel any pain from legs all of the sudden. Nothing. Her arms, torso, and head were fine. But she couldn't feel anything from her waist down. I must have damaged my spinal cord below the thoracic vertebrae, Sakura thought, pulling out a kunai. She was running on adrenaline now, and leg movement or not. She would be damned if she went down without putting up something of a fight. The summon made a clicking sound as it approached her. Its jaws opened, and it let out another screech before lunging towards Sakura. The kunoichi threw her kunai, and effectively hit one of the eyes of the beast. However, this only deterred it for a moment, and it recovered and raised its head up to get a good look at the kunoichi. Sakura scooted against a wall and propped herself against it. I won't die, not yet. Sakura felt her hands tremble as she grabbed another kunai. She could probably get the injuries to her spinal column treated, but only within an hour's time. After that, even the miraculous powers of chakra wouldn't be able to fix the nerve tissue damage on her spinal cord. The centipede lunged a second time, and Sakura threw her kunai. This time, unfortunately, the kunai bounced harmlessly off the exoskeleton. Sakura had not expected to move to the side, however. She found herself on the ground, about a foot away from where the centipede's might jaws had clamped down. She had been in that very spot only moments ago. How had she moved though? Looking towards the beast, she found the answer to her question. There, less than a foot from the jaws of the beast was Sai. He held his right arm with his left. Well, what should have been his right arm, anyway? He grit his teeth. Sakura. Are you all right? Sakura blinked several times. Sai had managed to push her out of the way. She focused her attention on her teammate, then to the wound he had received. Oh, Sai. Your arm. Sai shook his head. I think it would be best if we not talk about that. He got up and ran towards the kunoichi, and without a word, picked her up. Are you able to hold on? Yes. Sai leapt onto the rooftops with Sakura holding her arms around his shoulders, intent on getting some distance between them and the summon. It seemed the giant creature had lost interest. Luckily, the duo managed to land several blocks away from the creature. Sai, give me your arm. It can. Don't bullshit with me, now show me. Sakura growled. Sai gave in, and held out what was now a stump of his right arm. Having been severed by the razor-sharp jaws of the centipede. What was worse, if Sakura remembered correctly, That had been Sai's drawing arm. Did the other part of your arm fall to the ground? Sai shook his head. I think that bug ate it. Sakura sighed, and set to work. She quickly pumped healing chakra over the wound, and then called upon her chakra scalpel and ran it over the stump, effectively cauterizing it. That's not the best that I could do, but it'll have to suffice. Fake limbs can be applied later. I only gave it a light cauterizing, so we can place something over it later in. Sakura, Sai. The two looked to see Kakashi, along with Pakun, landing beside them. The Junin nodded once to the small dog, and the canine dismissed itself in a puff of smoke. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura gave a confused look to the Junin. I thought you'd be out on the front lines. Kakashi shook his head to the rosette. No, I'm afraid I've got other orders from Tsunade-sama herself. He looked to Sai. Sai, would you be able to help me and Sakura get out of the village? What? Sakura shouted. Kakashi-sensei, are you saying we're abandoning the... No, we're under orders, Sakura. Now come on, let's get moving. I can't. Kakashi looked to Sakura. What are you talking about? Sakura, we have no time to waste here, let's. She's paralyzed from the waist down, Kakashi-sensei. Sai replied. Kakashi's eyes widened, and he noticed Sakura look away with something resembling shame in her eyes. I see. Sakura, grab a hold of my shoulders and I'll carry you. After getting the kunoichi on his back, the trio ran towards the main gate of Konoha. It was rather easy, all things considered, seeing as there were shinobi running all about. They blended it rather well. The gate could be seen from where they were as they ran down the main drag of Konoha. In about another 2 minutes they would be there and out of the village walls. If they could just get outside the walls. Kakashi felt a sudden weight settle upon him before an explosion went off somewhere within Konoha's center. Less than a second later, a cloud of dust blasted towards him. He was flung into the air, still holding Sakura, and crashed hard onto the roof of a building as the structure collapsed from the random shockwave. He fell down through the building's roof, smashing his arms and legs against the wooden structures. Feeling his bones break several times as he fell through the wooden structure. He landed hard, groaning in pain as he looked up. For a moment, he couldn't hear anything, an incessant buzzing in his ears the only sound audible to him. He looked around him, taking in the scenery before him. Chaos. That was all he could think. Konoha lay in ruin around him. How could the mighty village of Konoha fall so damn quickly? The place had been leveled in a single attack. What kind of jutsu could do such a thing? The village, which had been a loud and noisy wreck just several moments ago, was now eerily quiet. He extended his senses a bit, but only felt the chakra signatures of Sakura and Sai. It was as if the village had been silenced. Konoha had been destroyed in a single swoop, the Junin realized. He glanced around. The Hokage Tower, the gate, the various estates, it was all destroyed. Hell, he was pretty sure that they were in the middle of a crater now. Whatever had hit them had impacted with the village with an incredible force. Kakashi, sensei. The Junin looked over his shoulder while wincing in pain, and noticed the pink-haired girl had a jagged piece of wood embedded in her back. Sakura, Kakashi spoke. Gritting his teeth and ignoring the sharp sensations from his injuries, he managed to dig into his pocket and pulled out the scroll Tsunade had given him. He noticed that Sai was only several feet away from the two, which was next to miraculous. Using his strength, Kakashi dragged him and the now unconscious Sakura over to the injured root member, and tore open the scroll before lifting his Hitaiate, exposing his Sharingan. He let out a ragged breath as he read over the scroll's contents with his Sharingan, put the scroll back into his pocket, and set Sakura gently onto the ground. He continued to ignore the sharp pain in his shoulders, thankful they hadn't been dislocated, and began to form seals as fast as his beaten body could allow. After what felt like a minute, Kakashi slammed his hands onto the ground. Fuin, Tenchi Shuyuku no Jutsu. A glowing light surrounded the Junin, and he quickly grabbed both of the Ounger shinobi and pulled them towards him. He felt a pull on his navel area, and his world went white. Anyone who would have arrived at the scene where he used the realm jump technique would have only found a small plume of smoke. And nothing more. And that's pretty much what happened. Kakashi finished. He had taken a chair in front of the chairman's desk, and was now watching the blonde in front of him. Sakura's been in a mild, unresponsive state, but she's not comatose, thankfully. Sai's in the intensive care unit of the Academy Hospital area with her, and thanks to Sakura, most of TH's major problems have been resolved for him. He'll need a full treatment though from a better hospital, however. Kakashi was quiet afterwards, staring at the rather unreadable expression Naruto had on his face. The blonde seemed to be giving no sign of emotion, his eyes refusing to blink. Kakashi was getting worried, preparing to speak again when he saw it. A build-up of moisture in Naruto's eyes. He could see the boy's throat begin to tighten, and the boy's lips opened as he grit his teeth. So, you think it was Akatsuki? Kakashi sighed. I'd put my money on it. The summons were a bit odd to me. I'd never seen such creatures before. He looked to see the blonde hadn't made any indication that he was listening. The explosion was definitely chakra-based, that much I could tell. I just couldn't tell where or how it happened. Quote, Naruto's eyes remained glued to the floor as he spoke. If I had been there. Naruto, if you had been there, you might have been captured. Kakashi began, we're here because of you. I know you hate to hear this, but your safety is, in the end, more valuable than my own. Naruto slowly shook his head. Why didn't anyone stop them before they got there? The Junin closed his eyes. I think they managed to get some knowledge on Konoha's patrolling system, and they obviously expected the barrier. They came more prepared than we were. Naruto was silent. For almost a minute before he let out a ragged breath. First Arrow Sennin, now Konoha. Well, there's always the chance that Shinobi survived, Naruto. Kakashi pointed out, trying to grasp at whatever he could. Naruto was showing telltale signs of an approaching mental breakdown. Naruto's breathing began to quicken. Why? Why does it always happen to the people I care about? He balled his hands into fists. This is all because of me being the Jinchuriki of Kono. Kakashi took a step forward, placing a firm, yet supportive, hand on his shoulder. Naruto, it's not your fault. The Junin then recalled the information Tsunade had given him about what Naruto had likely learned about recently. Your father did what he had to do to save Konoha those years back. You're not at fault for holding a biju within you. The blonde's bangs shadowed his eyes as he looked to the ground. How can you possibly believe that I'm not to blame for what happened to Konoha? Kakashi was taken aback by Naruto's tone. It was so hollow. The boy's eyes looked up to Kakashi, a bitter smile on his face. No matter what I do to help, I still bring problems to them because of Akatsuki. Ninja have died to protect me, and I'm still too weak to do anything about it. Kakashi watched as Naruto slowly walked towards the door leading out of the office. Kakashi opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He couldn't think of anything to say that would bring the blonde out of this depression. Hell, he was pretty sure the kid was still beating himself up over the loss of Jiraiya. Now he had this bomb dropped on him. The door closed as the Jinchuriki boy left the office. Kakashi's head drooped as he sat in a chair. My apologies, Chairman. I think I've just made things worse for Naruto. The chairman frowned a bit. You've all been through hardships that most beings, human and monster alike, would have probably given up after experiencing. Your people are truly a model of resilience. He turned towards the window behind him and opened the drapes as he stood up. You're free to stay as long as you need. I can help set up a place for the three of you to live in outside of the Osaka-Kobe-Kyoto metropolitan area of Japan. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Japan. The chairman nodded. Correct. Japan's an island nation with a long cultural history. Based on what Jiraiya-sama had told me about your world, you'll probably be able to adjust to the area easily. It's outside of the busy city and residential area, a good kilometer or so from a nice temple and shrine as well. I think you, your students could use some peace after what you've been through. Thank you, but what about Naruto? I think we should keep an eye on him as well, the Junin added. I'm aware of that. You'll be happy to know that we have several events throughout the year where family members are encouraged to visit the students. That and we have a mailing service if you wish to keep in touch with him, as well as phones and email. Email. Kakashi repeated, just how much further ahead of us is your world to that of the elemental nations in technology? The chairman chuckled, several centuries in some aspects, less in others. Kakashi shook his head. I should probably go after Naruto. Depression and him are not good together. The chairman nodded. I suppose you know him better than I do. Just be careful around here. Our world's not exactly human-friendly. The Junin nodded, and got up, limping out of the office on both crutches to try and catch up with his wayward student. Mizore W. as worried when the hour came and went and Naruto had not returned to class. Was he in trouble? She sighed as she entered the girls' gym locker room, and changed her clothes. She didn't see him on the way to gym class. Naruto never missed gym class unless he had a good reason. Something was definitely wrong. Whether it was something that involved him academically or otherwise, she didn't know, but she just hoped he was okay. The class went on fairly quickly. Basketball always seemed to be that way for Mizore. She just wished that Naruto was there to help her team. The other students also took notice of his absence, especially the ones who were usually playing on the same team as him and Mizore. After gym, she quickly headed towards Nekonome's classroom for newspaper club. She entered, and noticed that she was actually early. The only other person there was Jin. He turned towards the sound of the door opening, and offered her a small smile. Hey. Mizore. Mizore gave a withering glare, but decided to try and give the boy a second chance with being her friend, Jin Senpai. She nodded. You alright? You look bothered. Jin asked, sounding genuinely concerned. I can't have my writer stressed out if we plan on getting the first issue out before the end of the week. Mizore pulled the sucker she usually had in her mouth out. Do you know anything about the chairman of Yukai Academy? Jin raised an eyebrow. The chairman? Not personally, but I hear he's a really intelligent being among Yukai. I've also heard he has amazing powers. Oh, Mizore sighed. That's worrisome. Why do you ask? Jin questioned, pulling up a chair as Mizore plopped into a desk. It's about Naruto-kun. He was called to the chairman's office during homeroom today. Mizore answered. I was worried that he got in trouble with the school. A knowing smile crossed Jin's lips. Naruto-kun, huh? Would this Naruto happen to be the same one that recently joined the karate club? Mizore's face flushed lightly with red. Why yes, he's a good friend of mine. I respect him a lot, and he's a truly nice person. Jin raised his hands in defense. All right, no need to get all flustered. He rubbed his chin. Well, usually if the chairman wants to speak to someone in person, then it's probably more important than receiving punishment. The police committee seems to holding a monopoly over the punishment area. A scowl formed on Jin's features as he finished speaking. The door opened, and the two looked to see Yukari, Kurumu, Mocha, and Sukune entering the classroom. Kurumu sent Mizore a worried look. Is it true? Naruto-kun was sent to the chairman's office. Mizore nodded, and the succubus frowned. Oh. Well, I'm sure it's nothing bad, right? Yukari spoke up, trying to lighten the mood. Maybe it's something good. Maybe he's getting honors for gym class. Jin snorted a bit. That would be a first. After a few more minutes of talking about the blonde-haired boy, the grow-up decided to set their mind on their work. Kurumu began to finish up her article on making butterscotch and toffee cookies while Mocha and Yukari continued on their article for studying tips. Sukune was trying to figure out how to start his article on local happenings in school sports while Mizore did the finishing touches on her start of the school year article. Meanwhile, Jin was tapping his pencil on the desk he sat at while looking at a photograph he had managed to take. Who are you? He asked, looking at the picture. The photo was of a figure delivering a powerful uppercut to one of the mermaids from the swimming club. Ever since his recent encounter with the Arashi ninja, Jin had curious as to who the person was behind the mask. Well, if he was honest with himself, he had been curious since he first encountered the kid. He was definitely a kid, probably younger than him, even. Jin Senpai. The club president looked up and smiled as Mizore handed him an article. Ah, great. First article for the paper is finished then, huh? Mizore nodded. It's no more than a page long, but I figured if I made it any longer I'd be wasting space. The Yuki Onna looked at the photo on Jin's desk and let out a hum. The Arashi ninja. Jin frowned as she smirked. Yeah, just don't bring up that last incident. I said I'm sorry, right? For scaring Mocha and attacking her. You apologized for what you did to Sukune, though. Mizore added, You should do that if you ever plan on getting back on good terms with the rest of them. Jin shrugged, sure. He lifted the photo. It's a shame, really. The guy's obviously a great fighter, though from what I saw, he has no true combat style. He was hard to read at times. The werewolf chuckled, you know, I can't say I hate the guy. He's so far done more good than the police committee's ever done for our school. Kurumu, who overheard the conversation, walked over to the desk. What's the matter with the police committee? Better yet, who are they to begin with? Who? The police committee? Jin asked, receiving a nod from the succubus. Officially speaking, they're supposedly the policing force of Yukai, but I'd hardly call them that. They're a group of students who are especially strong. They monitor the day-to-day activities of the students and make sure nothing bad happens. He rolled his neck a bit before he continued, now, I don't want you repeating this for your own sakes, but I think they're a group of power-hungry bastards who are hell-bent on making this place a completely militarized area. They punish without questioning, and they have been known to on more than one occasion lock up students for no reason other than suspicion of illicit activities. You never see those kids again. Kurumu shuddered, they sound horrible. They're corrupt. Jin spoke, I've had a bit of a history with them, being the only source of student-run press around here. Word spreads fast through the news, and of course if anything that could hurt their image is reported, I have to deal with them. By now, everyone in the room was listening. Sukune decided to speak, so, how come you're not expelled? Jin snickered, they don't want to lose face with the student body, believe it or not. Even if they are the policing force, if the majority doesn't like them, they'll have more work cut out for them. I guess I'm lucky with having a good portion of the students favoring me. Even though you're a pervert? Yukari asked with a flat expression. Jin simply grinned. Do you think that the Arashi ninja is at risk of being arrested? Mocha asked. Hard to say. I mean, he's obviously overstepping boundaries with the vigilante business, but not once have I heard that he killed anyone. That's a definite plus. Not only that, but he's actually helping students. Not just doing whatever he feels like. The group was quiet for a moment as they all let Jin's words sink in. If this police committee was a real problem, then why weren't they being dealt with by the academy? Surely students have reported them, right? Well, regardless, I want to try and see what we can do about getting information on this ninja guy. It was Mocha who decided to speak up upon hearing that. You don't plan on exposing who he is, do you? Her voice sounded somewhat defensive. I mean, he saved us twice now. I could see about getting information on him. Mizor spoke. Jin smiled. Great. How do you plan on going about that? Kurumu snorted with laughter. She's good at hiding. Trust us, she can do this better than any of us. The werewolf blinked in mild confusion, but shrugged it off, accepting what the underclassmen were willing to contribute. Fair enough. Let's continue for another hour or two before we break for the day. Right, the group replied, continuing with their business. I'm sorry, Uzumaki-san hasn't reported in to visit either of the two recent patients, Hakat-san, replied the nurse. If I see him though, I'll be sure to let him know you were looking for him. Thank you, it's appreciated. Kakashi gave the school nurse a nod before walking down the hall towards Sakura's room. He had thought Naruto would visit Sakura and Sai. Kakashi opened the door quietly, looking in to see his former student lying on the bed, sleeping peacefully. He let out a breath and walked in slowly. The quiet beep-ing of a machine let him know that she was fine, but still unconscious. He wasn't sure what most of the equipment did. It was a little different from the stuff that had been at Konoha's hospital, and there were some additional devices attached to her that he was pretty sure he had never seen before. They didn't use any seals or healing jutsu on her, but anesthetics and antibiotics that he had never heard of before. No herbs either. He chalked it all up to the supposed technology gap between the two worlds. He was just thankful that she was fine for the most part. The doctors had stated he would probably be up within a day or two. Taking a good look at her, he couldn't help but feel a slight wave of depression fall upon himself. The breathing mask around her, along with all the tubes connecting to her, made the once proud and strong Kunoichi appear frail and weak. If perhaps he had been there sooner. Shaking his head, he looked to the other bed in the room, and his thoughts lightened up a little. Sai was currently sleeping soundly, having been knocked out some time ago after his arm had been thoroughly treated. Had it not been for him, Sakura may have been killed. The nurses had commented that his arm looked well healed, considering it had been treated in such a dangerous situation by Sakura. Kakashi had stated that Sakura was one of the village's best medinin, which the hospital faculty seemed to accept without any questions. If anything, it drove them to work harder on getting the girl back to the conscious world faster. Hataki-san, Kakashi turned towards the or to see the nurse giving him a sad smile. I'm sorry, but I can only allow a limited visiting time for these two children. They need as much rest as possible. The Junin gave a nod. I understand. I just wanted to make sure they're doing all right. He limped over to the doorway, crutches creaking a bit as he moved. How is Sai doing? He's recovered well, physically at least. I don't think he'll be recovering as quickly from the mental damage though. Losing his right arm seems to have been a major blow to his psyche. The nurse replied with a frown, looking to the pale-skinned boy. I can imagine. He did well, all things considered. Kakashi agreed. How about yourself, Hataki-san? Are you feeling all right? The Junin gave a nod while smiling, his eyes closing a little as he turned to the nurse. I'm hardly in any shape to complain. There's only a dull throbbing in my left leg, but it seems my fractures in the arms weren't as bad as I thought. The nurse gave a small frown to the man. I still believe it would be better if you were to stay in a bed until you're fully recovered. Kakashi chuckled quietly. We shinobi heal faster than you may think. I've had much worse than this and moved without too much trouble. If you insist, I wish the chairman would allow us to treat you properly, but apparently he trusts in your judgment. I've never been a fan of hospitals as it is. Don't worry about me. Get these kids up and moving and I'll follow in suit. Hataki-san, will you be resting here tonight? The Junin, who was now heading towards the exit of the hospital wing, stopped and glanced over his shoulder. Oh, yes, if you could get a bed made for me, I would appreciate that. The nurse smiled while giving a nod. Understood. Good luck with your search for Uzumaki-san. Thanks. Kakashi walked down the corridors of the school once more, thinking to himself on where Naruto could have possibly gone. If the boy wasn't visiting his teammates, and wasn't in class, he's either wandering aimlessly or training. Kakashi thought, well, I should see if I can pinpoint his chakra anywhere. Kakashi's eyes closed as he tried to get a peg on the boy's chakra signature. With his senses heightened, he'd have an easier time finding the boy, hopefully. Hope Naruto-kun's. He's been busy. He doesn't need any more stress. Kakashi's eyes opened. Someone was talking about Naruto. Well, Kakashi believed that it was the same Naruto he knew. Not too many kids were named after a product made of fish that was put in your ramen broth. He looked down the hall where the voice was coming from, and spotted a purple-haired girl talking with a girl that had light blue-colored hair. They both were heading towards him. He raised a hand and waved, giving the kind smile. Even if they couldn't see it. Afternoon, girls. The two stopped, and gave him a rather startled look upon seeing his appearance. The girl with light blue-colored hair, who Kakashi had a severe case of early physical maturity, spoke first. Hello, is there something we can help you with? Kakashi gave a nod. I couldn't help but overhear you speaking about a person I may know. Were you by any chance talking about a certain Naruto Uzumaki? Mizore and Kurumu exchanged nervous expressions before Mizore spoke. Yes, that's the Naruto we know. What about him? Kakashi maintained his disarming demeanor. No sense in making the two girls any more uneasy. I'm Kakashi Hataki, and Naruto used to be a student of mine back in our little village. I was just hoping to see him. I have something important to talk to him about. Is that why he got called to the chairman's office? To talk to you? Kakashi sighed. Well, yes, but we never got to finish talking. So, what did you teach back where you lived? Mizore asked. Kakashi spoke before he even thought it through. Philosophy. Kurumu gave the man an incredulous look. Philosophy? You don't look like someone who'd teach something like that. Well, if you're going to be that way, I can't see how you're of school age with your top-heavy physique. Kakashi replied without missing a beat. Kurumu blinked while her mouth opened and closed, trying to formulate a response. Mizore laughed a bit. Sorry, Kakashi-san. We're good friends with Naruto, actually. She placed a hand on Kurumu's shoulders to keep from attempting to cause any harm to the Junin. I'm Mizore Shirayuki, and this is my friend Kurumu Kurono. Well, it's good to see some of the youth still retains manners, Kakashi said, further teasing Kurumu as she glowered at him. So, do you have any idea where I may be able to find Naruto? Kurumu regained her composure somewhat. Why did he leave the office? Ah, Kakashi scratched his head. The topic of discussion was a touchy subject to him, but it was of great importance that I talked to him about it. Is it something bad? Mizore asked, sensing that the silver-haired man wasn't telling them the whole story. Yes, for the most part I'd say it was about something that wasn't good for him to hear. Like I said, though, it was important that he knew about what I told him. Mizore hummed in thought. Naruto's fairly good at making himself hard to find when he wants. We're all in the newspaper club, except for him. He's in the karate club. I heard he likes to spend his free time practicing in the dojo. Karate club, huh? Kakashi held back a chuckle. He was happy that Naruto had found an outlet for his endless supply of energy. Do you think you could help direct me to the karate club's dojo? Kurumu and Mizore agreed to help Kakashi to the dojo. Within 10 minutes they had reached the gymnasium, and when they walked into the dojo and asked for Naruto, the carrot E-club members stated that he hadn't appeared at all today for practice. That's not like him. Naruto loves gym and karate club. Mizore stated. Just how bad was the news you gave him? Kakashi shook his head. It's a personal matter. The two girls decided not to pry, but they were now more concerned for their blonde friend's well-being. After searching around the campus area for a good hour and a half, the trio had realized it was getting close to dark. I'm sorry we couldn't help find him, Hataki-san. Kurumu spoke to the Junin. We'll be sure to let the chairman know if we find him. Kakashi gave the two a thankful nod. I would appreciate it. Sorry for taking up so much of your time. It's all right, Kakashi-san. Mizore replied while waving a hand. Naruto's our friend. Anything that concerns him is not a waste of our time. With that, Kakashi made his way back to the main academic building. Thought he wouldn't show it openly, he was a bit exhausted. He hardly got any rest since he had warped over her from Konoha. And it was starting to affect him. He'd need all the rest he could get if he planned on continuing with the last mission he ever received from Tsunade. Watching over Naruto, Sakura, and Sai was his top priority now. He'd be damned if he let them down. He had an idea formulating in his mind on what he could do for Naruto, as well as Sakura and Sai. It'd be a shot in the dark for him. And the very idea may also upset the three young shinobi horribly. Still, if his idea worked, he'd be able to better help them in this new world. He'd have to discuss with the chairman on the options available to him. If adoption was anything like it was in Konoha, then he was sure there would be more than enough paperwork for the Junin to deal with. It was probably around 8 o'clock by the time Sukune had managed to finish up his homework. He stretched a bit and let out a yawn. Gah, now that I got that out of the way, he looked over to his window and noticed. The sun had long set behind the horizon. He got up and walked out of his dorm room. Heading down the hall, he stopped in front of Naruto's room. Knocking 3 times, he waited for the blonde to answer, but none came. Wonder where he is, Sukune pondered. He walked down the staircase, and exited the boys' dorm. He walked down the road to the girls' dorms. He walked through the front office and signed in on the guests list. Heading up a few floors, he walked over to the door that belonged to Mocha. Knocking once, he heard just a second. From the other side, the door opened to reveal Mocha in her pajamas. Oh, Sukune-kun. Her face burst out into a smile. What are you doing here? It's a bit late to be visiting, don't you think? Sorry to bother you like that, Mocha. Sukune apologized. I was just wondering if the others ever found out where Naruto went. He didn't answer when I knocked on his door, and I don't think he's returned since he left class earlier today. Mocha shook her head. Kurumu stopped by with Mizore, and apparently they found out a little bit on the reason why Naruto was called to the chairman's office. What was the reason? Well, I guess a former teacher of Naruto's from his hometown stopped by to talk to Naruto about something that was both important and upsetting. At least that's what Mizore said. The vampire girl scratched her cheek. The teacher was a bit of an odd one, according to Kurumu, but he taught philosophy in Naruto's school back home. His name was Kakashi or something like that. Scarecrow. Sukune thought, that's a weird name. Then again, Naruto's named after a fish cake. Mocha added, I guess his village has a love for unconventional names. Sukune nodded. Could I come in? Mocha smiled. Sure, Sukune-kun. I made some pasta, and I had planned on saving some for tomorrow, but you're welcome to have some of it. After helping himself to a bowl of the spaghetti and tomato sauce that Mocha had made, Sukune sighed. I hope Naruto's alright. If what Mizore and Kurumu said is true, then Naruto probably got some really bad news from back home. You know, we haven't seen much of Naruto at all lately outside of class. He hasn't come over and studied more than a handful of times with us, and Yukari said he never shows up for her tutoring lessons anymore. I know it's been only a few weeks since school started, but it seems so unlike him to just disappear like that. I know. Sukune looked to see Mocha was looking out her window at the moon. Something wrong, Mocha? Just thinking back on when Jin Senpai had that incident with us. Mocha sighed. I'm glad he's apologized to us, and I really think he's learned his lesson, but... She frowned. I can't help but wonder why so many of the boys around here are trying to force you to be with them. Sukune offered. Mocha looked up and gave a weak smile. I guess that's the best way to put it, though I'm not sure if that was the case with Seizu. When Jin Senpai was with me, at least he wasn't hurting me outright. Not until my other self came out, that is. Yeah, and then the Arashi ninja showed up. Though, I think you saved him that night, haha. Sukune joked. Really? Sukune raised an eyebrow. Yeah, don't you remember? Jin Senpai had him pinned on the ground when you jumped in to help him. Sukune laughed. You even managed to kick him off the roof. Hey. I barely remember any of that. It's like I'm in a dream most of the time when my inner half is taking over. We've only spoken a little to each other, but she never tells me much of what she does. Wow. So it's almost like two different parts of you are in one, huh? Sukune laughed. Not exactly. We're on in the same, it's just that her, Alf, is what the rosary suppresses. That's part of me. Mocha chewed on her thumb as she thought, my father made it for me years ago. I never started talking to my inner self until just recently though. Well, I like you no matter what part is awake, Mocha. Sukune declared with a smile. Mocha blushed prettily and gave a small thanks. Sukune just grinned a little, a light blush adorning his own face. The two chatted for about another hour, Mocha asking in her most sugar-coated voice if Sukune would let her suck on his blood. After having her late-night snack, she hugged Sukune tightly and said she needed to get to sleep. Thanking him for the blood, Sukune, despite feeling a little lightheaded from the sudden blood loss, couldn't really find a reason to complain. She was possibly the sweetest girl he had ever met, and she was incredibly smart too. Not to mention beautiful, charismatic, creative. I could probably go on and on. Sukune laughed as he headed back to the boys' dorm. 3 days had gone by since Naruto had gone missing from Sukune and the others. Several times they had looked around campus, no sign of him in any of his usual haunts. They had started to worry that maybe he had dropped out without telling anyone, but Nekonome as well as his other classes still called out his name when they were doing attendance. Tomorrow the first issue of the newspaper would be released to the student populace. Mizore was rather excited. She had managed to get 2 articles made for it, a second being a small poetry section where she also would allow students to make contributions. Currently she was on her way back to the girls' dorm, but had decided to take the scenic route, going along the path near the jagged cliffs overlooking the ocean near campus. She needed to clear her thoughts. Despite the excitement running through her on being able to release the first issue of the newspaper, she couldn't help but think about what became of Naruto. She had visited Kakashi again since she first saw the man, more or less to ask if he had any luck finding the blonde. He too had not found the blonde yet, so her mood had been relatively sour for the past 2 days. He wasn't entirely sure why she had been feeling as such lately. It wasn't like Naruto was a person she was in love with or anything. He was a dear friend at best, but she still didn't know much about him. Maybe it was because she just enjoyed his presence. Something about the boy just made her feel safe and secure, she supposed. It was like he was emitting a safety blanket-like aura at all times. She supposed it was just the way his life force was like. However, she also sensed a deeper part of him that he kept locked up inside him. She was by no means a psychic, but she could have a knack for seeing people at face value. Naruto was trustworthy, but she got the impression that he was the kind of person who wouldn't throw his concerns on others without reason. He's probably going to show up in a few days if he's still on campus and act like nothing happened. Mizore thought, I'll have to get the truth from him. Well, if it isn't our favorite Yuki Onna. Mizore froze in place, feeling a sudden dread wash over her. She turned around to see none other Katsubo Okudo standing a few feet behind her. Kei Katsubo-sensei. You shouldn't be wandering around here when it's so windy out, Shirayuki-san. If a strong wind were to blow you off the cliff, well. He chuckled while walking towards her, the expression on his face not giving off the best of vibes to the girl. What do you want, Katsubo-sensei? I asked that you leave me alone, and we'd just forget about what happened. He gave her a small smile. I'm afraid that won't be happening. Shirayuki-san. Okudo spoke. You see, Iris. NTLY found out that you're part of the newspaper club, of all things. That's not good for me. Suppose that you decide to write a rather slanderous article about me. His smile was now a rather wicked grin. I'm afraid I'm going to have to rid this school of you, Shirayuki-san. Mizore backed away from the gym teacher, though she found herself running out of ground. Turning around, she could see that there was no more than a foot between her and the edge of the cliff looking out towards the ocean. Katsubo-sensei, leave me alone, she stated firmly, her hair starting to turn a light blue-eye. The temperature around her began to cool rapidly. If you come any closer, I'll. Mizore's voice was cut off as something wrapped around her throat. She felt her air supply suddenly drop, and look. To see a giant tentacle coming from what used to be the arms of the gym teacher. He now had the body of an octopus from what it appeared, yet he also had his human body as well. What are you? Mizore asked in a strained voice, unsure what to make of the monstrosity before her. A kraken, Okudo replied with a chuckle, a mythical beast of the sea, often blamed for shipwrecks in the older days of human seafaring. He walked towards the edge of the cliff while keeping his grip around Mizore's neck tight. I was just teasing you, Shirayuki-san, at the start. Then you had to go and get all defensive about it. And let us be seen by that damn Uzumaki boy. Okudo dropped off the cliff while holding onto some roots sticking out of the ground with his tentacles. I guess you're leaving me no alternative. I'll just drag you down with me to the bottom of the ocean. No, Mizore choked out, her vision growing blurry from the lack of oxygen. Naruto sat on a branch near the edge of the forest where he had his training ground set up. He had been here for a couple of days now, and in truth, he wasn't sure why he had gone and hid like that. He was still feeling pretty crappy, no doubt about it, but the thought of what Jiraiya had said in his letter replayed in his mind. Jiraiya had basically, in his own way, stated that Naruto was a man of great potential. He had the will of fire within him, damn it. And he refused to let it die off now. After realizing that sulking and lamenting about Konoha wasn't going to do him anything, he decided to work on his training even more so. So for the past day he had been spending 4-hour increments going through everything he knew. He went through Fuden, Suiden, Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, Katas, Fuinjutsu. By the time he was finished, he had napped for half the day. He had just woken up and was trying to collect his thoughts now. I can't let that happen again. Naruto thought aloud, his thoughts on the fate of Konoha. I can't let anyone else I know get hurt because of me. The faces of Sukune, Moka, Mizore, Yukari, and Kurumu went through his mind. They had made friends with him, and for that he was thankful. There was the fact he hadn't shared with them the fact he housed a demonic fox within him, but that will have to wait until later. Naruto thought. A sudden scream snapped him out of his thoughts. Yuto whipped his head towards the end of the forest, and noticed 2 figures by the edge of the cliffs facing towards the ocean. He recognized one of them as Mizore, but the other. Damn it, Naruto thought. Pulling out a scroll from his pocket, whatever is going on, it can't be good. Okudo held the young Yuki Onna by her neck, taking his pleasant time to drain her of air. It's too bad you had to go and become a pain like this, Shirayuki-san. I wouldn't have to get rid of you for good if you had just not blown all of this out of proportion. Suigotten. Okudo looked to the side. What the hell? A column of water seemed to rise up from the ocean before slamming into the side of the kraken. Okudo let out a cry of pain as he was sent flying into the watery depths below, Mizore falling with him. Just before the Yuki Onna was pulled down with the octopus monster, a flash of steel flew past, severing the tentacle wrapped around her neck. She gasped while sucking in air. ND noticed she was somehow floating above the water. She blinked, then looked to find two muscular arms wrapped around her. Are you all right, Mizore-chan? Mizore blinked as she faced the person who had saved her, Arashi Ninja-san. Sure enough, the masked ninja of Yukai was the one who was currently holding her bridal style. He gave her a nod and looked into the water below. So far I've yet to get a good impression from the aquatic monsters around here. First the mermaids, now a kraken. Before Mizore could comment, several tentacles rose up from the ocean. Naruto instinctively jumped CK and hopped onto the side of the cliff, holding onto it via chakra. Hold on, Mizore-chan. I'm going to get you back up to there, alright? How or wah? Mizore yelped as the Arashi ninja ran up the cliff side. How are you doing that? Haha, ninja secret. I'm afraid I can't share, replied Naruto. So, is this guy the one known as Katsubo Okudo? Yes, Mizore spoke. He and I had something for a very short period of. It's okay, Mizore-chan. No need to explain yourself. I kind of knew about it already. The shinobi replied. No one should have to have their feelings hurt by someone they thought cared about them. It's not right, no matter what the age difference. Leaping up to the grassy top of the cliff, he set Mizore down and pulled out a handful of shuriken. BT, he's going to let me get away with that. Stay back so you don't get hurt. No, Mizore spoke. I can help. Naruto sighed. Look, I really appreciate your concern, but this guy will be no. Just watch. Mizore interrupted. Her long purple locks suddenly became bright blue, like ice, and her hands transformed into icicle-like claws. Naruto blinked and stared. Whoa, he felt the air temperature dip to below freezing. Frost forming at his feet. He stared into the icy blue orbs of Mizore, and felt his cheeks flush. Beautiful. Mizore was indeed a sight to behold. She had a fierce look about her now, but at the same time, her icy look sent a not-so-bad chill down Naruto's spine. The Yuki Onna must have heard him, because she blushed. Thank you. Gra. The two Ned around a wave of water hit the side of the cliff. Naruto was the first to run towards the edge, and looked to see Okudo clinging to the numerous projections of rocks and roots, making his way up. Who the hell do you think you are? Bastard, Okudo yelled, staring straight at Naruto. The Arashi ninja. Perhaps you've heard of me. Naruto answered, earning a growl from the kraken. No. Dang. I was hoping my reputation would have preceded me by now. You're that damn ninja that I've been hearing about. Okudo replied, I was wondering if I'd ever have to deal with you. Okudo sudden. Lee pulled himself up with a mighty heave, landing on the ground where Naruto and Mizore stood. He lashed out with his numerous tentacles while Naruto flipped around, avoiding the numerous appendages with little effort. Because of you I'll have to wait about 2 weeks to fully grow back my tentacle, you brat. Okudo growled, you'll pay for that. Get over it. At least you're too big to be fried. I never tried fried octopus. But I'm partial to fried squid. Can't be that different, right? That little jab seemed to push Okudo over the edge. He roared as he sent forth his 7 tentacles that had not been cut. Naruto made several clones and dispersed in several directions at once. While Naruto managed to distract the enraged gym teacher, Mizore concentrated on bringing forth her powers over ice. The Arashi ninja jumped on top of Okudo's head, delivering a quick foot to the face before leaping off and throwing the shuriken he held in his hands. Okudo blocked with his tentacles, yelling in pain as the metal projectiles embedded into his skin. Now, Mizore said, noticing the shinobi was out of the way for her to attack. She raised both her hands and blasted forth a wave of icy wind. Okuto never had a chance to recover, and was buffeted by the freezing wind. His skin that was covered with water froze in seconds. He struggled to keep moving as he fell to the ground. Naruto landed by Mizor's side. Wow. That's a neat power, Mizor-chan. He laughed as she blushed a bit. Are you like an ice monster of some sort? I'm a Yuki Onna, Mizor replied quietly, avoiding the masked ninja's eyes while blushing. I have control over ice and can freeze water both in liquid and vapor form. Naruto let out a low whistle. Remind me to never piss you off, haha. I only fought on other person in my life with powers like that. They were pretty tough. Thank you, Ninja-san. Mizor spoke, giving a little bow. You saved me though. I owe you my life. She gave another deeper bow. I'm grateful. Naruto scratched his head nervously. Hey, it's no big deal. At least you can fight back, right? Your group of friends seems to have the worst of luck when it comes to problems involving monsters, haha. I guess. Mizor reverted back to her disguised state, which wasn't a huge change. Naruto noted, what are we going to do about Katsubo-sensei? Naruto gave a wink. I have help. He snapped his fingers. And his group of clones he had summoned walked up and picked up the frozen mass that was Okuto. A few of the clones griped about getting frostbite while Naruto just waved them on towards the school. Leave a note explaining why he's like that, and someone place a stasis seal on him, otherwise he'll just thaw out. Aye, boss, the clones replied in unison. Mizor giggled as they headed off towards the academy. She turned back to see the Arashi ninja heading towards the woods in the distance. Ninja-san. Naruto looked over his shoulder, and note. The way Mizor seemed to suddenly be focusing on the ground before her. What's wrong, Mizor-chan? Well, there's a friend of ours named Naruto. The blonde remained calm upon hearing his name. Go on. It's just that he's been gone for several days, and we're all worried about him. I mean, we know he's busy, but it's never been like him to go and just disappear. She looked to the masked ninja. If possible, do you think that if you by chance let him know that we're all worried about him? He's blonde, has these unique whisker mark lines on his cheeks, which Kurumu thinks are really tattoos. But I don't agree with her, and really blue eyes. Blonde hair, blue eyes, unique whisker marks. Naruto suppressed a sigh. I'll keep an eye open for him, Mizor-chan. Really? Mizor smiled. That really would help. Thank you. Don't mention it. Naruto replied with a weak chuckle. Well, I better get out of here. He turned back towards the woods and disappeared with a swirl of leaves. Mizor stood there for a few moments, pondering over what had just transpired. The Arashi ninja had come to her rescue. Out here, near the cliffs facing the ocean. She was Pret. Why sure the chances were very minimal that someone would have saw her before it was too late. Arashi ninja. Mizor sighed a little. He was a mystery, yet she found herself intrigued by the enigma that he was. A ninja that acted like a comic book superhero. She headed onward to the dorms. Looks like she had some gossip to share with Kurumu tonight. Just wait until she heard that the Arashi ninja had saved her and held her in his arms. Oh, she would be seething. Mizor chuckled as she continued home, already formulating the best way to deliver the news. Today was finally the day that the NAWS Paper Club would release its first official copy of the newspaper to the students on campus. They were going like hotcakes as students passed by the front gates of the academy. Wow, the girls handing out the papers are all so cute. Yeah, but that one girl looks like she's cosplaying a witch or something. Yukari frowned as she forced her hand wand to stay steady. Kurumu gave a chuckle and patted the young girl sympathetically on the back. Don't worry, Yukari. You've just got that youthful charm. Wow, we've managed to hand out more than half of the papers already. Sukune commented. Looks like they're better than we thought. Mizor smirked. It's because we put our pictures on the front cover of the first one as a promotion for introducing the staff. Jin laughed. What? It's working, isn't it? Out of the way. Move it. Jin looked up to the sound of a commotion from the crowds of students, and bit down a curse. Great, it's the black suits. The crowds parted as the NEWS Paper Club got a good look of who exactly was causing the ruckus. A group of students in varying age groups appeared before them, their apparent leader being a long, blonde-haired man with a rather unnerving, calm smile on his face. He looked upon the group before speaking. Greetings. I'm Kuyu, the manager of the Public Safety Commission, otherwise known as the Student Police Committee.